Has Attack on Titan gone woke?
Strong female characters, very, very woke.
Me when I so okay. Welcome back. This is season 4. We had to split this one into a handful of different sessions, so this is gonna be a pretty fucking big video because season 4. Holy fucking shit! They cooked.
So much going on.
Jesus Christ, they cooked. Um, it's like this is basically the point where it's become an entirely different show. So, I guess we should start with so Attack on Titan, pretty big show. I showed it to Pasta Man. We watched the entirety of the series together. We caught up while it was still airing, and then he only like recently finished season 4.
Yeah, true.
We've basically been watching season 4 for 2 years. That's
Yeah.
not our fault. That's Mappa's fault.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to talk about this one because they showed me the first 3 seasons, and I was like, it was all right in my perspective. I did really like the second half of season 3, but it was feeling pretty meh for me overall. But season 4 like totally changed my outlook on the series, and it's so
I feel
raw.
like
And I'm so happy to talk about it.
I feel like you're kind of exaggerating a little because like you did seem kind of invested.
I was, but I wasn't like super into it the way that I am now.
You weren't as annoying about it until we got to season 3 part 2. Season 3 part 2 I think was the moment you finally realized, oh, this is why he's showing this to me, because that's when the military strategy started to kind of come into play.
All right, let him cook.
Yeah, it started feeling like Death Note. And then like season 4, like Jesus, like it's so funny because like I didn't even think much of the show. I was just like, it's good. Like, people hate on it too much. I just think it's good. That's it. I didn't think it was like special or like a masterpiece or anything. I just thought it was good. I was a fan since like season 2. And so I was just one of the defenders where I'm like, it's not like the greatest thing ever, but it's not that bad, people. Y'all just hate it because it's popular. But season 4 cemented it as like, okay, this is a favorite. And it's kind of crazy how season 4 is able to not only like make it so much better, but also make the first 3 seasons better.
Yeah,
by
I feel like
recontextualizing everything. Like it's the last piece of the puzzle.
Point. Yeah, we've come back to that point so many times, but like season 4, the knowing season 4 just enhanced my viewing experience when I went back and watched the first 3 seasons. Like it just puts everything into like a new context, and that makes it really enjoyable.
Yeah, it gives depth to things that I took for granted in the first 3 seasons.
So true.
So I guess first thing to talk about is Studio Crappa. This is what the first 3 seasons were. Wit Studio, the studio that did Spy Family, Vinland Saga season 1, fucking what else? Well, yeah, I mean, you get the idea. They do a lot of those types of like very weighty, very like animated, like shonen. They're very popular, and they can get a little dark, but they don't focus too much on like the dark aspects. They're very good at like kind of bringing a lighthearted spin to an overall serious show. They got good balance, basically, and I like Wit Studio, but they did not want to do season 4 because there's too much content to cover. It was, they were expected to get it out by this point, and they were already having trouble when they made season 3. That's why they split that into 2 parts. So Mappa steps in because Mappa is run by insane people. Mappa will put their fingers in as many pies as there are in the world. And so they did this final season, and in some ways, I think that's great because I think they killed it. I think this is one of the best things they've done. It's not the best. I think, honestly, I'm biased in terms of, like, I think Vinland Saga Season 2 is the best thing they've ever done because that's the most visually consistent and best story that they've done. But overall, I guess I have to go with the opinion that Jujutsu Kaisen is the best until Season 2 kind of kind of
So
ruined that.
true,
We
Umferino.
we did a season 2 review or we did a Jujutsu Kaisen season 2 review on my other channel, and we laid out
Yeah,
our problems with Crappa. So I'm not going to go on that
yeah,
tangent again, but
yeah. They had like an insane lineup at the time this was airing. I mean, they were doing, like you said, Vinland Saga, Jujutsu Kaisen. They had the Chainsaw Man anime coming out, and they had Vinland and this, and
you just
it
said
was.
Vinland. You already said Vinland.
I think I
They had
did.
Jigo
I got too
Karaku.
silly.
They did Doro Hidoro.
And that's kind of
And they were
their
still bankrolling off
problem.
of the success of like Banana Fish and other shows like that. Um, and it's like, I don't know, for a long time, like I fucking Mappa just seemed like a red flag to me because I watched Inuyashiki, which if you don't know anything about it, is one of the most horrendously ugly shows I've ever seen. But it seems like they've stepped up their visual CGI production since then.
Yeah.
And Attack on Titan was kind of the first Mappa show I watched where I was like, oh, okay, never mind. Like, I forgive you now for the trash job you did on Inuyashiki. That being said, this season also still has things about it that I don't like. Particularly, there's random moments throughout the season where it's just rotoscoped for no reason. And it happens like twice or 3 times.
Yeah, I feel that it was like the first couple episodes, right?
Yeah, this part where this guy's like standing up, he's like moving his arms around while he's talking. You could tell it's like rotoscoped and it looks fucking weird. And they keep doing like weird shit like that.
Yeah, so I don't want to get too deep into our criticism of Mappa, but they do have that problem of they want to take in all of these big IPs at the same time, and they want them all to be like,
Like Berserk levels of
tier.
like, yeah, like, or Ufotable or like fucking Bones tier, like visual production with great animation.
Do you want
And
to talk about like the Titans and the CGI there?
yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. I got a couple more nitpicks I wanna get out of the way. There's
Okay,
just
you
so
cook.
there's a lot of like, as gorgeous as it does look good. It does look like really good aesthetically. The character designs are better than they've ever been. The colors are so solid and like crisp, and the animation's good too. The CGI is noticeable, but I think they did a good job with it. It looks like a video game, kind of like a high quality video game.
I was gonna say that was kind of my thoughts. So the Titans, they went with CGI for the Titans, I think, because of like time constraints. Was that it?
Yeah, but it's so much better than like the CGI for like the Colossal Titan in the
Yeah,
last 2 seasons, which looked
that
horrible.
was so bad.
The CGI in this, like everybody always like, I don't know. I think it's Berserk's fault, to be honest. When Berserk 2016 came out, I think it's Berserk's fault for everybody pointing at any CGI at all and being like, "No, this sucks. This is terrible. How could you?" But I'm open-minded. I like CGI when it's implemented well, and I think that this is a example of it being used really, really well. I think it looks solid.
Yeah, I think the Titans were actually one of the best use cases for CGI, because some of the weaknesses of CGI is they look like really slow and bulky, like compared to
I will
their
say the
surroundings.
Titans,
But that kind of fits the Titans. They have like mass to them. They're huge.
So I will say, like, I can definitely tell that the Titans are locked to 30 frames per second because the show is 30 frames per second. And that definitely is a little distracting at times when I see that there's like their choppy movements that feels somewhat jank, but like that's just a nitpick. It's really not that bad. At worst,
yeah, we let them cook.
At worst, it looks like that scene out of Berserk when Guts is fighting 100 men in the CGI movie. It looks weird.
Yeah. And I also agree with you what you were saying about the character designs, dude. Everyone looks so good.
They're dripped the
in
fuck
this season.
out, dog.
I don't know how much of that is like Isayama's evolution as a mangaka versus Studio Mappa's team, but everyone looks so good. John looks better than ever. Reiner looks better than ever. Obviously, Aaron.
Armin's hot.
Yeah, Armin too.
I'm gonna get all up in that.
Ayo.
But like there are a couple of moments here and there, and they're like very minor. They're few and far in between, but they are super distracting. Where visually, it's like they kind of dropped the ball. And I think this is like the earlier instances of it. You don't really notice it until you like watch Jujutsu Kaisen season 2 and you're like, wow, this is, oh my God, like what the fuck happened? And then you go back to like something like this and you see the visual issues and you're like, oh, okay, so it's always been there. There's like a part where this guy is hooked up to a blimp and like he's got like they got like a gun thing attaching him to the blimp, and then he dies, and then his body is still attached to the zip line, and it's like his character model just dips in and out, and like he just disappears for like a few frames altogether, and then like fades back in, and there's a lot of like small like really distracting fucking visual choices like that in my opinion kind of like show Mappa's true colors, because a lot of those are the result of people not being given enough time to get it out. I also blame Mappa for splitting this into 3 parts.
I mean, like, well, more like 4 or 5 parts. Like,
yeah, I mean, they split the like they instead of just doing the whole season, they didn't want people to wait too long, so they did half the season, which was 16 episodes. They did the second half of the season, which was 12, and then they did like a movie special like that was like split into 2 parts that aired across like 9 months. Yeah. I will say it did end 10 years after the show had started, but bro.
Yeah, damn.
I don't know. Like, this show's honestly always, like, through its entire lifeline as a TV show, has had, like, production and release problems. It's so funny.
Yeah.
It took 5 years to make season 2. They had to split season 3 into 2 parts, and then they split season 4 into 4 parts. And yeah, like,
yeah. Although to be fair, you know, this is like not a lot of shonen actually make it all the way to completion. Like there's so many shonen that like haven't made it to the ending yet, or they have like a filler ending, like Hunter x Hunter,
or like Blue Exorcist, which that one's trying to like dredge up from the dead. Blue Exorcist is a show that like it got the shit beat out of it, and it keeps crawling back for more every 5 years. It's so funny. Like, no one even cares anymore, dude. Just let it go.
Just let it go, bro. It's over.
So I guess we could kind of just talk about, you know, like compliments for this. Like, one of the things I think I appreciate the most is that my biggest problem through season 1, parts of season 2, a little bit of season 3, the pacing is inconsistent as hell. It's always been inconsistent. It's always been like slow, then fast, then slow, then fast, then slow. This season is the first time where I don't feel that, where I actually feel like legitimately hooked every single episode, and like I just got to see the next one like immediately. And that's why watching this week by week was a pain.
Yeah, true. I mean, I binged them with you, but then like for the last part of the second half, I was watching weekly, and it's hard not to get hooked. They do such a better job.
Even the rewatch, like even when I rewatch it, and I finish an episode, and it's like time to quit for the night, I'm like, no, oh, come on, just one more. Like, come on.
I got one more.
I haven't had that type of feeling since like Breaking Bad. Like that's just not a feeling I get very much with TV shows these days. But it's that good. It's like really, really good, especially this season. So I guess kind of what we can build the foundation on before we get into the actual story is we forgot to talk about something in the last video.
Oh.
Do you remember what we forgot?
Yeah. Oh. It's in the script here. We forgot about the Sneed shotties.
So there's like a whole meaningful part in season 3 that sort of, I didn't even realize, sort of served as like the foundation of everything season 4 is about, because this is a very Eren focused season. Eren is finally not a shit character, but basically we learned that Eren's dad fed him the serum and turned him into a Titan so he could eat his own dad, so Eren could get his dad's Titan. And I think we partially like learned this from Keith Shadis, because we basically get this whole backstory about how Keith Shadis wanted to be meaningful. He wanted to be important. He wanted to be one of the good ones. But every single day he was just kind of throwing himself into the Titans and his men were dying. He kept facing defeat, and nobody liked him, and he didn't feel important.
Then he retired.
And he got really, really jealous of Aaron's dad, because Aaron's dad was getting bitches. Aaron's dad was getting his money up. And I think
everyone liked him.
What's kind of interesting is that you can already kind of tell, even though you don't know his dad's intentions yet, you can already kind of tell that, like, Keith Shoddy is like kind of he's like idolizing Aaron's dad, even though he so totally is like not somebody he should be idolizing, because it's made pretty clear he's not a very good person. But Keith is a very bitter, very like envious person, and he wants to be a somebody. And there's this scene where he what's Aaron's mom's name again? She's in the show for like one episode.
Aaron's mom, that's her name.
Oh, okay. Well,
Mommy.
He like she says something, I don't quite remember. She says like something about his job as like a scout. I think she was like trying to encourage him to quit, I think. Was that what it was?
I think so.
And then he got really, really mad, and then he said a bunch of misogynistic shit, which was really out of pocket and really like random. He's like, a fucking woman who's only good for serving drinks and fucking customers or whatever the fuck.
Then he starts hating on baby Aaron.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill this child. And then so she has a little speech in response where she's like, look, like I don't expect, like, Aaron is special to me because like being special, like it's not all it's cracked up to be. You were born into this world, so your existence has meaning. I mean, look at Aaron. Look at how cute he is. I don't know what kind of person he's going to grow up to be.
He has no idea.
But he was born into this world, so that means something. And I didn't think much of this I actually thought this backstory was terrible when I first saw it, because it was kind of incomprehensible. I thought Keith Shadis was kind of pathetic. His desperation to just be a somebody, like, I didn't really relate to it that much, and I thought it was just kind of uninspired. I'm realizing now, season 4 basically implemented this theme. It kind of focuses solely on this theme of this because I was born into this world theme.
Yeah, that thing kind of continuously pops up between Aaron and Zeke.
And surprisingly,
and
Keith Shadis actually ends up contributing. I thought his character arc was done, but like he actually does play a big role in season 4. But a lot of the characters do. That's what's so impressive about it, is like it's kind of hard to even know where to start, because everybody's getting depth. It's just going everywhere across all the characters. They all contribute meaningfully to the themes and the ideas that the show has been trying to push. It's like it won't slow the fuck down.
Yeah, it's so hard for me to not go on a tangent, but like I did not care about like Reiner, for example, did not care about him at all for the first 3 seasons. But then when season 4 came around and we got his backstory, his characterization, I actually cared about him. I felt for him, dude.
It's the same for like there's so many characters that like for the first 3 seasons I didn't really like. What, Hitch? Like I thought she was fucking annoying. Fucking honestly, I didn't like Mikasa at all. I kind of like her here, kinda. She's on thin ice. There's a few issues I got with her, but we're going to talk about that as we go.
She's better.
Like a lot of the characterization is improved, and it's kind of insane. The reason, like, to go back to the pacing, is that it feels fast without feeling rushed. It feels like everybody's getting the attention they need, and that's crazy to me. It's saying so much. Like, one episode is so dense in like its subtext and what it says and all the subtlety. It's very, very subtle. That's what's crazy too, is there's so much implied subtext just in every single scene. It's just oozing with depth, which I think is impressive as hell.
Yeah, I think it doesn't get enough credit for that. I think the character writing gets really, really good in season 4.
It's like it went from like, it's not like Berserk tier or like Monster tier, but like it's like it kind of more like Vinland Saga tier. I feel like it's very, very meaningful and very, very well written. It's insanely good writing for like what you would give a show like Attack on Titan credit for. So the way season 3 concluded, and we kind of got a prelude to all this, was Eren asked a question of like, if I kill everyone across the sea, will we finally be free? And at the time, you do not even you don't even know what the fuck that means.
You don't know what he means.
You don't know how literal that means. You're like wondering, is that just some philosophical question or like? But no, that he meant it. But it's because you learned about. He basically had learned that these Titans who he hated the whole time were not at fault. They were his own people. They were just following instinct. It's like hating dogs, you know, that like bite people. Like they can't help it. It's just instinct. And it was Marley the whole time. This country of Marley. And we kind of understand their practices in season 3, but we get to understand it even more in this one. I mean, the way the season even opens is Falco wakes up, and this part I thought was really fucking weird because they don't really go anywhere with this. But Falco wakes up, and then he's like, "Man, last time I was awake, I thought I was fighting Titans, and I was using gear and jumping from tree to tree."
Yeah, that was strange. A strange transition.
Yeah, well, it makes no sense because he's not the attack Titan.
The
attack Titan is
like
the one that has the memory issues. He doesn't have what?
Yeah, I thought that was like supposed to foreshadow him inheriting someone's memories or something, but not no.
It's kind of like it's like an Iraqi forgot situation.
Don't worry about it.
But you got this kid named Falco, and yes, because Pasta Man's a fucking Smash fan, he pogged when they said Falco. It's like, oh, like Falco Shine, like Falco.
From the hit series Super Smash Bros. Melee.
But he's in like an open field of battle, and he is a Eldian
child soldier.
He's an Eldian child in a Marleyan army, and he's in a similar situation to what Eren's dad was trying to force Zeke Yeager through. That's something else we're going to elaborate more on. Where basically Marley not really kidnaps, but Marley basically tells their Eldian prisoners, you guys can't leave this internment zone. You can gain your freedom if you fight for us as honorary Marleyans honorary Eldians is what because they're Marleyans, but which is so fucking on the nose. The World War II, like he kind of just doubled the fuck down on the World War II imagery, and
yeah, that was definitely something I wanted to comment on. It's very clearly inspired by like Nazi Germany, and that kind of turned a lot of heads because if you interpret Marley as like a direct metaphor for Nazi Germany and Eldians for Jews, then it's kind of strange. Like bad, Jews can turn into monsters.
Yeah.
I think as the season goes on, though, I think it's the way I interpret it is that like Marley clearly has inspirations from Nazi Germany, but I don't think it's a direct metaphor.
Yeah, this is the thing I also need to talk about is that like I've spent a lot of time defending this series because like I've gotten into some heated fucking arguments with people, and what I always notice is that the people who say all this shit that it's a Nazi anime, that it's indisputably like you can't argue against it being a fascist anime, they've never watched it or read it. They don't even know what actually happens. They watched a fucking video about it, the fucking wisecrack video, and use that as evidence for all their points. And that's the most frustrating thing is that the series gets discounted just because people say that it's fascism, so it must be. And like, I think, yes, it looks bad, but I don't think that's the only interpretation. I don't think you can pretend that that's the only way to read it, especially if you haven't actually watched it.
Yeah, I mean, if you actually, like, just like for starters, you know, like what Marley says about Eldians, that they have demon blood, that they were the original oppressors. A lot of that is clearly self-serving. Like, you cannot take that at face value.
And then there's another more controversial aspect of this. I don't know if I have a note for it in this video, but I kind of just want to get it out of the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the Nazi Germany metaphor, and then kind of the the way it unfolds across this season, where it's like it tries to add some shades of gray, where the Eldians aren't all that great either, because a lot of them, they use their oppression as like a means of hurting other people. I feel like I'm gonna get us in trouble, but in some ways, I feel like he might have been reading up on Israel, and like because he does implement, like you actually do see like basically Palestinian people in this show living in like tents, which is like an insane prediction, because this was kind of ahead of the curve on that.
Does he know?
Does he know? I think he does. If I'm being honest.
I don't know. I don't know if that was intentional, but I think we're defending him here, but I do think it was a mistake to make it so clearly a parallel to Nazi Germany. The armbands were a little on the nose.
Yeah, I think it's something you really shouldn't. It's too recent to be toying around with and try to make like add shades of gray to it. But I do wonder how much of this is intentional, and if like because like especially with like the Israel thing going on, like does he know? That's my question. Is just did he do this on purpose, or was this all an accident? I can't really tell. He's a great writer, so I want to give him credit, but I do think that the metaphor is often at times used irresponsibly.
Yeah, like I said, if you interpret it as an analogy for a Nazi Germany, then it is kind of problematic. But if you like take it for like what it is, then I don't really see that, and I don't think it's supposed to be a direct analogy.
I do think he does make it clear that the problem is not. It's not about like he's not saying that Jewish people are bad or like anything like. He's just saying that we have a tendency. I think the message of season 4, or what I get from it, is that we have a tendency to, and in some ways this is where Israel is relevant. We have a tendency to cast off tragedies and other things that are outside of our little bubble. We have a tendency to judge people by the country and not by the individual, and just cast off people from a place we've never even been to. Because you notice, like, the people in Marley, they're constantly saying, like, the island devils. Like, it's a terrible island. Everybody there is evil. Which, in some ways, that's how people talk about, like, the Middle East here in America. Where it's like, like, they're all just monsters, and they don't even know any of them.
Yeah, I think that's, like, one of the main themes of season 4 is what happens when we other people, when we create us versus them dynamics.
When we eat up propaganda and we just go off of that and don't actually try to venture out and try to talk to people, meet people, or anything like that. How easy it is to just kind of cast off another country as deserving of the horrible things happening to them when you don't actually know any of them and you've never met any of them.
Yeah, it's so easy to succumb to in-group nationalist thought.
Which is why I respect that it makes the ballsy decision to now focus, like, fuck Aaron, fuck all of them. We're not going to focus on them yet. We're going to come back to that. Instead, we're going to focus on a few of these honorary Eldian kid soldiers and see the cruel practices of Marley. And it's kind of like a mix of slice of life and like military drama.
Yeah, I really liked that too. I can't believe we've like just gotten to this.
Well, it's with how with how controversial the show is. I just felt like I had to butter it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So
but I think it's really interesting. So for the first like at least 6 episodes of this season, it's entirely from the perspective of the Eldians in Marley. It's like a complete perspective shift. We don't even know what's happening on Paradise Island, what happened before this.
So to bring it back to the again the Palestine thing, it literally starts with them finishing a war against like what looks like some sort of like Arabic or Middle Eastern culture of some kind. And them concluding the war with them. And like they even have this part where, Zeke comes down on a blimp and he drops a bunch of Eldians who are all injected with the stuff. He shouts and they're all turned into Titans. And it's like on the one hand, it's like, well, actually I'm going to get into that issue later, but they got blimps. They got like tanks. They got there's like so much war shit, like high tech shit that
Yeah, very World War II tech.
which like, you know, up until now you've believed this to be like a medieval series, so that was a shocker. But yeah, it just starts with this war between Marley and I don't remember what the fictional country is called. I'm just gonna say fucking the Middle East, I guess.
Yeah. Basically.
And like we learn about Falco. He's kind of a good-natured kid. There's like a part where he's trying to save one of the enemies. Like they're injured, he tries to treat their wounds, and then they start saying in Arabic, like, "Don't fucking touch me, you devil, you monster." So that kind of emphasizes that the oppression of Eldians has not just come from Marley. They didn't invent oppression against Eldians. It's like the entire world. Everyone hates Eldians.
Yeah.
Which again does add to like the Jewish metaphor, because the world's kind of been shitty to Jewish people for a really, really fucking long time. They've been getting kicked out of their homes for like all of history, even before World War II. So there's that.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about Gabby?
Yeah, I think I do. So Gabby is a bit of a hotshot character. She thinks that she's the stuff.
She thinks she's her.
And she's like more determined than anyone to prove her worth to Marley, because she wants to inherit the armored Titan, and she's determined to prove herself in battle to make that happen.
Speaking of the armor, Reiner's back. He came back from the Paradise Island. He went back to Marley, even though he failed. So this touches a bit on that. We're going to talk about him in a minute, but yeah, he's back.
So people really hate Gabby for some reasons we'll mention later, but for now, mostly because she totally like gobbles
she's annoying.
Marleyan propaganda.
She's annoying as fuck in the first few episodes, but it is also kind of charming because it's like she literally like tries to talk their basically. So we talked about Keith Chavez. There's a Marleyan version of him named McGath.
Yeah.
And he's the drill sergeant over here. And she basically is like, convinces him like, okay, I have a plan. Can you let me go out there? And he's like, and like take off my armband. And he's like, no. Okay, we're gonna send some soldiers out there. And she's like, oh my god, I'm so touched that you value me so much that you would rather sacrifice a bunch of men instead of me. And then he's like, fucking shut up, just go. So
yeah, she's got spunk, you know what?
Yeah. And so go ahead.
She is like a little bit immature and a little annoying at times, but she's also like a child.
Yeah.
I feel like people forget that when they talk about her.
I do think she's annoying, but I feel like she develops enough at a reasonable pace that like it's so much better than like Eren, who is like obnoxious for 3 seasons and then out of nowhere locks the fuck in. We don't even get to see Eren's development like in its entirety. It's like off screen and then kind of just cut to later. And that's a whole other can of worms that I can't even begin to go into. But Gabby, like, her introduction is she's really smart. She has like one bomb thing and she keeps it hidden behind her. She's running. She doesn't wear the armband. And they're thinking about, like, should we kill her? I don't know. She's not wearing an armband. I don't think she's an Eldian. And they're like, well, she came from, like, the Eldian whatever. But he's like, she could be a casualty.
Yeah. She's
so
like taking her uniform off, too. So she kind of looks like a civilian, just like a girl who's been stranded.
They can't really decide, should I kill her or not? And while they're debating that, she fucking pretends to fall. And then grabs the bomb, waits until the train, because they have an anti-Titan train that makes it hard for the Titans to get in, waits for it to get to the right point, and then tosses the bomb at it and blows it up. And then runs the fuck back. It's actually kind of funny. Like, she gets, like, hype as, like, she pops off. She's like, let's go! And then she starts, like, running back while they're shooting at her. And it's, like, the most, like, comically over the top. You can sense that she's kind of immature. She is smart. She is composed. She is a good warrior. But she's very, very immature. She's very hot-headed and arrogant. And then you got, like, 2 other kids that are with them. They're just kind of there. Zofia and Udo.
Yeah, they're not as important. I'm like struggling to think about like any personality trait of theirs.
Well,
Like Udo, the guy, I guess he's got like a bit of a temper.
he's kind of autistic. Like there's a part where he's like going on and on and on about Gabby getting like the armor titan and how frustrated he is with this whole situation, and he's like tugging at fucking Falco. And
Blackos.
he's just like choking him basically, and he's not even paying attention to what he's doing. He has like no boundary, like he doesn't. He has like no concept of personal space, and he's kind of dumb. Zofia is like more of like a quiet, like kind of goofy. I guess like a better version of Annie. Where
Yeah, she's got that like neutral, negative kind of vibe.
The deadpan like character.
Yeah.
And so after this mission, we celebrate. We get a little bit of cute, like slice of life, where they go to a carnival, and there's all this cute stuff happening. We get to learn a little bit about Falco. He like makes a friend. We'll talk about that friend towards the end of this session, but we get to kind of see the day-to-day life, and we basically get to understand that yes, okay, we've established that the Marlians are cruel to the Eldians, but we also get kind of a confusing segment where it's like, but they're not all cruel. Like, it's not all bad. There's actually good people here.
Yeah, that I do like that I guess carnival scene, and it's like establishing like life is not like strictly terrible. They do have fun. They do kid things.
There's like a part where they have to be like waiters and waitresses for like a party. That is being held by a rich guy named Tiber. We'll talk about him in a minute. And one of them accidentally spills a drink on this woman. This is an Asian woman. She's like clearly just this universe's version of Japan. Because, of course, I mean, he has to implement his own culture into the mix. And so she accidentally spills wine on one of them. And then... Or no, not she. It's Udo. Udo did it. And he's like freaking... He's like freaking the fuck out. He's like, oh god, because like you gotta keep in mind, everybody hates Eldians. They're so used to being oppressed that they're scared that like they're gonna get killed or like arrested or beaten or something. And then she like steps in, like another guy's about to get mad on her behalf, and she steps in. She's like, oh, how clumsy of me. And she's like actually kind to them. She plays a bigger role later, but you do see that she is kind of like an empathetic, like kind person, and she does value Eldians for some reason, even though everybody else seems to think that they're the spawn of the fucking devil. So we do maintain that like constant like, okay, Eldians have it hard, but it isn't all bad. They do have their moments. The part where they're on the train and Gabby and the soldiers are all like fucking just having a grand time, and soldiers are all drunk and they're like holding her up in the air. They're like, yeah. It is cute.
Those are good moments, and I appreciate that it takes that time to focus just on these Eldian characters in Marley and like their life and their character. And I think that was a really good writing choice, especially when we learn more about Reiner and the other characters we've seen before.
Yeah. There's so much to this. One character that was like a new character, kind of, they were in season 3 that I was pretty ecstatic about. I did not expect to want to fuck that ugly duck thing. I did not expect a bad bitch to come out of that thing. And it's actual best girl.
PX fiction.
I love her, and it's not even just because she's hot. I mean, because she is, but she's fucking funny as hell. Like the introduction of her scene,
she's quirky though.
is Porco, who okay, you got Porco. Porco is the Jaw Titan now, because what happened is they took Ymir back, and we don't even get to see it really, but Porco turned into a Titan and ate her. Which I think was, I mean, I get it, like, Ymir's character arc is kind of over, but, like, I just felt like it didn't do enough justice to her. It is kind of her death, after all.
Yeah.
but all it is like he just literally says like, what a pathetic woman, and then it cuts to her looking sad while he's about to eat her, which I just felt like, come on, man. Like, she was the reason I got into this series. She was the reason I cared about it in the first place. You're just gonna do that.
It would have been cool to see more of her, but I feel like it's kind of what I expected to happen to her.
No, yeah, and she basically exits the narrative because Ymir ends up meeting a whole different character. So Porco, you know, he's now the Jaw Titan, and he comes back to the place where they do military strategies, and he just sees Piek just on the ground on all fours, because, you know, it's like the cart Titan, like that's just what comes natural for her. She likes sitting like that, and he like scares the shit out of him, and I thought.
The most screen capped moment in anime.
I mean, yeah, for different reasons, but basically to describe their dynamic, like Porco's kind of an asshole, like a smug dick.
Yeah, so Porco's Reiner's brother, right?
No, Porco was the brother of the guy that was with Reiner.
Oh wait, no, that's right. But Porco and Reiner knew each other when they were kids.
Yeah.
And Porco thinks he's so much better than Reiner.
He's like Reiner's rival.
He lets him know.
I mean, I think Aaron's Reiner's rival, but Porco is like Reiner's rival before it was cool.
Because he resents Reiner for being the one who inherited the armored Titan, and he's like, "Oh, if I had the armored Titan, we wouldn't be here. I would have gotten the founding Titan. I would have completed the mission."
We're gonna touch more on that when we get to part 2 of the season, but yeah, there's like a whole dynamic there where Porco really fucking resents Reiner because he was bitter that he didn't get to go on the mission and Reiner did. But now he's kind of being an asshole to Reiner, where he's like, "Heh, you failed and you had to come back, bitch." And he's kind of just throwing it seems like an asshole because he's just throwing all of his mistakes back into his face. Piek is just like the sweetest woman ever. She's a very like level-headed,
just chilling.
She's a very like sleep-deprived, level-headed woman. She always kind of knows what to do in a bind. And she's very kind to other people, which is so funny when you consider that she's partially complicit in like most of the deaths of major characters. Like she was the one who supplied the Beast Titan with rocks, so she's in some ways she's complicit in Erwin's death.
Yeah, Piek has such a great personality. Like she doesn't have the most complex backstory or the most like layers to her, but like she's charming. But
she is still given depth.
She's got personality.
She is still given depth. I mean, she kind of reigns true to the like just following orders mentality of like, I don't trust my own government, but I do trust my comrades. I trust the people that are closest to me. That's kind of what her whole shtick is. And you know, she might have killed Erwin, but a real man forgives a woman's sins.
So true.
I love her. She doesn't get like a lot of depth compared to all the other characters, but she is best girl. And I think that her dynamic with Porco, she likes to bully Porco a lot. Like she I think she calls him Poco or something, and she just bullies him a lot and gets on his nerves.
Yeah.
I like her dynamic with Gabby and Falco as well, like the kids. She's very kind to them.
Yeah, she sort of takes on that like elder sister role for them, which is also what Reiner does. So like we cut back to Reiner, and so he clearly is kind of like their adopted big brother functionally. Like he's looking out for them, and it's interesting to see that because we haven't like seen any like relationships that Reiner has had with other people other than just
yeah, that was the most meaningful part. I guess we can skip to Reiner for a minute. That part, oh my god, it crushed me. It fucking, like, I did not expect to, like, I liked Reiner in season 1. I kind of hated him in season 2 and 3 because then it was revealed he was a piece of shit, and it was like really hard to see. And also he kept having like, he should not be alive. This man has died like 5 fucking times. I swear to God.
I transferred my to my spinal cord.
Reiner, when he's alive, Reiner when he survives a nuclear bomb, it's okay. He transferred his consciousness to a root underground. But this like Reiner characterization, you get to kind of see why he did the things he did, and it's heavy. It's really fucking heavy because he basically keeps going back over his backstory, how he was so desperate for like acceptance. He so badly wanted to be like admired. He wanted to be a hero that he became obsessed with it. He wanted to do it to get back with his family because his dad walked out on him and his mom. And his mom is a self-hating Eldian, cursing her own bloodline and all that. And then
and his dad's a Marleyan.
So he tries to become an honorary Eldian, and he thinks, okay, maybe my dad will accept me now. But once he meets his dad does not give him the acceptance he craves. And on top of that, he learns he didn't even earn this. The fucking once they find
Porco's brother
basically tells him like, so like I manipulated the situation because I didn't want my brother to die. And so basically Reiner's lost everything because all of the reasons he'd started this journey in the first place, they're all gone. So anybody else,
he's such a tragic character.
And you know, anybody else, they would turn back, but now it's like his pride is on the line. He has nothing left but to prove himself. And so he uses this as a means of like, I have to prove myself. And as if things couldn't get bad enough, we've got all this together, but then Porco's brother gets eaten by Ymir. And so they fucking run away. And then it's like, oh my God, it's such a fucking good scene where like he's like, what do we do? They're freaking out. And then Annie's like, we're going back home. And then he's like, no, we can't, they'll kill us. And she's like, well, we could just tell them that you fucked up and then they'll kill you and let us live. And then Reiner makes a good point where he's like, we're Eldians. They're not going to forgive you for failing just as much as they're not going to forgive me for failing. Like, we're all fucked. We have to do this.
Then Annie starts beating his ass.
Yeah. And it's so funny. I will say it is kind of like comedic because she turns around, gets ready to leave, and then he's like suddenly just out of nowhere like standing up, and he's covered in blood. He looks like a monster. And that's kind of when he developed a second personality, one of which was like a psychotic bastard. Yeah. I kind of, I'm a little pedantic about this because the two personality trope in most TV shows is almost never done correctly. And the reason is because like people don't understand how it works. That's something you develop when you are like really, really young. Like really young, like kindergarten level.
Yeah.
And I've never seen that portrayed at all, except maybe Grimmer. Grimmer's the only instance I've seen that realistically portrayed.
It's really popular trope, but it's rarely done like realistically.
From that element, like him just developing it while he's a teenager, that's not how that works. Maybe he had it all along and we just didn't know. That's, you could make that argument. But in terms of the psychology aspect of it, they knock it out of the park. I mean, they did in season 2 when they first depicted that he had it, because it's like he kind of just thoughtlessly switches between the personalities and then has to kind of like, it's not like,
it's like it's his response to like the extreme guilt that he feels.
People kind of go ahead.
Because the tragedy is, he goes in thinking these people are his enemies, but as he becomes part of the scouts, as he infiltrates them, it becomes really obvious to him that these people are just people like he is, and he's just done terrible things to them, and he's about to do even worse.
And that contradiction basically splits him into two personalities. The one that he's pretending to be, and then the one that he is told he needs to be by Marley. So the Marleyan side of him and the Eldian side of him are clashing with each other all the time.
And at the end of season 3, he's failed to retrieve the founding Titan. So all of this effort's kind of been for nothing. And like he's just crushed by that. He's just by the time we see him in season 4, he's kind of a broken man.
All he has left anymore are just the people that he killed, the lives that he claimed. That's it. He doesn't have it. He didn't. At best, he fixed his own mistake by getting the Jaw Titan back, but that's it. And I mean, that's you're not gaining anything. You lost something and then regained it. So he didn't really achieve anything when he went to the Paradis. And, you know, it's also kind of difficult because he hasn't been back home with his mother and his family since he was a kid. Like, he returns back as a grown man. It's like a stranger coming back from war, which is like a real issue that we have, where war tears people away from their families and then they come back and it's like it's a completely different person. But you can see that he's really like uncomfortable and out of his element because they're like, how terrible was it, Reiner? And then he's like trying to identify one single terrible thing the Eldians did, and it's nothing. Like he starts telling a story about how Sasha,
the potato
thing, and they're just kind of confused because they're like, you mean you weren't like tortured? It wasn't like a hell island? Like they were just that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, he's talking about like completely innocuous personality flaws.
That's kind of what he's had to grapple with. And it's like Gabby is kind of a sequel to that in some ways, or like a correlation with that, because she basically has the exact same arc as Reiner, which I think does emphasize the whole the theme of like children are the future and the cycle repeating and all of that. That's a big part of this too.
Yeah. So like at one point, I mean, he almost attempts like suicide.
I feel bad because like it was a really depressing scene where he was like literally like he had the gun in his mouth on the verge of like I'm gonna end it because I don't deserve to live. I've killed people. I'm a terrible person. What's touching is that Falco still cares for him, and like he does know he's done horrible things because he went to war, but he doesn't grasp fully the weight of what he's done. All he knows is that he cares about Reiner, and in fact, Reiner doesn't pull the trigger because he hears the kids outside, and then he thinks, okay, if I have my sins, but I gotta live, I can't just die, because I do have people that care for me, even though I am an irredeemable man who has done like morally reprehensible shit.
Yeah, I like there's a moment early on when he's talking to Falco, and Falco's like having basically second thoughts about the whole going to war thing to become honorary Marlians. He's like, stop that. What are you here for? To be a warrior. And he makes him like spewed it out. And it sounds really cold-hearted at first, but then you realize that like he's trying to help Falco save Gabby from becoming the armored Titan.
Yeah. Which is, by the way, the only reason Falco has a crush on Gabby. He really, really likes her, and he doesn't want her to die. So he wants to get the armored Titan so that he can save her from having to shorten her lifespan. Because as we established in the last season, your lifespan is shortened when you take the Titan, when you eat a Titan. Zaz.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is like, so all like I said, it's a tragic scene. I burst out laughing when I saw him like his saliva on the gun. He was like deep throating that shit.
It is like a really funny image out of context.
Okay, so I
but
guess
yeah, like that's the thing so like Falco and Gabby, the kids are like the last thing keeping him tied to this world. It's like incredible how much characterization they all get. And we're talking about like what, 3 or 4 episodes?
Yeah, that's the thing about that like surprised the ever-loving fuck out of me was like, I understood it thoroughly, but it's so fucking dense. It's like novels upon novels of depth just in like a couple episodes. We haven't even gotten to like the second half of the season yet. And that's why we have to split this video into 5 sessions. There's so much to talk about that it's like it's difficult to extrapolate it all.
He did not cook. He burned down the kitchen.
So I guess from here, we kind of skipped over Theo and Tiber and Helios. We'll talk about that in a second, because actually that does relate to Eren and that whole thing. So we'll wait till we get there to talk about that. Since we're talking about Reiner, we can talk about Annie, Bertolt, and I get the little bit of like context for Ymir we got through Marcel. The very, very tiny bit.
Yes.
So there's like a part during the backstory that does get elaborated on later, where we see Annie stepping on, I think it was like a butterfly or like a caterpillar. No, it was a caterpillar or a grasshopper. It was like some sort of like bug creature, and it like tore its wings off with her feet, and that is sort of symbolically a metaphor for the way in which the Eldians have had their freedom stripped from them, where they're treated as nothing but just a bug in the dirt. They've been trampled over. That also correlates with what happens at the end of the series with people getting trampled over. The rumbling, we all know it became one of the most iconic things in anime. But that kind of also correlates with the rumbling.
And also, she's kind of a freak.
Yeah, I mean,
she's kind of freaky like that. Rumbling is coming.
So I think I believe it was a grasshopper. I think.
Was it? I cannot remember what particular animal she was messing with.
Fuck. I'll go into that when I get to Annie's character, because we learn more about her at the end of the show. But it just keep kind of a pin in that it's like kind of a correlation with the rumbling, but also just a metaphor for their situation in which they're basically being trampled on by the Marleyan government and treated as nothing more than an insignificant bug. And the fact that the wings were detached from it means that their freedom has been stolen from them for things that are not their fault. You get a little bit of context for Bertolt. He liked Annie a lot. There's like this part where they go in, once they finally make it to Parody, Annie's basically the one doing all of the stealth missions. She almost gets caught by our goat from season 3.
She's back.
We see him a little bit. This scene was a little confusing because he's talking like she says like, "You're my dad," and then he's like going along with it. But I guess that she's not actually his daughter.
I think what happens is he says, "You're my long lost dad," and he calls her bluff, and then she like attacks him, and then he starts like taunting her like, "Yeah, that's no way to treat your dad."
Yeah, very Kenny.
And he's just a silly guy. He's full of joyous whimsy.
It still just kind of makes me like, does he know? Like, surely he has to know that, like, Marley exists.
Does he know? We may never know if he knows.
Does he know? So it was nice to see him again, but it didn't really add much to this whole stretch. I don't know thematically what the purpose of bringing him back was. There's also like a reference to like a plague that happened forever ago. This series drops these little nuggets of world building across the thing that you can miss like really, really easily. Like, did you even know about the plague?
I actually have completely forgotten about the plague.
There was like a whole plague that happened that off screen before the events of season 1 that we don't get to know much about. And I'm just like, I don't know. That feels like that could be like it's the reason they went underground. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there could be we need more like spinoffs, you know what?
It might have even been what killed Levi's mom.
Well, I know that the Ackermans went underground because, they were running from the government.
I don't know, like, that's the thing about Attack on Titan world building, is that so many parts of it are so vague and so subtle that it's like just a little nugget of world building just dropped in the middle of an episode that I'll notice it on rewatch, but it's not significant enough that I'll even remember it.
Yeah. Some of it we get a lot of detail on, but some of it is also like open to like interpretation or theorizing, and that's always nice.
Either way, kind of the highlight of this backstory, for me at least, was that they meet a man, and the man kind of shares his sorrows with them, where he basically says, and in some ways he kind of correlates with Reiner and the others, where he says that they were attacked by Titans, and he left his family to die at the hands of Titans. And so this is a confusing time for all of these characters, because, one, this is supposed to be the Hell Island, but here we have a man feeling guilty for his mistakes,
Oh my God, I'm so happy that you reminded me of this season, that scene for two reasons. Like one, what's really cool about that is I didn't realize the first time I watched it, but they copied him. That was the story that Reiner told Aaron about when back in season one when they were in training camp. He used the story that old man told him as like his story for why he's joining, what his experience is with the Titans.
Might I add real quick, which also in some ways correlates with, taking the memories of the dead and applying them to yourself, which is what the Titan forms do. How you get access to the previous user's memories. It's kind of what he did in a way. Is he took the
Yeah,
memory, and in some ways you could say it's to keep the man in his memory. In others, you could say it's like a selfish way of trying to just like cover his ass. I also think
yeah,
in some ways he relates and resonates with his guilt. And so that's why he took that story, was because in some ways it's similar to his own.
yeah. Because like at the end, they're talking to each other, and they're like, "Why did that guy tell us all that?" And I can't remember who said it, but they're like, "I think he wanted to be judged. He wanted someone to judge him for his sins," and that's like that parallels so closely with Reiner.
Which is exactly what happens with fucking Reiner. And again, he's
And
like
there's
the
like
perfect.
there's layers.
This is
There's
so
layers,
fucking
dude,
good.
and I completely
It's so
forgot about
fucking
that scene too.
This is it's so fucking good. And it's also funny talking about this since we just talked about Elfen Lied like not that long ago.
Do not bring up
like
Elfen
it
Lied
is
in
like
this sacred
insane.
place.
You really start to appreciate like writing like this, as flimsy as it can get, because like it is leagues. Like now that I've seen what the worst of the worst is, it's like I appreciate it even more.
Yeah, like there's so many parallels going on here.
You said two
And
reasons. What was the second one that you were glad I brought it
that
up?
was my second reason. The
Oh.
whole he wanted to be judged thing.
Yeah. So that's, like Reiner's backstory was fantastic. It made him one of my all-time favorites. We kind of learn that Reiner and like what I find so interesting is that basically Reiner and Eren are rivals. Like at first you're kind of led to believe that like Reiner's rivals with Porco, and like Eren's rivals with John, but those are like harmless like friend rivalries. But Eren and Reiner are like polar opposites and complete enemies. They're basically like the Guts Griffith dynamic, or the Light L dynamic of this series.
Yeah. But then there's also the parallels between them and how like Eren relates to Reiner in a way. But we can't. I'm gonna talk about that when we get to that one episode.
We're on that now. Eren's the next.
Oh, are we going straight? Are we going straight to that? What about we didn't talk about Tiber.
Well, that's relevant to what I'm gonna talk about.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
go
as
ahead.
we've been getting the slice of life stuff, Falco has been forming a bond with a man at the mental hospital for soldiers suffering from PTSD. And Eren is there, but he's going by the name of Kruger, because that's the name of the man who saved his father and gave him the Attack Titan in the first place. If you remember that part when Kruger said, "You gotta save Armin and Mikasa," and he's like, "Who?" And then he's like, "Strange. Whose memories are those?" So this is
Don't worry about it.
This is kind of explaining that. There's this fantastic scene that we get before we even learn that this is Eren, because you're not told outright this is Eren. We already kind of put two and two together from the get-go, because who the fuck else could
once
it
you
be?
hear his voice, it's hard
It's hard to hide it. Yeah.
avoid it. Yeah.
And also he says keep moving forward. Like only those, like, is it another, like, okay. He says that he has this great fucking speech where he's talking about diving into hell and then diving beyond that hell, and it's like, is it another hell, or will you eventually reach a light at the end of the tunnel or something like that? Only those who keep moving forward will know. And that kind of becomes the basis for his philosophy moving on, is keep moving forward, keep going forward, keep moving. It's the Kanye song, keep moving forward.
It was bars.
But there's so fucking many layers to Eren's character. He's like one of the messiest like villains ever written. I like him because I find him fascinating. I don't think he's like a slam dunk in terms of villain, but I think he is an interesting character to say the least.
He's got a lot going on. He is, and that we're gonna talk about him more, but that really shocked me watching the season as well.
Just the fact that because up until season 1, 2, 3, he's been a basic sheet of paper.
Yeah, he's been very bland, generic shonen protagonist.
Yeah, except a little more obnoxiously like 13-year-old's edgy OC, where he hates the Titans and he goes on edgelord rants about how much he hates the Titans. I did not expect this much depth to be added to him, but it's like he has become an entity, just a complete entity. And I don't think he's like the greatest character ever. He's about a Homelander tier for me, but he is a good-ass villain. I think.
But anyway, I do like these conversations that Aaron has with Falco, because Falco thinks he's just like the mental hospital patient.
Yeah, he
asks Falco to send some letters to his family.
Yeah, we eventually learn that those letters are, I mean, they're to his family, but but for a different purpose because it's back to parody. But what's also fascinating is there's a specific conversation that Aaron has that a lot of people might miss. Whenever I show this to people, they always miss it, or they don't understand the significance of it because they forget who the guy is. But Aaron he meets his grandpa basically on a bench. The old man's like, "You should stop talking to that boy. It's trouble. It's no good. You're gonna get in trouble." And then Aaron starts, talking to him, getting to know him. Aaron knows who he is. He knows that it's his grandpa. He knows that it's the man who, when his dad's sister got mauled by a dog, had no shame and just fucking started sucking up to the Marlians who killed his fucking daughter. And just started going full Blair White mode of just being like, yes, we're horrible. We deserved it. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I let my children get out of it. You can kill all of us if you like, just basically being a fucking like pathetic piece of shit. And like when you saw that, you related a lot to like Grisha. You related a lot to Grisha's anger, his like rage, because like that is such an infuriating like all you did was just venture out beyond the walls. Your sister fucking dies and your dad is sitting here just sucking their dick like and just being like a pathetic pansy. So the reason Aaron's doing this is in some ways he's gained his father's memories. He's got more clarity on them. He's kind of doing this to give himself closure, or to give his father closure, I guess. So he talks to him and has the old man kind of confess his sins. And we then start to see, and it's so insane because it's like he literally just developed this character in 2 scenes, but he made him such a meaningful character because he starts to express severe regret for the way he acted when his daughter died. He was just trying to survive. Yeah. That's all he was trying to do, was just survive and keep the rest of his family safe from Marleyan oppression. But that has always stayed his biggest regret, and he has a fucking like psychotic meltdown, and like it's kind of hard. It's like I got like my hairs were standing.
That was kind of like a funny twist because he's wearing a doctor's uniform and you think he's one of the hospital staff, but he's actually one of the patients.
Yeah, and I don't know if maybe that's symbolic of like to his character of like he seemed like he was supposed to be like a parent, but instead he was just defined by his Eldianness or something. I don't know, but. Or like how we're learning that, we thought he didn't care, but he actually really, really did.
Yeah.
But just that scene was so fucking like crazy. It was just so tense because it's like just that moment of like him having a panic attack. He must have been having them a lot over the years since it happened, but you can see that the poor girl getting mauled by dogs was like one of his biggest regrets.
Yeah. And then you can also like draw a parallel between him and Grisha, and how Grisha, like the way that he treats Zeke is really similar, just in the like opposite direction. He's trying to raise Zeke to be this radical.
And we go more in depth to that at the end of part 1. But we're still
there's definitely a generational trauma thing going on there.
Yeah. So basically what happens is Aaron has he so what you got Theo McGath, who I mentioned, and then you got Tiber. And Tiber is about to perform a play where I think he's going to announce war on Parody Island. They're finally ready to go back and attack Parody Island again. However, Tiber knows that Aaron is not only he not only knows Aaron is here and just doesn't know where he is. He knows Aaron's going to kill him during the speech, but he has to go through with it anyway because it's going to further serve the purpose of we need to kill them. Like, because Aaron's going to prove our point.
Yeah. To unite the world against the Paradise Island.
And so he during the play, he has this statue of this hero named Helios, and he admits openly, this was a lie. We made this up. This didn't actually happen. We gaslit you.
Yeah. Can I kind of rewind on some of the backstory with Tiber?
Yeah.
So Tiber is sort of like the symbolic head of state of Marley in a sense, because he's the descendant of this mythical hero Helios, who supposedly defeated the Eldian Empire and saved people from the tyranny of the Titans. And so that's why, like, his lineage, they're kind of like a royal family. And it's another case where I feel like this is something that makes Marley pretty clearly distinct from like Nazi Germany, because Nazi Germany was like a dictatorship. There was one strong man at the top who was Adolf Hitler. I think Marley is more of like an oligarchy, and Tiber's more of like a symbolic head of state. Honestly, like the government of Paradise Island, the way that Historia, her role there, they're kind of similar in that regard. That's my take on the politics of Marley.
That's a pretty good take. So we're gonna kind of cut it like right at the cliffhanger, because I mean it's kind of an insane cliffhanger that's about to come up. But basically, he's given this speech. He's talking about that. He's talking about Helios. Helios is kind of a thematic tool, who initially is like it's set up as just the lie that he told in order to unite the world and have them all face against Parody, which he then admits was a lie. But then Helios then over the course of the season shifts in its intention, where basically it becomes who's going to stop Aaron rather than who's going to stop Parody. And so kind of, in my opinion, I think that the true Helios in this series are like our heroes, like Reiner and Armin and all of them. They kind of end up being Helios, and Aaron kind of like, not to like spoil, but I mean, come on, this is a review. You should already have seen it already. Aaron kind of props them up to be Helios, the true Helios of this world. Which I think is just interesting. I love that they keep Helios as like a thematic tool through this whole season. That's actually something I didn't pick up on, but now that you mention it, I vibe with that. Basically, as he's given this speech, this play, whatever the fuck you want to call it, Aaron is underneath the rafters. I also think, just side note, there's like black people in this audience, and there's like, you know, like Muslim people in the audience, and like all different kinds of races and ethnicities. Something that Attack on Titan has had none of up until now. Like, I guess the blackest person was fucking Dot Pixis. So that's kind of crazy, but they did reference race in season 1, where Dot Pixis said that we used to have wars about race. So this is kind of what that's about.
Does he know?
Yeah. No, that was, yeah. But either way, Aaron's underneath.
Yes. So can I talk a little bit about this?
Aaron starts gooning on camera.
That's not what happened. Okay, so like Falco basically invites Reiner underground to see his friend, and then when Reiner gets down there, he hears Aaron's voice, and he's like, "Oh, that's Aaron."
Yeah.
And Aaron, I love what Aaron says. Like he just kind of casually says, "Yeah, this is a nice spot, isn't it? You know, below this residential building, close to the stage." And there's that implied threat that he can transform at any time
Yeah, he's even got
and
like
cause havoc.
blood on his hand.
Like he's taken the whole building hostage, basically.
Yeah, his hand is cut, so he's got the mark. He's showing it to Reiner, basically saying like, "I can transform at any time. I've got the injury. I just need the motivation." But also, you know, there's that symbolic of like he's got blood on his hands, or he's about to have blood on his hands. Basically, like what's so good about this whole stretch here is that Aaron's like composed. He seems like he's, you know, he knows what he's doing. He's very scary because he's very unpredictable because he finally has control of the situation. And
yes,
Reiner shows up. He's like, oh my God, like you are like the last person I need to see right now because Reiner's already got mad baggage. This is like the last person he wants to see. It's basically revealed that Aaron had Falco sending letters to his comrades who are about to invade this place. And on top of that, so now Falco is complicit in the soon to be fall of Marley. But what's more interesting about the scene is the conversation he has with Reiner, where he basically...
Oh, I really want to talk about this.
Well, let me just say, where he basically says, "I'm just like you," which I think gives us some insight into his motivations.
Yeah. So this is such an interesting conversation to me. It's happening while Tiber is giving his speech, but the whole time, Aaron is like offering excuses to Reiner. He's telling him, "Oh, you were raised on propaganda. Oh, I guess you didn't have a choice if it was to save the world, right? You were a kid. How could you know any better?"
You just wanted acceptance.
Reiner ends up rejecting all of them, and he breaks down and he says, you know, he knew it was wrong. He knew he shouldn't have done it, but he did it. And he knew that his friends, his comrades wanted to just leave, but he forced them to go through with the plan just because he wanted to be respected. He wanted to have people's admiration, to be considered a hero. It was entirely selfish reasons, and that's what like breaks him.
And so that motivation of like, I know this is wrong, but I'm going to do it anyway. That is the crux of Aaron's character, because as he's been in Marley, he has made friends. He's lived in the PTSD mental hospital. He's met kind people like Falco. He's met like rotten people, like the guy that there's like a scene where he and a bunch of other PTSD soldiers are lined up, and one of the Marleyan soldiers shouts like "bang" and scares the shit out of all of them because they're all like traumatized from war, and he doesn't take that very seriously at all. And so that's kind of a glimpse of what we get of like Aaron's motivations. We get more of it much later, and I'll talk about that when we'll cross that bridge when it gets there. But it is interesting that is kind of the crux of Aaron's motivation too, is I know this is bad. I know this is wrong. I know what I'm doing will hurt a lot of innocent people.
People who are just like me.
But I want to see it. I want to see it. That's it.
Yes. And that's what he really means by "you and I are the same." And it's really interesting because there's two layers to this conversation. Like from Reiner's perspective, Aaron is saying that we're the same because he thinks Reiner is like a victim of propaganda, and that's why he's saying that they're the same. And what Aaron actually means is like, no, I know what I'm doing is wrong, just like you do. And
I'm getting to know the people that I'm getting to know the people that I'm going to exterminate, and I'm going to exterminate them not for my country, not for my friends, but for myself because I want to. That's kind of the soul.
There's like this twisted empathy that Aaron has for Reiner, and it's so good.
And what I also find very, very interesting about this stretch as well is that for just a brief moment, like Reiner, I mean, he gets on his hands and knees, he cries, He practically begs Eren to kill him because he doesn't think he deserves to live. He's so like up until now, it's just been he's been so close to his breaking point, but he's just been trying to keep it together, living with the guilt of the horrible things he's done. And then Eren comes along, reminds him of the things he did, asks him, "Why did you kill my mother?" And then that's his breaking point. He's like, "I can't do this anymore. Like, just kill me, please. Like, I can't live with the horrible things I've done." And then for a brief moment, Eren seems kind. He like gives his hand and he's like, "It's okay. Like, I forgive you." And that was genuine. I think he did truly forgive Reiner, because I don't think he's doing this for any personal reason or any grudge against the people he's killing. He's doing this for himself.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he tells Reiner. Reiner thinks he's there to get revenge.
But in a way,
Eren's like, nah, you can forget I said all that.
But in a way, like that's what's funny too, is like Reiner, he mentions that Eren said in a previous season, "I'm gonna, tear you apart limb by limb. I'm gonna fucking kill you." And then Eren's like, "Oh, I did say that at one point." That's what I love about this, is that it emphasizes like he's not running on rage anymore. He's running on obligation. Like, he's doing this out of obligation because he feels like he has to. That's it. There's no other personal reason behind it. That moment where he reaches out his hand, shortly after Reiner takes his hand, he then activates and turns into a Titan, and then Reiner quickly like oh shit, and like reaches over for Falco, trying to protect him. And I like that brief moment because it's like, for a brief moment, he's like, maybe we can put aside our differences and be friends again, in the same way that Reiner was towards Eren, where he had lied to him and said like, we're friends, we're comrades, only to stab him in the back. Eren kind of does the same thing to him in that brief moment.
Yeah.
He tries to offer him the forgiveness he so badly wants, and then he strips that away from him.
Yeah, and just the execution of this scene is just off the charts.
It's like one of the best fucking scenes the entire, like, it's so good. The tension, the build up,
suspense. Yeah, and it builds up, and then finally it climaxes with Eren's like transformation. It's like horrifying to watch in the most satisfying way possible.
So we get kind of like some context on Tiber. Like you said, you went over his backstory, but we also get some moments leading up to his death where he's accepting his death. I thought some of it was kind of boring and tacky because, like, you see his family is kind of like dumb and obnoxious, and they're crying over him. There's like a part where he's talking to Theo, and they're talking about the Warhammer Titan, and then he's like, "The Warhammer Titan is among us." Either way, they've got the Warhammer Titan. It turns out it's his maid. And so that will be the focus of what we start in on the next session, is that basically Eren, he transforms into a Titan, he kills everyone in the building, and then he eats Tiber and kills him. And then this is when the Warhammer Titan has to step out, because upon him doing that, I mean, rocks went flying everywhere. He killed a bunch of people. He killed Zofia by accident. And like, she gets crushed with a fucking rock like instantly. And then now it's like Eren versus the Jaw Titan and the Warhammer Titan, and that will be kind of, we're gonna have to cut it here because this is this is where the notes.
I just want to say, this is so good, and the Attack Titan looks so like monstrous in this episode. Just beautifully well done. Kudos to
season 4 is like solid as fuck. It's like basically they took the Erwin episode level of writing and then just like, let's just do this for the rest of the series. That's kind of the feeling I get from this season. It's fan fucking tastic, and we have only scratched the surface of what we can talk about for this.
It's PX fiction.
I'm gonna cut. Welcome back. We're back with the attack on the Titans of the season 4 of when.
It's been a bit.
Is there any way you can turn
almost
up your
as
mic
long
or get
as
closer to your mic, sir? You quiet
you
motherfucker.
you want me to do this? Is this what you're getting at?
Hey guys, we're doing Mirsa at ASMR.
Hello, welcome to Aaron Yeager crushes 10-year-old children ASMR.
Okay. Uh, okay, so we already did one session talking about the beginning of season 4 fucking forever ago. So we're kind of
Yeah.
just picking up where we left off there. Basically, since Falco is the transition here is kind of weird. Like we talked about the Reiner episode where um Aaron talks with Reiner, and then it almost seems like Aaron's gonna be merciful, but then he fucking turns into the Titan. And now basically it's Aaron versus Marley. Uh,
Yeah.
and I mean, I thought that episode was really good for the most part. I don't like that it wastes time going over that Magath, not Magath, the other one, the blonde guy.
Oh, you mean Tiber?
Yeah, Tiber. I didn't really care about him all that much, so I felt like that was sort of a
Yeah, he
kind of held
didn't
the
have
episode
much
back.
of a role.
Yeah, I'm supposed to care about him, but he's saying racist shit about Eldians half the time. Uh, it makes an Among Us joke. That's about all he really amounts to. But Eren eats him. Eren fucking like destroys the building that he's under, and then comes through and eats Tiber. Just munches on him like
Yeah,
a.
it's so like brutal watching that scene. Yeah. I mean, look at the attack titan in this episode. Like he looks like a demon, like a monster.
Oh no,
Like, and
Eren's.
then like compare that to him and like the what it looks like in the first season.
If that conversation
Like,
with Reiner was any indicator, Eren's actually scary. Now he's actually become like a legitimate threat, which makes him all the
yeah,
more scary. I will say that the fight, like pretty much after he kills Tiber, there's like this kind of corny part where Magath, the commander guy, that trains he's like Marley's version of Shadis. Who we'll
yeah,
talk about. Like we'll
basically.
go into those characters like way later, but uh, he fucking shoots at the Titan with his tiny ass gun, and
His
then
little pistol.
his men are like, "What? That? Huh? No, it's I think he did it with a rifle, but still, like
Oh,
they look at him, they're like, "Huh? Why?" And then he's like, "Cause that means that we shot the first shot."
bro thought he did
He
something.
really thought he ate there. Yeah, I thought that was a
He thought that
bar.
was a bar.
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah,
god! So
dude.
I rolled my fucking eyes when he said that. But either way, that kind of marks the start of the. Uh, I think what I like
Yeah,
is that like, it's initially like Marley is planning to attack Paradis, but with
mhm.
Aaron's like fucking Nico Cotto avocado over here. He's 2 steps ahead.
I was
All right. he,
exactly.
he's 2 steps ahead and he's locked in. And now
Dude,
it's Paradis' attack on Marley as a retaliation to the oppression that they've had to face for so long.
yeah, I love this arc as like it's like an inversion of the first episode. Like how it takes the perspective of the kids in Marley, and now Aaron's like the basically acting as the colossal titan
Yes, and
in the first
we
episode.
get a much more direct parallel of that much later towards like the end of the show that I absolutely love. But we're not going to talk about that yet. We've seen allusions to it though with everybody knows about the fucking rumbling. Almost everybody's been spoiled for the rumbling.
Yeah.
It's
But
one of the
it
most.
was yeah, it was such a cool creative choice to take this like inversion of perspectives, and it really makes you care about what happens in Marley, and it really like makes it sink in the kind of person that Aaron has become.
Yeah, and we'll get into that. I
It's
mean,
really sick.
we've got a lot to say about Eren over the course of this whole season because it's just kind of a big psychological analysis of Eren, and added
Yeah, yeah.
I think what I like about Aaron is that it's like he's probably one of the most densely layered characters I've ever seen, and yet he is still just a simple character. It's like he's kind of like the show itself, where it's like a simple thing that has stuff stacked on top of it in order to kind of give it more depth.
Yeah, I mean, like right in the start of this season, Aaron has become so much more of an interesting character because, like, for the whole part of like seasons 1 through 3, it kind of feels like the plot is like happening to Aaron. Like, you know, he's getting kidnapped, getting dragged all over the place. People are trying to steal the Titan from him. But like from here on out, Aaron is like a driving force in the story. Like he sets the tempo that the rest of the series follows.
Yeah, so he's the one controlling the narrative now, and it flips that on its head. Which actually makes you kind of appreciate, even though it's gotten really repetitive over the years, all the times that Aaron gets kidnapped. I still think that they should have been framed in a way that's a little less repetitive. Maybe they should have thought of other ways to make it seem like he has no control, because the whole story beat of him getting kidnapped, and then we have this stupid fucking conversation between Levi and Mikasa over and over again, just got really exhausting and started to wear me down 3 seasons in.
Yeah, there was definitely probably better ways to do it. But regardless,
the payoff is so satisfying. The payoff is very much so still here. And this introduction to Aaron is very, very weighty. He basically fights the Warhammer Titan, and it's revealed that it was actually the fucking maid. And she's so funny. She's got like the most deadpan, like aggressive look. The fight between the Warhammer Titan and Aaron is cool. A little disappointing because I would have liked to get to know her a little better, but we didn't have a lot of time to really get to know Marley.
The Warhammer Titan lasts for like what, 1 or 2 episodes?
Yeah, and you don't even get to know what kind of person she is or what. You just know she's a maid, but she kicks ass. That's basically the gist of it. But I do think that this whole fight is really, really fucking cool. Because it's not just the Warhammer Titan that's fighting him. You've got the guy who... Porco, who ate Ymir and now has the Jaw Titan, is also fighting Aaron. I don't know who else. I know that...
Yeah, well, they had this like whole setup going on where they tricked Piek and Porco and they trapped them. Which left Aaron like 1v1 with the Warhammer Titan at first.
Yeah, so
it's very cool. Like you see how like all of this has been planned out.
Yeah, so I mean that's basically like this person who has a woman's voice, but like a weird, very ugly looking, like unnatural looking beard. Leads them into some hole and they fall down, and it's so funny how. That character is Yelena, by the way. They're a whole can of worms that we are definitely going to go into. A lot of stuff we're going to go into later because there's just so much. But they that is like the shittiest disguise ever, and I don't know how they didn't like. Well, actually, they did get caught because before Piek got tricked and fell into the hole, they went up and hugged some random soldiers, told them, "Hey, this motherfucker's weird. Follow us, please." So they got saved.
Been me.
Yeah, it was funny though because she like goes up, hugs this like fat dude, and he like blushes at first, but then realizes like, oh,
everybody else is staring at him like they hate him.
And that part was really good, but that leads to.
Know.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you remember this, but when you were showing me this episode, I thought that was Armin. I thought that was time skip Armin.
We'll get into him in just a second. I've got some stuff. I mean,
she's got the bowl cut thing going on.
Yeah,
you know? She kind of copied his whole flow.
Yeah, Diet Armin, Diet Erwin, whatever the fuck you want to say. But anyway, so they get out and then they go and it's basically Aaron versus the 3 of them. But Aaron is fucking kicking ass. I mean, Pieck, I think, gets fucked up really fast. But that's because Pieck's Titan, the ugly ass, like,
Yeah.
duck face Titan, is like really weak. It's meant for like
Yeah.
far range of combat.
Yeah. It's really it's more of they've got more of that military strategy element where eventually like once she gets set up with the weapons on her, the cart titan kind of has a body that's like makes it possible to attach people with weapons to it. And that makes her the best titan at dealing with the 3D maneuver gear. And then you see like Sasha getting into position to get like a snipe on one of the people
Yeah,
that are manning the guns.
we forgot to mention the scout. The scouts are here, obviously.
Oh yeah. So Aaron's about to get cooked by the Warhammer Titan, and he's just kind of casually like, "It's now or never, Mikasa." And then she shows up and does badass stuff.
Yeah, and there was this really cool bit where, or this really like, what made me want to see season 4 so fucking bad, because I didn't watch it week by week when part 1 came out. I waited until part 1 was close to an end before I started getting into it. And I saw a clip on Twitter, just an out of context clip of Mikasa like talking to Eren, and she's like looking at what he did. And then she's like shocked, and she's like, Eren, you've killed like children. Like, are you okay with this? Like, is this something you can live with? And he doesn't really respond. He just kind of tells her like, hey, just focus on what we're doing.
Just gives her the blank face.
Yeah. And he's like, I did it because I liked it. Hell, I loved it. We're kind of all over the place here, but basically, like, that's what sold me on this was like, oh shit, Eren, I was meant to not like him from the get-go. He's kind of a terrible person. But like this fight it's fucking great. Eren's fighting style is great. So I mean, where do we want to kind of go? I mean, Armin kind of shows up at the shore, and he fucking
So the soldiers from Parody at this point have shown up. And they're helping Eren fight off the Marleyan Titans. And they're like a step ahead the whole time. Like I was saying, like Sasha gets in a position to snipe the guys who are on Pieck's back. And then it all just starts falling apart for them. The rest of the soldiers get got. Porco tries to rush out on his own. And then he just gets pounced by all these people running around in the 3D maneuver gear, and it's like a humble. It's like this.
It has guns now, by the way.
Yeah, and it's sick that that this is like a humbling moment for Porco, because he's used to like being unstoppable as a Titan, and here are a bunch of people just outmaneuvering him, cutting him up.
Absolutely, yeah, and he very much so feels powerless. And then realizing, and so while Eren's dealing with the obviously, like, then they blow out the docks because it was really cool. There was this fucking part where Armin comes in on a ship, and one of the other people is like, hey Armin, this is kind of a gamble. Are you sure that you haven't because his hair even looks just like Erwin's, and they're like, are you sure that Erwin hasn't like possessed you? And he's like, I certainly hope he's with us for this. We're gonna need him. And then he like gets down on a ship, and then he goes to the docks in order to wipe out their the whatever the fuck you call it. And the
warships.
Yeah, he turns into the Colossal Titan and boom, just blows them up. And so that's kind of when they realize, oh shit, we're fucked. We're gonna die.
They got. Yeah.
While that's going on, go ahead.
I was gonna say the fight between Eren and the Warhammer Titan is like super. First of all, the Warhammer's Titan is one of the coolest Titans that they've made, and it's kind of a shame that it died so early.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that. So basically, like, it's kind of like a big strategy thing, right? Like he keeps attacking her the nape of her neck, Mikasa also keeps attacking the nape of her neck, and they both realize we're getting nowhere with this. Like, she's not dying, it's not doing anything, it's not working.
Yeah.
We also see there's a few other details to appreciate, like how Eren has gotten so powerful that he can just transform at will without getting tired. You know?
Yeah, like back to back, which is kind of interesting because early on in the series, that was something that the female Titan could do that he couldn't.
Yeah, and then on top of that, he eventually kind of figures out, like, he thinks for a moment, he's like, oh, I see, because he realizes when the Warhammer Titan appeared, it didn't come from any, like, it came from the ground, like it grew from the ground up. So then he realizes,
it grew from its legs.
Then he realizes that it's in the ground, and he finds her. And this part's fucking raw because the Jaw Titan sees that he found out the secret, and he tries to bite into it, but it breaks his jaw. So then the Jaw Titan comes in, and I mean, we already kind of connected the dots as soon as he showed up.
Yeah.
He fucking fucks him up, breaks his limbs, and then uses his mouth as like kind of like a nutcracker, because she's like encased in the same crystal substance that the female Titan was.
That Annie was, yeah.
And so he uses the Jaw Titan's mouth as like a nutcracker to break it, and then like he's holding it up, he's got his mouth agape, and basically eats her. It's a bit of a risky strategy because I feel like wouldn't some of it get into the Jaw Titan's mouth?
Yeah, I guess he got more of it, you know.
I guess it's distribution. I don't know how.
Imagine if I took your skull and I like used it to chew up my chicken dinner, you know, and then I ate it.
Imagine if I like chipped off part of your skull and then used it to eat like dip. Okay, back to this,
anyway.
Back to the subject at hand.
It's such a cool. It's another thing that's like, it's another demonstration of how like Eren has matured, because this whole time he's thinking very like methodically and calmly, like thinking about, okay, why isn't this working? What's going on with the Warhammer Titan? And he deduces how to break open its shell, and it's like,
it's very on the spot too. It's not like it's very like on the spot improv almost. Not quite like Erwin's method of strategy, where he has like a plan A and a plan B and a plan C and a plan 9 and a plan 42 and a plan fucking
big thing
Sigma. Like, so I mean, he gets a lot better at that like on the spot strategy.
Yeah.
So kind of talking about, we brought up Mikasa, we brought up Armin. Oh, go ahead.
I feel like we forgot to mention how like this whole time we're still following oh gosh, I forgot the kids' names.
Zofia, Udo, Falco, Gabby.
Yeah. We're the whole time like we're watching them get caught up in all this chaos.
Yeah, so within basically minutes of Eren transforming, Zofia, that's the girl, right?
Yeah.
She gets fucking crushed by a rock, like a big rock. She
Bashes
at least
your head in with a rock.
She at least felt more memorable than the maid. So I did get a little shocked by that because I was like, "Oh shit, she's just gone."
Yeah.
And then while people start running away, Udo, that's the kid in glasses, gets trampled. People just run him over without even paying attention, which I think in some ways emphasizes sort of how when we feel fear, we don't actually care for other people, or how our actions affect other people. We're just like, everybody's just like, they're not focusing on the fact they just trampled a fucking kid. They're terrified and they're running for their lives, and it's all about me. It's all about, I am important and I need to survive and I need to get out of here.
Which kind of continues to be a common theme, is what happens when, you know, people succumb to fear.
Yeah, and
Anyway,
so he gets trampled, and Gabby tries to take him to a doctor, but the doctor's like, "Hey, we don't got time for that shit. Like, we got other people to work on, and he's dead."
that boy
And
hell, bro.
so that's kind of like Gabby's breaking moment, is that this is a very she's sort of a parallel to Aaron. That's going to become clear over the course of this season. But basically just within minutes of this, just from out of nowhere, 0 to 100, Aaron ruins her life. Kills 2 of her best friends. And so she gets dead set on revenge. So then we're focusing kind of on this plot thread of Falco and her reunite, because he basically was saved by Aaron, or not by Aaron, by Reiner. Reiner used his armor to save him from Aaron transforming, and now Reiner is just sitting there like a depressed little bitch baby.
Bitch boy.
And he's like, "Hey, can you you got to get out of here and fight Aaron? Like, come on, dude." And he's like, "Nah." He's like, "Not yet, not yet."
Bro, I had enough.
Yeah, Reiner, as we went over in the last video, feeling depressed. Fucking Falco.
Reiner's deep in despair because this is his sins coming back to haunt him.
Falco, yeah, Reiner, he's not doing too good, and he's just sitting there, just vibing, asleep. And then Falco reunites with Gabby, and so for a bit there, I think the sequence of events is kind of mush in my brain, but I do know that there's a part where he tells Gabby what happened, and she's seeing how fucked everything is. I think at a certain point the Beast Titan arrives, and it's like, oh, it's the Beast Titan, and he's gonna fight Levi again, and then he just gets shot down within minutes and captured. And so, and initially that seems disappointing, but I promise you they are going to cook with that way later. You're going to get your Beast Titan versus Levi match, and it's going to be one of the best fucking fights in the whole series. You're going to get that later. For now, we're focusing on kind of Falco, Gabby, and Aaron. And so Falco and Gabby, realizing that everything's fucked, the Jaw Titan's fucked, Piek is fucked, the Aaron's already eaten the Warhammer Titan. They start
everything's fucked. Everybody sucks.
They start screaming top of their lungs for Reiner to get off his ass and face Aaron. And so it takes him a hot minute for him to finally be like, "God, shut up!" And then he gets up finally. And it sets up for this fight between Aaron and Reiner, and like the Beast Titan thing from earlier, it doesn't happen. It will happen, though none of the Beast Titan Aaron fights ever get as good as the first one, in my opinion. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, you
mean in season 3 or?
No, the season 2.
Oh, yes, you mean this fight?
Yeah, well, this fight, I mean, they don't even really fight, right?
Yeah, they don't.
But
he says this kind of coy line, "Aaron is not my enemy. Levi, where are you?"
No, that's the Beast Titan. I'm talking about the Armored Titan.
Oh, you meant the Armored Titan. Oh, yeah, between them and Aaron. Oh,
yeah, I'm talking about how he gets up, and it's setting up for a dramatic fight between him and Aaron, and then it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Because and I just don't think any fight between them gets as good as season 2. Unless you technically.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of the big fight between them.
They fought again in season 3, and that was just a whatever kind of fight. And then it seems like they're gonna fight here, but they don't. Just kind of like the Beast Titan thing, it sets up to a thing that just doesn't happen. And fool me once, shame on me, but fool me twice, this anime mid, tbh.
Debated.
Don't ever say that again. So I found that aspect of it kind of irritating, where it's like it sets up for like a thing. You think something's gonna happen, and it doesn't really happen, and they do that twice. And I thought that was kind of like, come on, man. Because like they're gonna happen later. Like you're gonna get an Aaron Reiner fight later, and you're gonna get a Beast Titan Levi fight later. But you don't know that at the time. So, and considering we've had to wait like a couple episodes before these characters finally showed up again, like I don't know, that's kind of frustrating a bit. Okay, I got food, so if viewers hear me eating, have fun.
What was bro eating? I mean, this is we were talking about, gosh, what were we specifically? We were doing.
So I mean, the Reiner thing doesn't happen. I think he knocks Reiner out really fucking fast.
Yeah. What I like overall about this, like, this arc here is, it's like I said, it's just like the first episode where you get accustomed to these to these characters, and then you just watch everything go horribly wrong for them. Like the Beast Titan gets captured, the ships get fucking exploded, everybody's dying left and right. It's like, it's horrifying and like incredible to watch.
And from there, I mean, you talked about Sasha, and while she's doing her thing and shooting those people, sniping them, Gabby happens to witness it, because she goes right to the shore, and Falco is following her because he doesn't want her to die. That's been like his sole motivation, is he doesn't want her to die. So he's trying to get her to, like, hey, calm down, just let's go hide. Let's lay low until things blow over. Because a blimp already got set up to come pick everybody up, and the scouts are all gonna get away. But she witnesses Sasha killing people, so she starts following the blimp, basically. And if you want to kind of go into that, you can.
Yeah. So there's kind of this deeply tragic thing that happens with her over and over again, is you see like adult characters like being merciful towards her, and that like gets them killed. So one of the like people who's guarding the blimp sees her chasing after it, and he's about to shoot her, but he stops when he realizes it's a child, and then he gets shot. And then she said, so she uses his 3D movement gear to climb up to the ship, and then Falco comes in jumping behind her because he's a simp.
He deserved better.
And
she was too good for her.
He did, low-key.
The thing to understand about Gabby is a lot of people hate her. I did initially. She's grown on me. But with her being basically a reference or a callback to season 1 Aaron, but the Marleyan version, towards the start, Gabby's fucking unbearable. Like, she's basically like Blair White mixed with like mixed with season 1 Aaron, all the worst parts of season 1 Aaron. So it's like she literally says that too, like at a certain point, yeah, at a certain point within the show, she literally tells Falco, "It's okay, Falco, you were one of the good ones." She literally says that word for word, at least in the dub. I've been watching the dub. It's not that bad. I actually do really like the dub of this show. But she she sucks at the start. And she gets on the blimp, and without even thinking, immediately just like climbs on and shoots the first person in front of her. And that happens to be none other than Sasha. Which leads to this really deeply tragic kind of ending to that episode. Where Sasha...
Yeah, you think that the gang has like gotten away with it, and then like out of nowhere, Sasha gets shot.
Which I distinctly recall that you, when that happened, you were like, "Oh, I didn't care about Sasha that much." But rest assured,
honestly, on my second watch, I care more.
Rest assured, though, you will. Because Attack on Titan has always been good at developing characters even after they die.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like significance behind Sasha specifically, because for most of this series, Sasha has been like the main comic relief character. You know, she's the potato girl. She's the girl who's obsessed with meat. And so her death here is really like symbolizes that change in tone, where it's pretty much all like deathly serious from here.
And I mean, it still has funny moments. I think that's one of the important things to understand is like, whenever you kill off the comic relief character, you kind of got to be careful because like, the boys did something similar in season 4. No spoilers for the boys, but they killed off a character who up until that point was a lighthearted, fun character, but they didn't have enough involvement in the narrative to make it feel earned. And then from that point forward, it just kind of felt a little up its own ass. Because it just sort of came out of nowhere. In this one, you can kind of tell that actually all of the characterization of Sasha was building up to this conclusion. But you don't realize that at the time.
Especially with the characters. From then on, like the characters connected to Sasha, we get to learn more about them and their reaction to her. I'm not going to go into that yet, but I get what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, they captured.
It's basically revealed that Zeke Yeager was in on it.
Yeah, it was all a ruse.
Yeah, he simply trolled. He trolled everybody, which is puzzling. But Zeke Yeager's a whole other fucking.
Bro was a troll this entire series.
Bro had no allegiance. Bro is just a fucking snake. So the Sasha thing definitely. There's kind of an interesting scene that comes with that, where Eren finally gets on the ship, hears that Sasha's been shot, and Armin and Mikasa, they're in shambles. They're like absolutely devastated, and they're trying to save her. And then Eren talks, and it was kind of a nice scene, because it was a funny scene, because like, Zeke Yeager was like, everything's been done according to plan, though there were some mistakes here and there. And then they ask him like, well, who are these kids? And then he looks over at them and he's like, mistakes.
You know something?
Or like miscalculations or whatever.
It didn't hit me until my second time watching this, but Zeke is like kind of hilarious.
Oh yeah, no, he's like so nonchalant about how awful he is.
He's like talking to Levi. Levi's giving him like the death stare, and he's like, "Hey, don't stare! You keep staring at me like that. I might piss myself. I might be a little pee-pee baby. I'm gonna pee and poo. Like you don't want that to happen."
But yeah, I love Zeke. He's probably one of my favorite villains from the show. I think his ideology is fucking stupid, but again, that's another thing we can't get into yet. I guess we can kind of spend a lot of this video talking about Sasha, because that seems to be like a big point of contention.
Yeah. Actually, like the last thing that I wanted to touch on with this at this moment is
right. I forgot where I was
we finally learned like what the deal is with Eren and the Survey Corps. So it turns out Eren did all this infiltration stuff on his own agenda, and they were trying to retrieve him. And it's this interesting, we talked about this over and over again, how it's kind of annoying that in the first 3 seasons where it's like Aaron gets kidnapped, they have to chase after him over and over again. But in this season, Aaron actually takes advantage of that dynamic that they have.
Yeah,
That he
where he makes
knows
it
that
seem
if
like
he
he's
goes out, they have to retrieve him.
yeah, and he
So
definitely
he basically
manipulates them.
forces them to do this attack on Marley.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say also has to do with Aaron, because anyway, after this like conversation about the plan, and Falco and Gabby basically learn, oh shit, Zeke betrayed us, and they're like distraught over what happened because they're being they're being held. Not, I don't know fully if like as prisoners, but they are being held for like questioning because of what they did. Because it's kind of a difficult thing. Like a kid came onto your ship and shot one of your soldiers and killed them. What do you fucking do? Like, what, you're supposed to kill the kid? Nah. But
they did like beat the crap out of her though. That was a really funny gif.
But essentially, someone comes in and tells Aaron, like, hey, Sasha's dead. We weren't able to save her. She's dead. And Aaron, in response to this, has a really distraught look on his face, and he starts laughing. And that pisses everybody off, because they think that he thinks it's funny. But actually, I thought that was an interesting thing, because he had the same reaction when the fucking drunk guy, I keep fucking forgetting his name. The drunk guy.
Yeah, when Hans was it?
Something. Hans.
Yeah, it was Hans. That was his name. I was right.
Well, when he fucking
Oh wait,
dies,
no, I was not right.
Hannes, there we go.
Hannes.
When he dies, Aaron bursts out like in maniacal laughter, but it's not laughter of any sort of joy. It's more of like a sort of cynical. It's like a cynical response to like life is shit. Like, oh my god, I can't do anything. I'm so weak.
It feels like kind of like a helplessness response.
Yeah. Which I actually know people that do that when things get like really, really tough, and they just laugh in response, but it's not because they're amused. They are definitely distressed and like upset.
Yeah. But of course, from the perspective of his friends, you know, he just dragged them into this. He got their friend killed, and now he's laughing.
Yeah,
and
it's very clear that his friends don't understand him all that
yeah,
well.
it's the start of like this emotional division that happens between Aaron and his friends. It was a great arc. Also, I actually, now that we're here, I wanted to mention this last episode, but I forgot. The OP kicks ass this season.
Okay, so I love the openings to the first 3 seasons, except for season 3 opening 1. I think that one's kind of boring. But I thought the openings kept getting better and better, especially season 3 part 2 opening. That one's still one of the catchiest songs that we've ever heard. The one is like Monkey Man. So I'm not trying to like invalidate any of those. I still think I usually don't skip any of them. My War and the other opening that comes later, the Rumbling.
Yeah, the Rumbling.
2 of the fucking best goddamn songs I have ever heard in my life. My War especially is like probably my favorite anime opening ever, because it's like these psychedelic visuals and these tanks and these statues getting blown apart. It's like trippy as fuck, and it's awesome. And like the song itself is like a lot of electronic stuff, but it has kind of like a marching.
It's got like this chorus, like choir thing going on.
It's like a marching band type thing, but like more like a military type marching band. But it's also very psychedelic and in some ways kind of like aggressive.
Yeah, it perfectly fits like the tone of this changing tone of the series. Like the earlier openings have a very sort of like
Like
catchy shonen upbeat thing going
yeah, like a
on.
catchy
And
shonen,
this
like
series,
anthemic, like let's do this, guys. We're gonna stop the. This one feels probably the most sanine opening, which part of that
yeah, it
is
feels like a battle cry.
part of that is just it's Mappa. So Mappa always cooks with their openings. I don't know if you've noticed that, but the Chainsaw Man opening, holy shit. The fucking, which that's like, even though I didn't even like the Chainsaw Man anime that much, that opening is like the best thing to come out of it. Um, the fucking Jujutsu Kaisen openings, they're very basic shonen, but the visual flair I think is important to take note of, because Mappa's openings have like a certain style where they sort of fade between various different shots, and it's all very lush with color and psychedelic and almost kind of like a
Yeah.
rainbow on your screen.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So it kind of takes you remember in the earlier episodes, they kind of had that like rainbow paint motif going on.
Yeah.
And then this opening like carries on that motif, but it like recontextualizes it into like all these like explosions and destruction and death.
And all of it,
Uh,
all of it is reanimations of actual war footage.
is that true?
Yes, it's all actual clips from war footage reanimated into anime.
Damn, dude.
They're very on the fucking nose with this shit. So, yeah, kind of getting back to the show, because I love the soundtrack, but we could go on and on about the fucking soundtrack. Actually, I will say, I think I mentioned it before. I will talk about one track I really, really like. Probably my favorite track. Do you remember Nightmare?
I don't remember names, so you know.
So that's the one. It's usually playing during like some sort of like a crazy moment, or like a monologue, or like a really dark moment. And it's like it starts with this like electronic. It's like really slow and atmospheric, but then as it builds and builds, this like horn or like trumpet kind of starts to raise in intensity.
Oh yeah,
and you've definitely
I just
heard it.
YouTubed it.
Yeah, you've definitely heard it a couple of times. It's easily my favorite track in the whole lineup. Another good one is the new battle theme.
Yeah, the epic orchestral music. They fucking killed it, dude. That still gets me hype.
I need more anime with this aesthetic. I really do. That doesn't involve abusing your animators, because fuck Mappa. But anyway.
True.
So I kind of want to talk about the arc with Falco and Gabby, kind of while they get on the island, before we get into like flashback stuff or...
Yeah, let's go.
We will talk a little bit about like Nicolo and what's been going on there, but for now we're going to talk about basically Gabby gets taken to a prison, and as you said, they don't, even though she killed Sasha and some people there resent her, she's not really treated inhumanly or inhumanely. In fact, she's treated more fairly than she ever was back at her home. And it's because they see a child.
That's deep.
Even though she killed Sasha, all these people see is a child. There's even like a part that I thought was really, really fucking good. When hell goes over, we'll go into it. But like, there's this really good line where she's like asking Armin, like, "Do you guys want to kill me since I killed your friend?" And Armin is like, "We're not gonna kill you. Why is that all you think about? Is killing all you think about?" And he's like, you know, like kind of worried for a second. And I thought that was a really good line. But basically, like, since she killed Sasha, she gets taken back to Paradis. And a lot of people are really upset about Sasha being dead. She was one of the most important characters, so a lot of people are really hurt. And there's like a funeral. There's a guy at her grave. There's a few people being assholes here and there, because like there's this character named Nicolo. He tries to pay respects at her grave because it's revealed he really liked her. But he was a Marleyan. He's one of their Marleyan prisoners. And that's a whole thing. Again, we'll go into that in a minute. But one of the people there is like, hey, this is for Eldians only. Get out of here, you freaking Marleyan. And so we're kind of seeing the oppression come back to the Marleyans, which I thought was an interesting sort of like duality there, where we just saw everybody on Marley shit talking Eldians and treating the Eldians like garbage, and then we come back to Paradis and they're treating this Marleyan like garbage.
Big thing,
very much. But to kind of get back to the subject at hand, Gabby and Falco, they're kept in a prison, and Gabby is already like revenge mode. She starts pretending that she's sick and in immense pain, and the guard is actually genuinely worried about her. And it's that thing you were talking about earlier about how it's like a tragic element to her character that people fall for her innocence, like they look at her as her child and then she kills them. She beats him to death with a brick. She fucking caves his head in with a brick and kills him. And then she and Falco escape.
And they make a run for it.
They run away. And Gabby's just being a little shit. Like, she's not listening to anything Falco says. He's like, hey, we should really get back home. Like, we shouldn't be here. We're in enemy territory, and we're really in way over our heads. But Gabby, she's a dumb child, an arrogant child. She was raised to be basically a war machine. And so she has child logic, more teenager logic, where she really thinks
she was God's most racist soldier.
Yeah, basically that's her whole shtick here. And she's out for blood. She's like, anyway, they get. Oh, go ahead.
You can definitely see why people hate her, and like to an extent, you're like really supposed to for this first part of the series.
Oh, the part.
Some of it's a little bit overboard.
Yeah, the part that like got on my fucking nerves, like that made me want to strangle her because she's so annoying, is she would not take off her armband. And Falco was like, look, okay, I'm with you on this stealth mission now. We have no choice. We're here. We can't really leave. Take off your fucking armband so we can blend in. Like, think for 2 goddamn seconds. They're gonna know that it's you. They're gonna know you broke out of prison if they see that armband. So just take it off. And she's like, no, I have to prove my loyalty to Marley. I have to be a good Marleyan and not take off my armband. And it's like just the lengths that she goes to prove loyalty to a nation that fucking despises her for what she is. That's like the part that really like, fuck off, man. I mean, it's good writing. It's just like, holy shit. It's like, fuck this child. She's so annoying.
It's really funny the way people talk about her. You see those images people post, which are like the most hated characters in anime, and then it's her next to like Griffith and,
it's like her.
Gabby, like 5 different Hitlers, and then a teenage girl.
Yeah, and I mean, she's not a good person. She definitely did some shitty things, but it's also hard to, it's kind of, you kind of ask the questions like, she's old enough to know better, but is she really, if she's been raised as like a soldier her whole life?
Yeah, you can tell she's like deeply absorbed in this propaganda, and like when she gets better as a character is when she starts being confronted with like that by how the propaganda she's been raised on differs from like the reality. I think that's where we're kind of going with this.
Yeah, and it's important to note that actually that kind of is the cure to racism. I'm not even kidding. That's like statistically the most effective cure to racism is to actually fucking meet the people you supposedly hate and then find out, oh, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Which is a shame, because if I were a black guy, for example, I would definitely not want to be around a white supremacist. I would want to be as far away from them as possible. But that is how most people overcome their bigoted beliefs and their bigoted biases, is that they actually meet the people And then they're like, never mind. Okay, I get it now. I understand. I see the vision. But kind of getting back to the story, they get found by Kaya. And Kaya was the little girl from season 2 that Sasha saved from a Titan.
Yes.
That was like one of the highlights of season 2 for me, because and at the time I kind of looked at it as like a typical anime, like, oh, so this character's getting some screen time. I didn't realize it had a larger intention across the whole narrative at the time, but seeing the payoff to that is actually really cool.
It's another like instance of like elements from the first season being recontextualized by the later seasons, and it all being interconnected.
In this case, the second season, but anyway.
Right? Yeah.
But I mean, season 2 just feels like season 1 at this point to me. It feels like just more of the same shit.
There's seasons 1 through 3 and season 4, like.
But it's still all part of a larger whole, though. You can't just skip to season 4. You're gonna be really confused.
Yeah, you wouldn't appreciate it the same way.
So Kaya was a kind of a clear choice why he picked Kaya to be the one to find her. Dramatic irony at its finest. And I think Falco, like, she takes them back to her farm. They make up new names, and Gabby, it's kind of cringe because, like, Falco's trying to be the level-headed one and trying to be like, we're normal kids. We live here in Paradis. We're homeless. And it's a very charitable farm where they're like, one of them tries to touch Gabby, and Gabby flips out. And then, like, they're immediately like, they think these kids are just traumatized, and well, they are, but that's not why she flipped out. They don't realize Gabby looks at them as devils.
Yeah. And then, like, other dramatic irony, the people running this whole kind of orphanage thing going on are Sasha's parents.
Yeah. But it's a little cringe. Like, that part was cringe, but like, I think it's fine. Like, for the most part, it's very tense. I spent the whole time having a lot of anxiety because I knew that Gabby was the one who killed Sasha, but the characters don't know that. Gabby doesn't even realize that Sasha was important to these people. Falco, on the other hand, he puts 2 and 2 together really fast.
Yeah.
Because they talk with Kaya, and I mean, Gabby's still on murder mode. She's like, I gotta kill them, I gotta take that horse, and I gotta run away. Because again, Gabby's a fucking moron. I think it's interesting because at the start she was kind of a tactical genius where she was very level-headed, and then she, I mean, as you said, she used her childlike innocence to dupe people into killing them, because she pretended to be a helpless child. She threw a bomb at the train, if you remember.
Yeah, she did do that.
Now she's a little bit more of a loose cannon and I think it's just because she's so angry and so affected by what Eren has done that logic has just been completely thrown out the window, and she's not thinking straight, and she's firing on all cylinders, and she's just absolutely not having a good time.
Yeah.
And Falco's trying to keep the peace as well as he possibly can, which is impressive considering they're in enemy territory.
Yeah, it's funny. Kaya figures out that they're from Marley like very quickly, and like the moment she brings it up to them, Gabby's ready to like impale her with a pitchfork.
That whole part was just funny as fuck because Kaya takes them to a barn to talk to them privately so that, you know, they don't have any prying ears. And Gabby just full-blown anti-Semite mode starts like really, really laying into Kaya. Just the most racist shit. And they get into an argument where Kaya tells them about the incident from season 2, and Gabby's like, well, your people deserved it because they were awful. And then we get kind of a repeat of that conversation between Aaron's dad and his father, where Kaya's like, but I didn't do that. My grandma didn't do that. Why are we being persecuted for it? Yeah, like that whole scene was really funny. I think it's interesting, and this is important for, of course, the reveal later, that Kaya sees that they are racist as fuck, sees that they're Marleyan, they're supposedly the enemy, and even sees that Gabby is, like, really, like, she says some heinous shit about her grandma and about her, very, like, oh, you're collateral damage type shit, and she's still fine with them at the end of the day. Like, she doesn't like that they think the way they do, but she's not, like, immediately into, I must kill Gabby, fuck this stupid girl. And that's important. Yeah, that's an important note for later. You already know what's going to happen.
That's kind of what induces a change in Gabby, is like she's constantly expecting people to be out to get her. And then when they're not, when they treat her like, you know, like a human being, it like induces this cognitive dissonance in her, and that kind of like forms the seedling of her growth.
It's kind of an endless feedback loop where she does a thing, expecting them to retaliate. They don't retaliate. She assumes that they're planning something and that they're not going to retaliate yet. She keeps doing it, or doubles down even more. And it doesn't work.
Truly a girl failure.
Keep in mind, though, what I said about Kaya not really caring that she's racist, or she does care, but like not seeing it as like, oh, you should die, or anything like that. Still humanizing her even after she said some really racist, heinous shit. Because it's important for later. Now, another character that's really important is Niccolo. We briefly mentioned him earlier. We kind of got to build the context for this, so...
So for the next couple of episodes, we're totally going out of order, but they do a flashback, basically like explaining, you know, what the hell happened in Paradise between then and now. And so what happened is Marley sent like a sort of scouting mission out, not knowing that the people of Paradise Island had already made their way to the shore. They'd already gotten that far, and so the whole ship gets kidnapped by Aaron in his Titan form, and they take him as hostages.
And then I think another ship gets sent, and they use that because they've got people on the ship that support them. That being Yelena, one of the most
sort of
my fucking goat, Onyon Capone.
Onyon Capone.
God, I fucking love him. I love him so much. And then basically since they took over and won their trust, and it's like, hey, we're from Marley, but we actually don't hate you guys. And we're on your side, actually. We want to destroy Marley. They basically help them evolve, basically. They give them guns. They teach them the ways of the world and tell them how... I mean, they already learned some of this from Aaron's dad's notes. But they basically teach them the rest about the world that they've been robbed from and that they haven't had the privilege to see. We get this funny ass scene where Sasha meets Onyon Capone, and it's the first time a black character has showed up in this show. And she basically asks him, "Why are you black?" And then he, in response, he's like a bit taken aback by the question, but then he kind of like smirks and he does like this face like, because God said I'm built different, basically. It was his response.
Yeah, I think he says something that like that God, that something like when God made this world, he wanted like a variety. He wanted there to be a variety of people. And it's sort of, it's, it's a bit, cheesy,
It's cheesy. It's a
but
little
it
on the
sort of
nose.
reinforces that line of like different people exist and that's not a bad thing.
And so it's notable that Attack on Titan is still to this day kind of dismissed as like, oh, that's the racist anime, that's the fascist anime, it's anti-Semitic. Um, but I think that Onyan Capone is like him being so direct and so overt and so like unsubtle. Uh, I think that's necessary given how much I think he literally saw the controversy and then was like, fuck it, and he writes in Onyan Capone. That's my theory anyway.
Racism is bad.
Yeah, so he had to
Yeah.
basically overtly say as loudly as possible, guys, I'm not racist.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Yeah.
the response to the character's been decent. I wouldn't say it completely got rid of the controversy, but a lot of people really like this character, myself included.
I think the concerns about the whole, racism allegory, there's definitely like went down a lot more as the series went on and we saw where he was going with this.
Yeah,
So like
I
that
do think
initial reaction is understandable.
it was completely
But like
valid.
if you read the whole thing, like you can't interpret this as being not like anti-racist, anti-imperialist, anti-nationalist. Like
It's all it is. All it is at the end of the day is a messy metaphor that, because they're taught about World War II differently over in Japan, was not handled with the sensitivity that maybe an American or a Canadian storyteller would maybe approach this topic with. And that, I mean, you can definitely criticize it for that, but the way people talk about it, where it's like they think that their interpretation of it is the only interpretation you could read it as, is insane to me.
honestly, man, the best way to enjoy this series is to avoid any online discussion of it at all cost. It's so toxic all the time.
But yeah, and a lot of those people, they've never even read it, so they just kind of go off of that one wisecrack video and that one article that came out, and that's it. That's their whole take. They don't fucking give a shit about Attack on Titan. They just want to lecture people for liking it, and I mean, that's just Twitter. That's the same fucking thing happened to Berserk and recently to Chainsaw Man for the way those series handle like sexual assault. It's a whole other can of worms I'm not going to get into in this video. But basically, like, Niccolo was one of the prisoners they took in. He was their cook, and he could cook some good shit. And they finally get to eat some cuisine. They get to eat some good, like, high level shit. Like some Gordon Ramsay would love this type shit. And Sasha, since she's like the food aficionado, like she gives it a strong 10. She gives it her full Fantano strong 10, and she loves the fuck out of his food, and so he falls for her. And he starts simping for her because it's like it's kind of interesting because he hates Eldians. And he's put in this awkward position where he's basically an Eldian prisoner, and there's not a drop of Eldian blood in him. He is purebred Marleyan. But he grows accustomed to them, and then he sees her, and he actually falls in love with her. And that's sort of a difficult thing, too. It's similar to kind of the Gabby thing, where his biases are completely contradicted, and then he ends up developing feelings for somebody that he should, by all accounts, hate.
Gets complimented by a woman once.
True. I mean, he's just
immediately
like
folds.
Either way, since he was so deeply hurt by Sasha dying, he tells Sasha's father, "Hey, I want to make you guys like a special dinner. Like I want to make you guys a really good meal in honor of her." to honor her and to pay you guys respect for
Yeah.
and so he he fucking where was I going with
Yeah,
that?
he
Fuck.
invites them over. So like Kaya tells Gabby, hey, that we know this Marlian guy who's inviting us to dinner. Maybe he could help you guys. And so that's how they get introduced to him. They're invited over to dinner because he's friends with Sasha's parents. And there's a lot of stuff going on at the same time, but you can see kind of the cards falling into place here.
Yeah, and it all culminates into kind of like what is essentially it actually is one of the few moments of the series where I actually did cry. Basically, Niccolo, like, there's this whole other plot about there's like some alcohol that came in. There's like a part where Niccolo, like the scouts are about to drink it, and Niccolo's like, hey, no. And he like yanks it out of their hand. And they won't listen. They're like, what the fuck, man? We wanted to drink that. So he has to pull out the racism card to get them to fuck off. Either way, we know that something's up with that alcohol, and we know that Niccolo knows what's up, and he's not telling us. Initially, you think he's just being a racist dick. I think in retrospect, I wonder if maybe it's kind of a complicated way of saying that he's trying to protect the scouts, which was part of the plan. But I also wonder if maybe he did it out of a form of like caring for them, but the only way he knew to get them to fuck off was to be racist.
Yeah, that was it basically.
Either way, so that's important for what we're going to talk about here in a minute, but as he's putting the alcohol up, Gabby and Falco run into him, and Gabby's being Gabby again, and she's like, "Hey, Marlian, we got a plan. We're gonna get you out of here, and we're gonna invade this island. It's gonna be great. I already killed that one Eldian on the ship." and he, in response, is like, the fucking SpongeBob meme is like, "You what?" And so he immediately grabs the bottle, and he's ready to like swing it. And Falco pushes her out of the way, and he smashes it on Falco, and some of the alcohol gets into Falco's mouth, and that leads into...
And that leads to complications. And it's so good, because you spend this whole see them interacting with him, they're like, oh God, I know where this is going. Like, the dramatic irony is just bubbling up to the surface. What I love about it
is like you spend this whole fucking stretch, this whole watching it like bubble up, and you're waiting for the other shoe to drop, and then when it does, it's like insane. He like grabs Falco and Gabby, and he comes into the dinner hall and throws them on the ground, tells the parents, hey, these kids lied to you. That's not their real names. These kids are responsible for killing your daughter. You can kill them, or I'll do it.
Here's a knife.
Yeah. And Armin and Mikasa, they somehow find out about all this shit going on. They try to stop it. But, it doesn't quite work out. And then, so it's like this really, really tense moment where the father, he kind of just calmly like takes the knife, and they think he's going to actually do it. They think he's going to kill the kids, but instead he gives probably one of the best monologues I have ever heard.
Yes.
Oh my God, it hurts. Like, it's so powerful. Where he talks about how he loved his daughter, but how she kind of... like he talks about how the complex they had in season 2 about how she didn't want to adapt to this new lifestyle. She wanted to stay a forest girl, and how she probably got stranded in the forest at the end of the day. And then how we have to protect our children and teach them properly not to make the mistakes that we made. And it's a really beautiful and powerful moment. And I actually did cry. It made me cry over Sasha, a character who I thought was kind of just a shit post waifu.
It's absolutely one of the best moments of the series. He's like Like I choose to believe that my daughter was lost somewhere in those woods, and it's sort of a commentary about the pointlessness and the pointless chaos that is war, and how little meaning there is in holding on to the grudges that are
And
associated with war, and it's really like
And
powerful.
I think what's smart about it is that he has this speech because he's talking about his own daughter and how we need to prevent generational trauma from happening. And I think he says this because he looks at Gabby and he does not see his daughter's killer. He sees a child who has been brainwashed and like made into a killer. That's all he sees when he looks at Gabby. And I love how this adds to the generational trauma theme that's been present up until now, with Titans gaining memories from their previous Titan owners, Aaron's dad passing all of his bullshit on to Aaron, and as we're going to see, Aaron's dad also passing his bullshit onto Zeke. It's fucking great. This is such a, like, it's insane to me because when Attack on Titan first came out, I kind of put it on the same tier list as, like, Tokyo Ghoul, or, like, which I know that's going to piss off the Tokyo Ghoul fans. I haven't read the manga. I'm only going off the anime here before anybody gets mad in the comments. I'm sure the manga is genius. I haven't read it. I've only watched the anime, and the anime's kind of stinky, poopy garbage. So I kind of put on the same like tier list as like just like average seinen that's sort of just unimpressive. The problem is I want to
kind of fun gore, not much else.
like
to
Hellsing
it kind of
Ultimate,
thing.
you know, like Hellsing Ultimate I think is a good example of what I mean, where it's not really that deep, it's
Yeah.
just kind of fun. But over time, I did not think it would, like, I would have laughed if you had ever said it's like it reaches like Evangelion levels, or like Berserk levels of like revolutionary and really fucking good and like really like powerful and like
Yeah, like having these like really emotional moments and having this like some really this good messaging.
yeah, and just so much to its themes and symbolic storytelling. It is very layered in a way that a lot of other shows are not.
Yeah, it's like so much deeper than I ever would have given it credit for, like watching the first season.
So kind of
And it's not even that like the first season is like not good. It's just that it just keeps getting better. It keeps having layers added on top progressively.
the first
So
season
you get
is
this like really complex, thematically rich story.
the first season is like fine. Like it's just average shonen. I could literally be watching thousands of shows that are just like this. It's really season 4 that like heightens this to like insane levels. Although it has been kind of upping its game every season. Season 2 was like brought it to like I would say My Hero Academia tier, where it's like, okay, this is a standout. Like it's still not the best of the best, but it's like this is a standout. This is special at least. Like I would watch this. And then season 3, I honestly think kind of brings it up to like about Hunter x Hunter level, where it's like this is really fucking raw. Season 4 is really the one that brings it to like Berserk tier for me, where it's like this is among one of my favorite things probably ever. And that's insane to me how it just outdoes itself every season. Which we've been saying this since season 1 when we reviewed season 1, but it's true. It's true. And this season, this video for season 4 is really fucking long because we have that much to say about it.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot to say about like the big players in this story, like obviously Eren Yeager, Erwin Smith, Zeke Yeager, but then there's also like these normal people, you know, caught up in the chaos and like how they respond to it. It's really good.
So the wine that we talked about, the sus ass wine, I mean, that's kind of what happens here is that Eren is held for questioning because they are like, hey, Eren, what the fuck, man?
What the
Like, you just manipulated all of us into attacking Marley and basically declaring war on Marley, and we don't even know if we can have war with Marley. They're probably going to attack us back. You put us in, like, a shitty situation. And now, on top of that, you brought a kid back with you, and she killed Sasha. You got Sasha killed. So they don't trust Eren now. They're like, what the fuck? And there's like a part where they're kind of speculating, like, everybody's affected by it in different ways. Connie in particular is like, this is getting tiring because he's been betrayed by Reiner. He's been betrayed by Annie. And now he's being betrayed by Eren, who's someone that you think would, like, should have just stayed on his side the whole time. And then, like, you've got, like, Armin doesn't even know how to feel. Like, he doesn't even think he knows his best friend anymore. Mikasa is being Mikasa.
Yeah, it's actually Mikasa becomes a lot more interesting. All the other characters actually kind of become more interesting by how they like react to Eren. How like Mikasa's like basically devotion to Eren like kind of gets called into question at this point.
Yeah, and she's still doing her usual, like, she's receptive to any criticisms against Eren, but then she's starting to question it herself because she literally watched him kill children. Like, she literally watched him crush a teenage girl with a rock. And so she does not know how to feel about this. While that's kind of bubbling up and going on, they can't get the time to speak to Eren. All contact with Eren's been cut off. Hanji has a conversation with Eren where he's being kind of autistic. He's like in front of his mirror going, fight, fight. And then Hanji's like, hey, what the fuck does that mean?
What you doing there?
What you doing there? And Hanji's being Hanji, but it's not working now because Eren's actually scaring the shit out of them. So they can't be their usual. That part was funny where Hanji was just like, sitting there analyzing Eren saying fight over and over again. Is like, what are you trying to say there? And then like after going on for like
2 times,
and then like after going on yapping for like a minute, Eren just screams like, "What do you want?"
Yeah, it's another great like scene with Eren after she's like trying to get some answers out of him. Eren's just like, listen, They, them. Sorry. Hey, girl. I mean, they.
You've made that joke.
So, like, Eren's just like, I can leave anytime I want. So what can you do, Hanj? What can you do about this situation?
Yeah,
if you got a trick up your sleeve, let's see it.
Eren's being a lot more hostile towards Hanji and all the others. And Armin and Mikasa, they want to talk to him because they're his best friends, but they don't get a chance to. Nobody's letting them. They try to talk to Zachary, the freaky guy. I don't know if we mentioned in season 3, Zachary's the guy that when they did the coup d'etat, he stripped them, flipped them upside down, and put a funnel on their asshole so that they'd, I guess, be eating their own shit.
I know. Why did he? What did he mean by that? What did he say?
It's like every time I've seen this series like 5 times, I think. Every single time I've gone through it, that scene hits me like a fucking freight train out of nowhere, and I just I always forget it exists, and then I remember it exists. I'm like, why did that happen? It's kind of like the scene where Armin gets groped, like almost raped, in the same season. That season was a freaky ass season, if I'm being honest with you.
Freaky ass character.
Freaky ass writer. But back to Zachary. He's being a dick. He's like, no, you can't talk to Eren. He's gonna stay. We're gonna have him in jail. Well, a lot of people have an issue with this. They're protesting. And they're not too happy. So they've kind of deemed these people.
Can I talk a little bit?
Yeah, if you want. You can yap.
There's this really interesting like internal political conflict that's now happening on Paradise Island because there's this growing movement of people calling themselves the Jaegerists who are basically like in support of what Eren is doing. They want to take like an offensive against the rest of the world. They clearly think the world's out to get us. We need to destroy them before they destroy us.
To kind of explain, or to put it in as since the story itself is already using real world examples to make its point. I don't know how bad this is to say, but Jaegerists are kind of like Zionists. They're like Eldian supremacists, pretty much.
They basically are, yeah.
The parallel, I feel like the parallels to Zionism is complete accident, but I'm starting to wonder if that's the case, and we'll get into that. But yeah. I'm really starting to wonder if that was intentional.
Part of like what's giving this Jaegerist movement fuel is that the government is not being like very transparent about what's going on. Like, you know, they're keeping Aaron locked up. They aren't telling the press what they're going to do. There's this really awesome scene with Hanji and the reporter guy who they were friends with, and like the reporter's just asking them to give him a straight answer, and they just can't. And she doesn't do it. And then there's this flashback to the third season, after they captured that member of the Royal Guard or whoever, or the internal police, and he's like, yeah, you might feel good about yourselves right now, but one day you're gonna be in my position. You know, you're gonna be the old guard. And like that's exactly what's happening here. Hanji has become the old guard.
Basically, Zeke at that moment is given a chair. Not Zeke, Zachary is given a chair. And he's basically assassinated. The chair blows up. Zachary dies, which perish, good riddance. And then as his corpse is like burning, everybody starts shouting Erwin's signature catchphrase, Shinzo wo Sasageo, over and over again. And it's a very chilling, like, misunderstanding of Erwin and what he stood for.
Yeah. Also, it's really this whole like coup d'etat that's building. It's so much more like interesting than the coup that happens in season 3 to me.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you see this process of how they're building up support from the public. You see like the plans that they're laying behind the scenes, and then it suddenly like literally explodes onto the scene with the assassination of Zachary. It's like, it's really, really fucking cool, dude.
So, there is a, we've had nothing but praise for this season. I do have one critique, which is, Isayama's kind of writing himself into a corner somewhat, because as he's been expanding the world and expanding the mechanics, one question that kept lingering in my mind was, why didn't, like, if Marley has blimps and tanks and anti-tank like weaponry and access to multiple Titans, why did they just send the Titans who could be easily eaten by the thousands of Titans outside the thing? And then Yelena's like, well, the Titans are the reason that we couldn't fight against you guys. They got in the way. And it's like, dude, that is literally your fault. That is, you are the guys that were sending Titan after Titan after Titan towards this island. And now you can't go to war against them because you sent too many Titans? Are you kidding me, dude?
In fairness, fascist governments are not generally very smart.
I guess it's not terribly unrealistic, but that's a little plot. I wouldn't say a plot hole, but just a really stupid,
silly moment.
I don't really think there was a way to cover that up, but especially the fact that they like, dude, there's a bunch of Titans, so you can't go by tank or by, whatever, and you got to infiltrate with like your regular Titans. Use a fucking blimp. You have blimps. You have blimps, and you can parachute down these blimps and bomb them. You have bombs you can drop on them. Are you kidding me, dude? Like, Sorry, I had to get that out of the way because like that part fucking made me so mad. I think I had like a whole thread on Twitter about how fucking stupid that was and how much that pissed me off. That is like the one thing, honestly, out of this whole season, part of the season, aside from like some of the rotoscoped animation, that I actually did not like. Everything else has been straight fire, I feel. Well, except for the ending, but we'll get into that.
Yeah. And what's interesting also is there's a lot of like ambiguity about what's going on because there's all these different characters where you don't fully understand what their intentions are. Like, why is Zeke working with them now? What's going on there? What's wrong with Yelena? Just like in general, what the fuck is her deal?
So we're kind of getting into a bit towards the end of part 1 here.
You kind of are, yeah.
Not fully, because there's still some details. Let's see how long we've been recording, because I feel like I might have to cut this short. So basically, like, the wine that I was talking about that I was going to elaborate on is poisoned with... they have Zeke. They will not let Zeke and Aaron interact. They have Zeke. His prison is basically the woods that they fought Annie in. And they're in a camp, and there's fucking scouts as far as the eye could see everywhere. And he's forced to just read a book over and over and over again, and he's bored out of his fucking mind. There's like a part where Levi is like, I want to kill you, but I gotta wait. And then like he's like, you must not be very popular with the ladies. He's like, bro literally said you get no bitches.
Dude, he's so funny, man.
Either way, it is revealed that he tells them over and over again what happened at Rogako, that's Connie's village, where they released gas that had his spinal fluid in it, which how the fuck he does that, I don't know, but it's got a spinal fluid in it. And then when he screams, anybody who is Eldian and has ingested that spinal fluid or has it in their system at all turns into a Titan. And that's how he destroyed Rogako Village.
Mm-hmm.
That is what's
interesting is...
I was going to say, that's what's in the wine. That's what he poisoned the wine with his spinal fluid.
He sneaks a little lie there in his story, though. He says that it paralyzes people when they ingest it, and then he screams, but it doesn't actually paralyze people. And that's how they get the wine into people. They get a spinal fluid in without anyone realizing it. And that's like how the Jaegerists are setting up their coup d'etat. And that's also how Zeke and Yelena are hatching their sneaky little plans.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because like you got the conflict between Marley and Eldia, but then you've got this little conflict here in Eldia with the Jaegerists and Zeke and Yelena, and then that'll split off into a whole other fucking thing later. It just keeps like splitting like atoms off into different conflicts.
Twist after twist after twist. And it just hits you with something new you didn't expect.
You cannot miss a single episode of this. There's no filler episode. It is all always servicing the plot, but at a reasonable pace.
Literally.
Like the fact that it kind of reminds me of, you haven't seen it, but it kind of reminds me of the way The Wire tells its story, where you've got like, there's so many characters, you should not have enough episodes for this, and yet it does somehow. It's able to kind of balance all these different plot threads that are all sort of culminating into this one big explosive finale, pretty much. Either way, so that is why it's an issue that Niccolo hit Falco with the bottle and got some into Falco's mouth. It's not just Falco, though. A lot of fucking people drank that alcohol. One of the people was Doc Pixis, who it's kind of symbolic that he's been an alcoholic this whole time, and now it's finally catching up to him. Something he himself says. And yeah, I mean, where do we want to take this next? As this is all going on, Marley, as we said, is coming to do their attack. Magath, Pieck, all the others arrive via blimp at the very, very end. But Pieck, I think, showed up ahead of time to try and retrieve Falco and Gabby. So, I mean, what?
Yeah, she's doing well. Her and Porco are kind of doing some covert ops.
Yeah.
Do you want to go into that? I guess I'm out of things to say about the whole Jaegerist arc. It's just a really good like depiction of like a political power struggle.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about what triggers all of this in the first place, and that would be the battle between Levi and Zeke. Because Zeke.
Oh yes.
Zeke basically screams, and he.
Yeah, so they've got Zeke hidden away in this forest because they don't want Aaron and Zeke coming into contact with each other because they don't trust them. So Levi and all of his dudes have Zeke surrounded, and they're keeping him in the forest with them.
And so Zeke,
and it's great because first Zeke like he makes a run for it, and Levi's like, dude, where do you think you're going? It's all of us and one of you. And then the scream happens.
Yeah, he screams, and all of the men who drank the alcohol, except for Levi because he didn't, turn into Titans. And this leads to just fucking pure fucking hype. Where literally, like, initially Levi's like, oh, fucking goddamn it, you got us. And like Zeke thinks he's gonna hesitate to kill his own men, but he doesn't. He just immediately starts killing man after man. And he's like, you think we haven't been killing our own people from the get-go? Like, this is nothing to me. This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Yeah, dude, like this moment where Levi is like surrounded by his comrades as Titans, and he's thinking about how they were begging him to let them try the wine, and he like relented. And he's thinking about that right as like they're surrounding him, and like this expression on his face, man.
Yeah, you can tell he's kind of like
heavy shit going on.
You can tell he's kind of tired of this shit. Like, all he's ever wanted was to just be free, and like he's just constantly dealing with this his entire life, and it's just
yeah.
He's used to it, and he's like very level-headed, but like I think in some ways it does get to him.
He's like the strongest in the and that's something that happens over and over again. He's so powerful, he's so much stronger, but that just means he's always getting left alone. Everybody's just dropping around him.
Yeah, he's always outliving his comrades.
Yeah.
So basically, since it's been revealed now, because I mean that fight's raw as fuck. He starts cutting down trees, and he's moving so fast that Zeke can't keep up with him. And then eventually, Zeke starts smashing the Titan corpses and throwing them at him, but it doesn't work. And then in the end, he gets him. We knew it was gonna end like it's lots of Sakuga, lots of crazy animation. Afterwards, he straps him up to a thunder spear.
And Zeke is so funny. He's like, not again.
Afterwards, he straps him up to a thunder spear, and we get to see Zeke's past, where it's revealed that... I think we'll go into Zeke's past the next video we do, because I have it listed in my notes here, but I think I'm just going to add that to the next one, if that's okay.
I feel like that's a good place to put it.
Yeah. But, yeah, he straps him up to a thunder spear, and Zeke remembers his past, and then, like, he basically has it to where, like, we'll both die if you get any ideas. And Zeke's like, okay. And he fucking yanks it, and they both fucking blow up, and it leaves on that cliffhanger. You don't get to see for the rest of part 1. So people who were anime only basically thought Levi was dead for, like, a whole year. Because it just leaves him on that cliffhanger. We don't get to see if he's okay or anything like that. While that's going on, though, that reveals to the rest of to everybody else, along with the Falco situation, because Nicolo, now that the adrenaline's wore off, he starts to feel remorse. And he immediately starts... He basically Tekashi 6ix9's his whole crew and snitches and says, hey, there's Zeke's spinal fluid in the alcohol and all of you are poisoned. Basically start rounding up the people who haven't drank the wine and the people who have, and labeling them with armbands. And there's this really good scene with Dot Pixis where he's sitting at a table with Yelena, and he's being very cordial about it. He's being very respectful, despite the fact that they got guns trained on them. And he's like, well, shit, how'd we get to this part? How'd we reach this
very,
point?
Like, chill and casual.
Well,
like, he's
just,
got that natural charisma.
He's always been one of my favorites. He is such a lovable character, you know? He is such a likable character. Basically...
And he's like, armbands? Wonder where you guys got that idea from.
Yeah, he's like, this is very Marleyan, if you really think about it. But either way... I there's not much to say about Dot Pixis. He's just a really fucking cool character. I'm honestly surprised that he lived this long, because I'm like, that is way too likable of a character to live this long in Attack on Titan. And now it seems like he's basically fucked now. He got the Zeke gene in his blood.
Yeah.
Either way,
now, like,
go ahead.
Yeah, now like half the military is a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, so the Jaegerists they have the power now, and everybody gets arrested. Armin and Connie and Mikasa all get put in a cell underground. There's this intriguing scene where someone's being misogynistic about like Sasha, and then Yelena shoots them in the head that I thought was really funny. This guy's like calls Sasha a whore, and then Yelena shoots him in the head.
Well, he was also being racist, to be specific.
Yeah, but
he was being sexist and racist.
Yeah, he did not need to go on that fucking tangent. Either way, Yelena basically reveals to Armin and the others who have now been arrested and taken underground what their master plan is. Although it should be noted that this is not actually the plan of the Jaegerists. We don't know that till later. Yelena basically says that she wants to unite Zeke and Eren because Eren has the founding Titan and Zeke is of royal blood, and that will activate so that they can collaborate to have their lady Ymir, their goddess, make it so that Eldians cannot have children, which will quietly and peacefully end the race of Eldia for good. That is what Yelena wants. That is what Zeke wants. We're unclear on if that's what Eren wants. In fact, everybody there is like, no. But Armin, he starts to theorize that maybe Eren doesn't want that and he's pretending to go along with it. So he pretends to cry and he's like, oh, that's such a beautiful plan. Oh, and like to get him to kind of, he's basically trying to do what he thinks Eren is doing. And in a way he's right, but Eren is also, his plan is he's cooking something way crazier and way worse. So that's kind of the conflict we got going on there. Piek and Porco arrive and have a run-in with Eren. And,
yeah, great. That's one of the other like awesome scenes with Eren. Piek has Eren at gunpoint, and she's like, "Hey, don't move." And Eren's like, "What, are you gonna shoot? Why haven't you shot me already?" And he basically like tells her, "I know you're not going to shoot me because your orders are to retrieve the Titan." And he's like got his forehead pressed up against her pistol. And it's like very, very, very boss.
He's just, he gets a lot of moments like that. Like the conversation he had with Mikasa, Armin, and Gabby, which has been memed into fucking oblivion, where they have him walking in with Jack in the Box and he's like, "Hey guys, let's..." That scene was really chilling too, where he's basically a dick to Mikasa, although she kind of, he's like, well, I did roll my eyes because he's like, "Mikasa, from day one, I've always hated you." And I'm like, dude, in season 2, you were like confessing to her. Don't even
don't you try that shit with me.
Yeah, fuck off, man. And then like Armin punches him and then he beats the shit out of Armin.
Actually, now that we're talking about this, I completely forgot to mention this. But there's like a really interesting idea that gets introduced here when Aaron's talking to Armin. You know, he's like, hey, if our memories make us who we are, then part of you is now Bertolt. And, you know, because Armin's been like visiting Annie like a couple of times, and so they kind of gets he kind of makes Armin question like who he is on the inside, and I thought that was like a really interesting idea that I wanted to get elaborated a little bit more on, is how like the memories of previous users would like affect people, like the kind of subtle changes in their personality that they don't realize.
Yeah, and he basically, it also establishes his philosophy on freedom, because Aaron basically says now that the narrative is not controlling Aaron and he's the one controlling the narrative, he is free. And he claims that not only is Armin not free because he is taking the frequent trips to go visit Annie, which is really only because Bertolt really liked Annie. Mikasa is not free because her dedication to Aaron is just the Ackerman thing, the whole Ackerman BPD disease, how Levi kind of had it for Erwin, which is why I think they're gay as fuck, and how Mikasa now has it for Aaron, and her love for him is only the Ackerman curse, or whatever the fuck you call it.
Yeah.
And I also think it's funny that he only addresses Gabby as kid who killed Sasha. That's his name for her, is just kid who killed Sasha. Either way, they get taken to prison. He's like, fuck you guys. I'm going to do my own thing. And then, like I said, we have this interaction with Piek. And then Piek, realizing that she's definitely not going to kill Aaron with that gun, just puts her hands up. She's like, all right, fuck it. I'll go with you. I actually hate Marley anyway. And then Gabby's like, what the fuck, man? Gabby's like, Jesus Christ, I can't trust anybody anymore. And this part's,
we do a little trolling.
This part's really good because like he leads her up to the front, or up to the top. Earlier there was like a conflict where as the Jaegerists were taking over, Keith Shottis tried to fight against his own students and got his ass beat, which was really funny. So he's another prisoner. But she gets taken up to that spot where he got his ass beat. And like on the way up there, you can see Porco hiding.
Yeah, like just a split second. There's like a split second shot and he's there. And I didn't see him the first time.
Yeah, and then she gets up to the top and he's like, I want you to point out the enemy. So she points at him, and Porco fucking rises up through the ceiling, tries to eat Aaron, and that on top of Magath and his blimp coming up over the wall is what ties into part 2 and the crazy beginning of part 2. But I thought that was like a really hype moment to leave on. But she says something very, very interesting.
Totally.
She says something very, very interesting, because Gabby thought she was betraying them, and then she reveals she's not. And then Gabby's like, what the fuck? I thought you said you hated Marley. And she's like, it might be true that I don't trust Marley, but I do trust the comrades that I fought alongside. And that I think is important too, because a lot of people don't actually fully support, a lot of soldiers don't actually fully support the nations they're forced to fight for, but they form a bond with the people that they fight alongside. And it becomes this kind of complicated thing. Like, I'm sure a lot of people who fought under the American military probably didn't agree with everything that they were forced to do, or that they were fighting for, but they had no choice but to survive and follow orders. And it's only the people that they fought with that understand this. Because it's not like,
it's more of that.
Because as you've seen from Reiner,
classic messiness.
As you've seen from Reiner, it's impossible for normal people to understand. He starts to feel really alone because they don't understand what he's been through. They don't know what he's been through. And I think that's a really good line too. I thought that was it's about the most depth her character gets. For the most of the time, she's just eye candy. But yeah, I did like that
Kind of true. I wish she was developed more because she's here for the whole ride.
Yeah, and she's a very interesting character. That perspective, I think, was particularly interesting. And I think that also is like it like adds to Gabby's redemption arc. Because Gabby starts to see that, like, there is more depth to it than just Marley is right and LD is wrong and they're devils. I can't really think of anything else.
Yeah, I mean, we get put on this sick cliffhanger where we see like Reiner up in the blimp getting ready.
Thing to note is that Flock from season 3, the guy that was kind of an asshole to Armin.
Yeah, we didn't talk much about Flock.
Well, we're gonna talk a lot more about him later in like other sessions. But he's leading the Jaegerists basically, and there's also this fucking scene where Hanji's like, "Wait, you knew about the wine?" Because he kind of outs himself. He's like, "Everybody who drank the wine," and she's like, "Wait, you knew?" And then he just kind of like grins and like shushes. He's like, "Shh."
Yeah, he did that.
Flock is fucking evil. I'm sorry. There's no morally gray about it. He's insane. He's lost his fucking mind. And I've got a whole lot to say about him later because he is a very interesting character.
There's a lot. He's like that. He's definitely the most like just straight up like racist character. He's definitely like the Marley of Paradise Island.
No, he that's a whole other can of worms. But we've been recording for about 2 hours, so I gotta wrap this one up, and we'll be right back in the next session.
Fair enough.
All right, so we left off with Zeke's past. You know, when he, if we didn't say in the previous recording that where Levi straps Zeke up to the explosives and then Zeke kills himself. literally Erwin's himself immediately.
He was kind of real for that.
And as like right before he makes this,
I don't remember how much. I was gonna say I don't remember how much he talked about Zeke's like kind of philosophy.
Well, we didn't. We only shed a little bit of light on it in season 3. It's so I found out what it's.
I didn't quite explain it until later. Yeah.
I found out recently what it's called. It's called antinatalism.
Ooh, look at you with the words.
Which I only know because I watched True Detective, and one of the characters in that also believes in this philosophy of antinatalism, where you just believe we shouldn't even be born. That, in his case, he only applies it to the Eldians. He thinks the Eldians shouldn't exist. And if he never existed, he never would have had to suffer. It's sort of like a sort of eugenics, kind of.
Yeah.
And you spend
he views what he does as sort of like an act of mercy. I think that's interesting because it actually his behavior in season 3, especially how he reacts to Aaron's kind of suicide rush.
Yeah,
is actually really
Erwin's.
Really interesting.
Erwin's not Aaron's. You fucking dimwit.
I'm a fake fan for real. Like his whole idea is that like, you know, people it's not worth it to struggle to stay alive. And so when he sees people like struggling in vain, when he thinks that they're like doing one last heroic charge at him for no reason.
Yeah, that's why he crushed
it makes
that.
him angry.
That's why he got so mad in season 3, which we explained that kind of, sort of, but without really spoiling it majorly. We just basically explained that he thinks a hopeless struggle is hopeless and stupid. I'm gonna be real. I think his ideology is I can't use that word. Fucking stupid. I really do. It's like probably the dumbest belief system in the whole show. I get why he believes it or why he operates by it, but
yeah, I mean, I like it that in the sense that like it follows from like his experiences,
it
like
does.
sense like based on his childhood.
I think out of all the characters in the show, Zeke, I mean, he's probably my favorite villain. Really, I can't really think of any other villains in the show that I like as much as him. Not even Aaron. But
yeah, I like him.
I feel like he's the worst person in this entire. Well, there's only one. There's only one that outdoes him. And we'll talk about him some other time. That would be King Fritz. Was that his name? The guy that
Fritz, yeah.
I
think it was King. I don't remember what they called him.
The King. You know who I'm talking about. But that's lore for later. Basically, like, Zeke is a piece of shit, and yet you kind of, as he makes this decision to blow himself up, you get like an interesting backstory, which I knew was coming because we get a glimpse of it in Grisha's backstory. We get a little bit of basically Zeke tattles on them. And that's what led to Grisha and Dinah and all the others getting lined up on the wall. And basically what kicked off the journey to begin with. And now we get to see why he ratted out on his dad. And you get this in-depth story about how his Grisha was doing Grisha shit. You know? Like, if you thought he was a bad dad to Aaron, he was a horrible dad to Zeke. Holy fuck. Like, it like borders on abuse, or it pretty much is abuse, basically.
Yeah, like he's expecting Zeke to be like his basically his successor in his fight against Eldia, and he puts all these expectations
against Marley,
on
you
Zeke
mean?
His
fight for Eldia against Marley.
For Eldia against Marley, yeah. And he's expecting Zeke to be like a top soldier so he can infiltrate the military. And like when Zeke fails to live up to those expectations because they were completely unrealistic expectations, he gets angry, he gets vicious with him. He's like a child.
So it's interesting to look at because especially with the context of Grisha's childhood, and you remember how his father treated him, how his father was like a suck up to Marley, so that caused him to veer in the opposite direction, which again, like, it's another thing where it's like it aged really well, or I guess I can't say it aged really well because it's still relatively new, but it's like you could apply this easily to our own politics here in America, where, you know, right-wing parents create a left-wing child.
Yeah, I do love that like element with like Grisha and his father, and then Grisha and Zeke. Like Grisha's father is, like loyal to Marley, and it kind of negatively polarizes.
It's definitely I haven't seen a lot of stories talk about how parents kind of impact radicalization, but this is definitely a good like depiction of that, a very accurate depiction of that. About how we're kind of shaped by childhood trauma, and how, one parent causes them to veer in one direction, and then they instill propaganda into their kids, and that kid veers in the opposite direction, which happens. Yeah. It's a realistic thing.
You're talking before about like generational trauma and how Titans inheriting memory is could be kind of a metaphor for that. This is definitely another instance of like very explicitly a generational trauma story.
Yeah, and I kind of wish that the Grisha backstory and the Zeke backstory were kind of revealed back to back, but I get, why they had to split it for the sake of intentionality.
I think it's sort of like from their different like perspectives. It's Grisha's backstory from Grisha's perspective, Zeke's backstory from Zeke's perspective.
But I do like that. I mean, this season's definitely, even though we've already seen Grisha's past, this season expands on it so much. Like, we had the scene where Aaron met Grisha's dad, which I think we talked about in a previous part. But
yeah, that was
that
good.
also was like, I like that they're really doing justice to that whole plot thread. And yeah, I mean, the Zeke backstory is really similar to Reiner's in a way, where although it's different, definitely, because basically you got Grisha pushing Zeke to become an honorary Marleyan so he can infiltrate the army, and Zeke is not him. He's not particularly agile. He's not particularly strong. He has a hard time keeping up with the other students. And his dad is berating him and pushing him. And eventually, like, you can kind of just see him crack under the pressure. Which I'm sure anybody who has had, like, strict parents that push them beyond what they're capable of can definitely relate to.
Yeah.
Especially if you're neurodivergent and you have trouble in school, you know.
It's like the classic like failure of parents is they see their kid as like their second shot at life, and so they expect their kid to like do everything that they like wanted themselves to do when they were that age.
Yeah, like living through your kids.
know?
And
Yeah.
eventually, like,
Rather
as
than letting them be their own person.
as this is all going on, he meets this guy in glasses, and the dynamic, I'll admit I side-eyed it when I first watched. It's a harmless dynamic, but you know, like, you got this vulnerable kid, and then this older guy starts forming a bond with him. in this day and age, you're gonna kind of side-eye that, but he's more just the dad that he never had. They start playing catch together, which is important. That's important to keep in mind for the end of the show, surprisingly. That little detail that they play catch. They just throw this ball back and forth and bond.
I do like that detail, because that's how his Titan like attacks. Like, he doesn't fight directly, he throws rocks.
And also when he was a baby, he played with a little toy monkey. He was always fascinated by monkeys, which for the longest time I was confused as to why season 2 had a bunch of fucking dinosaurs and shit. I didn't realize until the very end that those were the other Beast Titans.
Yeah. I wonder how they knew that, like, at the time.
I don't think they had enough time to expand on all the lore. I wish they expanded a little more on the Beast Titan and the history of it, because I like that gimmick of, like, whatever animal the person is drawn to the most is what the Beast Titan inhabits. In his case, it was a monkey, because he had a little toy monkey when he was a kid. So he's got an attachment to that animal, which is, I mean, he's kind of real for that.
Yeah, like, the Beast Titan, more than any of the other Titans, like, is modeled after the personality of its inheritor. And I think that's interesting. Like, you hear from...
Bro really just wanted to return to monkey.
True. Like, you hear from the scientist guy, like, his version of the Beast Titan is not good for anything. Because he's not really a fighter at heart, you know, he wants to be a scientist studying Titans.
Yeah, he and so Zeke just wants to return to monkey. It's
Thank you, very cool.
if you haven't picked up on it, he inherits the Beast Titan from the scientist guy, which I can't fucking remember his name, but that's basically what this leads into, is that the guy kind of gives him guidance. He's even the one who tells him about the antinatalism philosophy, and Zeke just kind of buys into it.
It's Tom Casaver, or
Casaver.
Like,
yeah, because when he blows himself up, he shouts like, "Casaver, this is for you."
Are you watching me? I think that's what he says.
Yeah, but basically, like, Casaver sees that he is not happy with his current home life. Every time he comes home, his dad does the same thing that his own father did to him, and injects all this information into his brain and forces him to study, never ever bonds with him or treats him like a son. He treats him like a weapon. And so as the pressure starts to really, really get to him, And there's even like this really chilling scene where Grisha starts screaming when he finds out that his son's grades are bad and guilt trips him into doing better. Where he's like, "You're our only hope. You have to. You have to. You're our son. Of course you." And that's also what's so scummy about it is every time he says "You're our son," it's God. It's like you don't see him as your son. Like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, it's so interesting, and that's like that like trauma. You can clearly see how it influences his ideology and his personality.
But kind of
like,
go ahead.
His dad, he sees his dad like trying to struggle against Marley, and all his dad ever does is make his life hell trying to fight against Marley. So of course when he sees the Erwin's crew fighting in vain, it just makes it just
he looks at it, it reminds him of his dad. Yeah. But also like kind of at the breaking point is when he hears soldiers are getting close to finding out who the imposter is, who's causing a ruckus, and so that's when he decides to snitch. But this wasn't his own decision. Ksaver talked him into it which I think it's kind of like a morally gray kind of thing there. I do think it's a good decision to make when you look at his home life and the situation he's been dealt with. I think that is basically the best thing that you can do to protect yourself when you realize your family's going to get you killed as a powerless child, basically. But
yeah.
it just shows you how getting kids involved in war already just makes things so morally twisted, because it's hard to say if it was a good thing or a bad thing. It was just a thing that was gonna happen.
You know what? You watch like Grisha's backstory, and you're like, what? How could Zeke do that to him? And then you watch Zeke's backstory,
and you're like,
oh,
we skipped over some fucking detail. Yeah, and I mean, I already kind of hated Grisha from the get-go because you get red flags back in season 3. Oh, you still here?
Yeah, I was coughing.
You you get red flags back in season 3 when you get the backstory of the drill sergeant guy. Fucking.
Nah, that's
the guy.
Whoever.
The
drill sergeant. That's who we call him.
Yeah, Major Payne, and he has that interaction with Aaron where he's like, where he's insisting that Aaron has to save the day or whatever, and he's like, but wait, what about me? He's like, you're not like Aaron. He is my son. And he kind of does the same thing there, where he talks about Aaron like he's a fucking object, like he's a weapon to be used.
Yeah, dude.
They expand on this.
Hate Grisha.
Fuck Grisha. I kind of always hated him from the get-go. He always kind of gave me like sus vibes. But either way, they expand way more on the complexity of Zeke and Grisha's dynamic way later, and we'll get into that. But for now, I kind of want to talk about what's going on here in Paradis, which is Armin and them. As we've said, they've been like locked up by Yelena and Floke and all the others. They did like a big, massive, kind of another coup d'etat, basically, where they fucked over their government, and the protesters killed the freaky guy Zachary, Dulles Zachary, which, I mean, he had it coming. Fuck that guy. And, all of the scouts and everybody's been locked up, and Armin and Connie and all them, I mean, there's like this meaningful scene where basically I remember Onyon Capone, he didn't know any of this was going to happen. Like he was like, he's basically like, I'm in a really shitty position right now because I thought they were fighting for one thing and it turns out they weren't. And
yeah, he's more or less just like afraid of Yelena, and that's kind of the main reason he like is complicit.
Yeah, and sort of to expand on that, basically he wants to free Connie and all them because he's like, fuck this. And Connie has a fucking meltdown. It's like one of the most painful scenes because basically Connie is like, you guys betrayed us, and Reiner betrayed us, and Annie betrayed us, and now fucking Aaron is betraying us, and he's just like so sick of like everybody in the show just letting them down one by one. Which, I mean, yeah, you kind of do pick up, even though it's all for different reasons, everybody kind of just sucks in this show.
Yeah, you can really feel Connie like kind of like breaking down, especially after the death of his friend.
Oh yeah, and then there was that scene beforehand where the guy was like calling her a slut or whatever and yelling at fucking kills him, which was really good. But
that was really funny.
But kind of Armin in this moment basically is like he needs to really this. I mean, okay. I think the writing's stellar. If I had one gripe, I think there is one part that's a little corny where they're all like speculating on Aaron's actions and what the fuck is Aaron doing? I'm so confused. Why is he like this? He's not being and then John's like, well, maybe we should analyze his actions and try to find a deeper meaning ourselves. He like looks at the camera. It's not literally how it happened, but that's basically like how it felt. Was this like John just stepping in being like, viewers, please analyze this character. But other than that, basically like they speculate for a little bit. None of them understand what the fuck he's doing. Some of them even wonder, like Mikasa and Armin wonder if they ever even knew Eren to begin with, or if they've just been kind of looking at a different version of him this entire time. For me, it's like, I don't know how y'all didn't see this coming. Like, he was a prick since season 1, so nothing's really all that different.
We're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but I think it is like really interesting. This whole part makes Mikasa a little bit more of an interesting character, because it like calls into question her interpretation of who Eren is.
I still think it's a bad look that the only way to make her a deep character is to make the man that she latches herself onto a shit person. That's the only way to give her any depth. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go on this tangent more, but like I saw fuckers on Twitter actually trying to say that Mikasa was a less misogynistic character than Casca from Berserk, and that is like the hardest cap I have ever fucking seen.
This is like your personal 9/11.
I fucking like Mikasa is a shit character. She gets better in this season, but even now, like compare her to literally any other woman in the series, she's worst girl. I can't think of any other characters that she like girl characters that she's worse than or better than.
You forgot to probably should touch on like at this point Yelena reveals like their plan, the whole euthanasia plan.
Oh yeah, and
for the scouts, and so Zeke's whole plan is to. I don't think we specified, but it's basically to sterilize all of the Eldians.
Yeah, they kind of revealed that at one point. They kind of revealed that at one point, where basically, like, yeah, he just wants to make it so they can't procreate anymore. You know, they don't have to die by genocide, but
Yelena's just a fanatic for Zeke, basically.
She's just a simp. That's basically the long and short of this. She's just a fucking simp. And so, it's also like, kind of there's the important detail of Armin cries and gets emotional at her plan, and it's weird, but it's weird on purpose because you know he doesn't actually fucking. This is the most dumb plan.
Yeah, he's trying to play along.
He's almost kind of bad at it, but because she gets kind of uncomfortable where she's like, "Oh, okay," but. Yeah, basically, like, Armin kind of locks in for a minute, and I'll save that Mikasa rant for when it becomes more relevant towards the end, because I have got some mean things to say about Mikasa at the very end of the entire show.
Sad.
Cannot wait for that tangent. But basically, like, Armin... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, that just fuels more speculation about what's going on in Aaron's head. Like, does he agree with this? Is he trying to sterilize all of us?
Yeah,
But Armin kind of like tries to bring everyone together. Like, guys, no way. Aaron is actually thinking that, he's just playing along. He's been on our side the
he's
whole
locked
time.
in. He's locked in. He's ready.
Yeah.
And so Armin kind of does the same thing. That's why he cries to Yelena's plan. That's why he, you know, it's to basically buy their freedom. He pretends like they have to help. He's like, let's go help Aaron, because he does want to help Aaron, but not for the reasons that you might think. And this is like, it's already getting so muddied, like, and it's kind of amazing that it's able to make it so easy to follow when you consider you've got so many different angles at this. You've got the Marleyans, and then you've got the Marleyans who kind of don't trust Marley but are going with Marley anyway, and then you got the Eldians, but then you've got the Jaegerists, and then the Scouts, and then, like, there's so many different angles that you can approach this from, that it all adds like a different spin to the themes and to the dynamics.
There's a moment that I really like at this moment, which is when Armin is like convincing everybody else that Aaron's on their side. What Armin says Aaron's motivation is that he's playing along so that he can get control of the Founding Titan, so he can protect the island, and so they can like fend off the invaders. And that's why he's been pushing them all away, is he's just playing along. But there's this subtle like flashback he has of Aaron on the beach saying, if we kill everybody else across the ocean, will we be free?
Subtle.
And it's just that slight flashback. Like, a part of Armin knows what Aaron's really trying to do, but he doesn't want to accept it. He doesn't want to say it.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really, really heavy.
Arguably not subtle, but still pretty good. I will say that fucking
not, like, super subtle, but
that fucking thing where Aaron literally asks that question outwardly is like why I knew where this was going, and it made it kind of predictable for like at least Aaron's character. It made it predictable. You kind of still are like wondering like, where's this going to an extent, like how is he going to get there, but he outright says at the end of season 3 what he's going to do, or what he's going to try to do. It's so obvious. And that I feel like I kind of slightly take issue. Kind of weird to criticize season 3 in my season 4 review, but whatever. But other than that, I mean, yeah, like, I like that Armin kind of has that dissonance of, like, he doesn't really want to believe that Aaron would be insane enough to do that.
Yeah, the cognitive dissonance, that's what I'm getting at.
But anyway, Armin, there's, like, this funny scene where Armin, he gets the gang together and they have to help Aaron, and he has, like, a slip of the tongue. I don't remember quite what he says, but he basically slightly reveals that he doesn't actually buy into Yelena's plan. And Yelena fucking looks down at him with the most, like, just this fucking aggressive, like, scowl. Like, she just grimaces at him, like, fucking... And then she, like, hides it with a smile.
Funny,
It literally reminded me of was fucking Mozgus from Berserk. When his face, like, scrunches up.
I don't know why. Yelena is like kind of hilarious. Like, why was she such a freak? Like, what made her like that?
So from here we have this we expand a little bit more on Gabby and Falco, and basically this was after the whole thing with Kaya trying to kill Gabby, and she fucking hates Gabby. This whole stretch I think is a little weak, but it's definitely still meaningful. Where like Gabby and Falco are like hiding out in like this place, and this is kind of the moment where Gabby basically realizes, holy shit, I get it now. I get why Reiner is depressed. Basically, she has like a Reiner moment where they're stopped there. They're hiding out because they know they're gonna get in trouble if anybody finds them. and they basically go into, like, Falco explains, like, I consumed some of the alcohol. I don't remember. I think it was his brother that was with them, right? Or there was like some.
Yeah, they eventually meet up with the brother. I don't think that happens just yet. It happens during the battle, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so who was one of the adult figures? I don't remember who it was with them for this. I don't know if it was.
Was it not just the Hunter family and
Somebody was with them. I don't remember. I'd have to go back to the scene, but basically, like, Gabby and Falco talk, and they go into how he tried to save her and how he consumed the alcohol, so he's basically fucked. And then she starts opening up about, like, holy fuck, I killed someone, and that someone wasn't a monster or a devil like they say they were in Marley. That was, like, a human being, and all of the people here are human beings. They've all treated me with, like, because her whole time spent here, none of the Eldians have been cruel to her in any way. They kept her. They kept her in a cell, but even when she was, like, pretending to be sick, the guard came in genuinely worried about her because they didn't look at her as a murderer. They looked at her as a child.
That's what I was kind of getting at earlier, is that, like, she's constantly expecting hostility from other characters, only to be
because,
like,
from her point of view,
decency.
From her point of view, she looked like, it's kind of like here. Like, I hate bringing up fucking Palestine, but that's the only current thing. It's kind of like how people look at the Palestinians as, like, oh, they throw gay people off roofs, they kill gay people, and they're homophobic, so they're monsters. When in reality, they're just fucking people. And that's kind of the same thing here, where it's like she hears from Marley, oh, they're devils, they're awful, they did terrible things. And then she goes there and they're not. They're just normal fucking people. And that's kind of just a dissonance that a lot of people have, where they just blame an entire country for what stereotypes there are around there, or whoever in power, like, what they do.
Yeah. And this is why I think she's an alright character. Like, this whole, like, arc that she has going on, like, it's pretty heavy-handed. But, like, for the amount of, like, hate that she generates is, like, totally disproportionate.
Well, she this is her moment, basically her first moment of, like, self-reflection, where she's like, holy shit, I'm a bad person. Everything I knew was a lie. And I like that it, like, cuts to these nearby, I think they're bird cages in the room, which kind of, you know, some symbolism there about entrapment, and which kind of correlates with the walls in the first place, but also kind of how, you know, she was basically born with a target, and it's in her blood, basically. It's what she is. And where was I going to go? Oh, so after that, Falco, like, confesses to her, and this is the first time she actually understands, because, like, at the beginning of the season, he, like, confessed to her, but she didn't fucking understand what he was talking about. He was like, I'm trying to save you, idiot. And she's like, you're trying to save me by getting in my way? Are you stupid? But now he's much more direct, and he's like, I want to marry you. And she's like, wait, what do you mean? What? And then, like, it's kind of cute. I'm not really that invested in their relationship, but I see the vision, you know, it's fine. I don't know, I'm not a big like, shit person.
We went a little bit out of order, because we forgot this happens only after they meet up when the battle starts. Because at first they're immediately, like, taken away by the Jaegerists, and they're separated from each other. And then, we actually did talk about how the battle starts. Yeah, but there's that scene where Eren is trying to get her to rat at her comrades, and then
Piek. That might have been the one. That might have been the character I was thinking it was Piek, maybe, or Porco or somebody. I don't remember. But basically, like, Falco confesses to her. It's kind of cute, kind of wholesome. Not really, like, I don't really care too much about this ship. Clearly they want to push it, but given, you know, I like Falco. Gabby I just now started liking. So it's not like I was rooting for him to get with her this whole time, but whatever, you know, it's there. And then there's this kind of corny, I think that the whole dynamic between Gabby and Kaya is a little corny. And you're going to see some of that later. Or well, I'm going to go ahead and just mention it now, basically. Like, after this whole conversation, Kaya walks... No. What prompted this whole conversation is that Kaya walks outside of the building right past them. Just conveniently, right past them and says, I hate Gabby so much, I hope she dies, I'm gonna kill her. And that's what prompts Gabby to finally, like, have this whole self-reflection moment. And super corny, like, super, like, okay, buddy. Like... the convenience is like just it's so on the nose. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember how they met back up, who they were with. What happened was, it was because of Niall. It was because of Niall, that guy who used to be I guess Erwin's friend, but so he pretended to be taking away. I think he was taking away like Falco, but there's this moment where he almost gets into like a confrontation. I wish I remember how this played out. You remember?
Right?
You know
Yeah,
what I'm talking about that,
I
right?
do. Yeah, he grew like a he grew a little bit of scruff and a mustache in season 4. He didn't have that in the previous 3 seasons. So he looks a little different. You can't really tell it's him because he looks very different in this season. But
yeah, there's this part where he's taking away Falco, and Falco's brother is like getting ready to like shoot the guy when he turns around the corner. But Niall just lets the kid go.
Yeah,
because it was the right thing to do.
I even remember the brother's like, "Why are you trusting the enemy?"
Yeah,
But...
it was a good moment. I like that because Niall is kind of like a bad guy compared to Erwin during the first few seasons. Then he gets this little
I
moment
always forget he's in the first 3 seasons because like most of the time he's just like the cartoony, obnoxious guy that you just want him to shut up.
Yeah, he's like a semi-foil to Erwin, where Erwin's kind of like a rebel. Meanwhile, Niall is just kind of a part of the system. He's the old guard.
I fucking I forget he's in the first 3 seasons, but then I remember him and I'm like, dude, this guy, fucking Isayama, is insane. He's like, his ability to just develop all the characters, even the fucking nameless nobodies that you didn't really care that much about in earlier seasons, get development. They get like a whole character arc. They grow with the story. It's like insane.
Yeah, like they all had like a little role to play in season 4, and I like that. I like this little moment with Niall. It's a bit of growth on his part.
One of the most detailed like casts I've seen. What I was going to say about the whole Gabby Kaya thing, because I don't think I have it written in my notes, and I kind of want to just bitch about it right now, is like, there's this fucking part where basically that gets its turnaround too, where she goes to, I think in the middle of the insanity, this is after the rumbling, which everybody knows the fucking rumbling, and we'll talk about that, we'll set up to it, but I just need to bitch about this. Where when the rumbling happens and the Titans are everywhere, and all hell has gone like broken loose, Gabby goes and saves Kaya, and there's this like corny ass shot of like it's Gabby, but like it's Sasha, but it's actually just Gabby, and Kaya's like, "I love you, Gabby. You're my bestie now," and it's so fucking fucking bad. And then like afterwards they literally have like an outward conversation about how we're all devils. There's a devil inside of all of us. And it's like, we get it already. Like, you don't need to spell this out.
She's just like, Sasha.
The whole Gabby Kaya dynamic, I think, is a little weak compared to everything else, but
it's not horrible.
it's not horrible, but that was fucking corny as hell.
Yeah.
Either way, let's get back in.
Anyway, this is all happening. We sort of skipped over, but this whole time there's this battle going on between Aaron and Reiner and Porco and a couple other characters.
You basically,
it's all hype. It's so hype because it's Aaron like fist fighting against Reiner's armored titan.
This is what, round 4?
This is round 4, true.
Where it's like, and it's so interesting because this is the 4th fight between Aaron and Reiner. The first one you were rooting for Aaron. Second one you were rooting for Aaron. Third one they kind of skimmed over, because it was the beginning of this season. And then now the 4th one you're rooting for Reiner, which is insane.
Yeah, it's totally crazy. Like, Reiner won me over, man.
It's and oh god, there's this like really good line where Aaron's like stumbling because he's really injured and he's like moving forward anyway, and Reiner's like, Aaron, just stop, for your own sake, like let it go. Like it's almost like a sympathetic angle where he doesn't hate Aaron, he isn't like, it's just like he even kind of feels bad for Aaron, but he just needs this to be over, basically.
And he just wants it to be over, and that's kind of sad.
And it's like this whole fight, you got the scouts, which are fighting Piek and keeping her from supporting Reiner, and Reiner fights Aaron, and it's already
Reiner and Porco are like trying to 2v1 him.
Yeah,
and they're both getting cooked. Like,
yeah, it's crazy. But what makes it even crazier is that the Beast Titan kind of shows up, and everybody thought he was gone. Everybody thought that you're supposed to be with Levi, and so I even can you can basically feel, I think it was Hanji present for no Hanji fucking so after Zeke did the silly,
she's running away with Levi.
After Zeke did the silly, Floke finds the scene afterwards, sees that Levi's been burnt to fuck, and Zeke somehow is still alive. That I have to bitch about that. That was an ass pull. That was an ass pull.
And also he's like butt ass naked.
Yeah, that was an ass pull. Basically, what happened is that Zeke is fucking torn to shreds, and then a fucking Titan, just a random ass Titan, comes up, shoves him into his stomach. And I don't mean like ate him, like literally pulls apart his stomach, shoves him in there, and then he comes out of the Titan, and literally the flock is like, what the fuck just happened? And Zeke is like, I don't know, but we must keep moving. And it never gets addressed again. It's just like the thing with Reiner's nape and his like distributing his consciousness or whatever the fuck. It's the same fucking thing. It never gets addressed. It's just like another ass pull that came at. I'll admit it's cool, but like, dude, it's a fucking ass pull. I feel like sometimes he writes himself into a corner, but either way. So Hanji finds Levi and runs away, and it doesn't reveal whether or not Levi's actually died or not. So
yeah,
Zeke reunites with everybody. He comes here, or what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, back to the battle. Zeke like makes a sick ass entrance. He eats some rocks at Reiner and Porco.
Yeah,
and he messes their shit up.
And this is like probably it's one of many climaxes of season 4, or it's like building into like from this point clear through to the final battle. Basically, it is pure fucking insanity. Which, I mean, it's already been crazy up until this point, but this is like kind of the penultimate moment that everything's been built. It's like what is it? The fucking episode of the Ozymandias from Breaking Bad, where it's like just the penultimate moment where everything's kind of just building into this.
Yeah, and there's like a huge amount of weight when he shows up because everybody knows he has everybody's like been drinking his spinal fluid, so he can scream at any time.
Yeah,
and just turn everybody into titans in the area.
Yeah, you got everybody kind of
into a titan.
You got everybody kind of rounded up. My goat, Pixis, has like a conversation with Yelena at a table, and they've all been branded. They've had like armbands tied on their arms, labeling them as people who drank the wine. He's like, if I don't recall, this is basically what Marley did, right? Like, you guys are not that different from Marley for people
I think you mentioned that before.
Yeah.
It's like, I wonder where you got that idea from.
Yeah. And, it's also funny because I think he also said, like, my alcoholism's finally catching up with me. Just not in the way you'd think. Either way,
stop drinking.
Basically, now that Zeke's here, you can also feel like this sense of dread that everybody's feeling once they see him, because they're like, oh no, Levi was watching you and you're alive. What is that like? So they all think he's dead, or they're like worried that Levi's dead. And so kind of like he's like ready to scream because he can see that there's no other way out of it. He just needs to make contact with Aaron. Reiner and Porco are trying to stop him. Piek's trying to stop him. And the scouts are kind of like, let's do it, let's help them. So it's like, it's even, the good guys are like siding with the bad guys, again, adding to that like crazy hectic dynamic. But
yeah, like the constant side switching, it's like crazy.
Basically, like after the older brother Colt finds out that his younger brother has drank the wine and has the Beast Titan's DNA in him, he's like, fuck. Okay, there's only like one way out of this. So he comes down there and basically uses Falco as a bargaining chip. And he's like...
Yeah, he's like begging Zeke not to scream.
He's like, please don't scream. Don't do it. I'm begging you, like, just at least wait until I get him out of here so that he's not in the range of your scream. And we get the craziest fucking moment I think this entire series has ever had, if you want to kind of take it away.
Yeah, Zeke's like, dude, I get that, bro. I get why you're trying to protect your brother like that. However, and he lets it rip, and it's so well directed.
The
like,
way
you hear this monstrous scream, and then you like see everybody's perspectives in slow motion.
Yeah, and it's a powerful moment. I was like, I knew this was gonna happen, but it like you almost don't want it to happen because you know that Colt's gonna die, Falco's gonna get roped up into this, and it's just like supremely dark. Everybody gets turned into Titans, and including, all the characters that we loved that drank the alcohol, and including...
You see, like Pixis, like, the moment it happens, he just kind of, like, closes his eyes peacefully.
Yeah, like, he's ready. He just accepts his fate. And Falco transforms and kills his brother, crushes him. And he's, like, the weirdest looking Titan yet. Like, he's got, like, a fucking long-ass neck. He kind of looks like a fucking Muppet. Like, he looks like the Cookie Monster.
Muppet, no.
I mean, that's what he looks like. But it's like a meaningful moment for Zeke, where he really... It's another one of those things of, like, it really kind of criticizes the ideology we've been going by up until now, where it really makes you think, like, is it really a small price to pay for salvation? Is it really always just a small price to pay for salvation for what Zeke's trying to achieve? Here he is, quote-unquote, trying to save the Eldian people, and he just wiped, like, a ton of them out. not only by turning a bunch of the soldiers into Titans, turning them into Titans will also guarantee that they basically eat most of the people in the city.
Yeah, like
So,
all the Marleyan soldiers
there's
are cooked.
there's not going to be very many people left to save, and it's almost kind of like, in a way, like in a good, because it's well written, but it's almost in a way kind of obnoxious, where it's like, oh, he really thinks this is like the right thing to do, and you can kind of see how he's like basically lost himself. He's essentially lost his mind to this idea that you have to fight to achieve what you want. He could have just as easily let Falco go, but no, he chose like, nope, not even Falco is enough to stop me from what I'm doing. And it's like, it just shows you how far gone he is, morally and whatnot.
Because like they were kind of friends, like he knew them.
This whole fight overall, like, it's really cool. You know, there was that moment where I think I do like the lead up to this. We kind of skipped over it, and I kind of want to mention it just real quick before we get into the real crazy stuff, where like Pieck intentionally makes it look like she died at the hands of the scouts, or not the scouts, at the hands of Floke and the others, the Jaegerists basically, and then
she like releases her Titan, so it looks like she died.
And then she pulls out a cannon and shoots the Beast Titan in the neck, but she doesn't kill him. But she knocks him down, and so he kind of copies the exact same strategy where they think the Beast Titan's dead, and then he gets up. He's like, "All right, Eren, come here. Let's do this. I copied this plan from Pieck." And it's kind of funny how he literally just stole her whole flow, word for word, bar for bar.
True. He was a fraud.
Before we get to kind of to the trip down memory lane and all that stuff, basically, like, the way this battle wraps up is Eren, you know, he's not stopping. He's still ready, still running. As this is going on, Porco, I think, has like a brief interaction with Reiner, who I think is basically out of commission. He's far too injured. He can't really stop Eren now. And I think for a second, like, as Falco, the Titan version of Falco, is like trying to eat Reiner, Reiner's like, oh shit, I could like release this armor and let Falco eat me, and I would save Falco. And it's, I mean, I kind of want to die anyway, so, you know. Like,
yeah, that's another good like moment with Reiner.
Because as you know, like, Falco unintentionally killed his older brother. Gabby can only watch in horror, because what does she have, like a fucking rifle? Like, what the fuck is she gonna do? So, the only person who can really stop all this is Reiner. But, the Jaw Titan.
Yeah,
Porco.
Right before he's about to get eaten, Porco basically shows himself.
So basically, like, Porco gets, he makes contact with Reiner or something, and it gives him, he
Reiner makes contact with him.
It unlocks a memory.
Memories over to him.
It unlocks a memory where he remembers that his brother cheated to get Reiner involved. It basically shows him his brother's death, the moment his brother died. And in this moment, it's kind of weird upon first viewing, but when you go on rewatch, it's like, honestly, a really, really good moment. Because basically, he spent this whole time feeling inadequate and frustrated that they would pick Reiner over him. But to find out that his brother actually manipulated it so that he wouldn't get sent to battle, and that Reiner would be basically the cattle instead, he, like, is almost kind of touched. Like, that his brother cared for him so much that he tried to protect him. And that basically gives him the closure he needs. So he essentially just gets out of his, like, Titan mech suit, and he has this badass moment where he's like, I told you weren't him, Reiner, and he fucking lets Falco eat him. And it's so funny how he's like shit-talking Reiner, but at the same time he's like, is kind of like a charming, like, farewell, you know, where he gets, like, his moment of heroism to save Falco, and it's a good ass moment. I wasn't even that invested in his character, but the fact that they wrapped it up just so well is the writing of this show is really good. Yeah, it was a very interesting way to wrap up his character.
Yes. And then at this point, Aaron's running. He's trying to make contact with Zeke.
He's almost there. They can't stop him. And fucking none other than goddamn Gabby. Gabby shoots him in the neck and cuts his head off.
Yeah, and then Zeke catches his head. It's like this, and there's this frame of like Zeke's like shocked face. He's holding up Aaron's head, and then pause.
Yeah, so
and all time just stops.
It's like the anime equivalent of like in a fighting game when you've got a centimeter of health and you gotta lock in and you gotta like turn it around and then you end up winning. It's like one of those types of things. Where they were so close to stopping him. Had Zeke not caught his head and it just like rolled away, Aaron probably would have died. Because his head would have been severed from his body. She got his nape. He's dead. But
what's kind of interesting is arguably he kind of did die there in the sense like he never goes back to his human form after this. True. Like even when you see him in the Founding Titan, it's just his head. He doesn't have like a human body anymore.
So from here,
that's kind of interesting.
As soon as they make contact, we get a kind of trip down memory lane, and this is kind of where we learn that Armin's theory was correct. Aaron really does not buy into all this, and it starts with like this cutscene where Zeke and Armin, they're in the sand dimension place that Ymir was in when she reawakened. Yeah, Zeke and Aaron.
Zeke and Aaron. I thought you said Zeke and Armin.
No, Zeke and Aaron. I said Zeke and Aaron. I have the recording. I'm gonna suck your dick.
We're gonna fact check that, chat.
Okay. Zeke and Aaron are in the sand dimension that Ymir was in when she was butt-ass naked and woke up. Important little detail there. And basically Aaron already kind of reveals like, I don't actually buy into this shit. And he like tries to tell Ymir, this is not the lesbian Ymir, this is the founder Ymir. This little girl, this blonde little girl, or I guess her hair is more like a whitish. She's got like old medieval clothing, and she's short, and her eyes are just black like silhouettes, like just empty ass eyes. And she's walking around making sandcastles and shit. And earlier when Zeke came back from the dead, we got this moment where I think it's like the closest thing to a proper explanation beyond just the Titan like shoving him into his stomach of how Zeke came back, where she molds him back together through the sand, meaning that Ymir did not want him to go at that moment. That's the only proper justification I can think of why Zeke, didn't really die.
Yeah, this is also like the point where we get to learn like kind of what's going on, like where the Titans originate from. We get a little piece of that, but like she literally builds them. Like she forms their bodies from the sand, and that's kind of how they're created, and that's how she heals Zeke. Yeah, and we get this like basically after Aaron kind of gets shackled up, and then Zeke is like, hey, you're stupid, dummy head. I have royal blood, and you don't. Haha, so I get to boss her around, and you don't, sir. And, Aaron, like, this whole time we've been led to believe that Aaron would have control over the founder if they made contact, because Zeke has royal blood. He should be under the control of the vow renouncing war. But then Zeke like pulls the rug out from him. He's like, actually, I figured out how to break it, and now I'm in control. You were the key all along.
And it's really good. But Grisha chooses not to go through with his plan just yet because in Grisha's mind, Aaron's been brainwashed. So, sorry, Zeke. I'm sorry. I was reading the notes. Grisha came to mind. Zeke thinks that Aaron was brainwashed by Grisha. So, what he does is he chooses to have the two of them go down a trip down memory lane over the life of Grisha. Since Aaron, ate Grisha's Titan, he can, I guess, somehow, through this dimension and through the royal blood, I don't know how it fucking works, he can somehow go back and relive through Grisha's life, basically, after
Aaron, received memories from Grisha, so presumably the Founding Titan would be able to unlock those memories in complete, clarity.
Yeah. And,
I kind of it's kind of like I like this dynamic that Zeke has with Aaron. He's like, I could initiate my plan at any time, but I will not abandon you.
And it's because he doesn't want to be
persuade.
He doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to be his dad.
He doesn't want to be like his dad. It's one of the first instances of I don't want to replicate the behavior my dad has, done my whole life. I don't want to do that to you. I really want you to see where I'm coming from here. And I guess what he intended is if Aaron still wasn't convinced by the end, he would just go through with it anyway, and oh well. But I don't know. It's kind of weird. I have a slight nitpick for this beginning scene.
Oh no.
Mappa sometimes in very very specific instances will steal a clip from the Wit Studio version of older scenes when they do flashbacks. They'll reanimate certain parts of it, but it got it got really fucking.
Sometimes it's the Wit art style. Sometimes they remake the scenes.
It got really fucking noticeable when they're literally it shows it shows the scene from season 1, and Grisha pulls his key out of his coat, and it's literally frame for frame. It's the thing from Wit Studio, the season 1, the very first episode when he pulled the key out and showed it to Aaron. It's the same scene, but then it changes to behind Grisha where you see his horrified expression, or something like that.
Yeah,
it's the Mappa art style, and I'm sorry that took me out of it so bad. I was just bro. It's a nitpick, but it did distract me a little bit.
I thought that too was kind of interesting as now that you mention it, as a point of reference between the difference between Mappa's art style and Wit's art style, because it's the same the same scene.
I guess you could if you wanted to be super pedantic, you could probably be well, that's just the Wit Studio art style is Aaron's perspective and the Mappa art style is Grisha's perspective or something like that. Or how we look at it differently with retrospect or something, but yeah, it's just time constraints.
I think they just didn't want to. They just didn't want to.
Didn't want to redo it.
A couple of scenes.
Yeah, they just. Yeah, I mean, look, those animators, they're never going home. So.
Still though, I feel like Mappa's version looks more appealing.
I do. It's not I hate.
It's more detailed.
It's weird. I think.
Especially the hair.
It's weird. I think Wit Studios art style. I don't like how season 1 looks. I really don't. But season 2 I think looks decent. The CGI is pretty much my only downside to season 2. And then season 3 I think looks way better than season 2. So I think the art style improved clear through to season 3, but season 4 just looks way better than all of it. Even with some of the blemishes here and there, season 4 is just objectively a way prettier version of this series. And it's more true to the manga art style, I think. So we kind of just go through these Grisha scenes one by one, and we kind of find that Zeke has never seen any of this. So this is the first time he's seeing it, whereas Aaron already knew all of this. So... Yeah. He goes in thinking he's going to be the one schooling Aaron, but instead, Aaron is the one schooling him. And we get like kind of a analysis of all the shit that Grisha's been up to. We get a couple small little pieces of world building. I always forget that there was a plague at one point because it's only ever mentioned offhand. There was like a point, I think.
Yeah, there was some disease outbreak.
There's like a little brief scene where Grisha makes a deal with Kenny the Ripper, I think, or something like that. There's something to do with Kenny, some sort of corruption there, but it's not really explained. It's just literally a frame, and that's it. But yeah, I mean, there's not much of note. Basically, there is one part where Grisha, like, they're sitting here speculating. They get to the point where, I don't know if this was before or after. I don't know which one came first.
I can explain kind of what's happening. So like I said, we're traveling through Grisha's memories, and Z keeps expecting to like see Grisha, hammering his ideology into Eren, but he doesn't see that happening. And then there's this moment where Grisha finds where the royal family, where the real royal family is hidden, and he's like, "Oh, wait a minute, this is too early. He couldn't have found them this quickly."
And that's because he has a moment of he just decides, I'm not going to do it at that moment.
Yeah,
basically.
Because he just leaves instead of trying to steal the founding.
So I guess we're going to talk about that first. So it shows you kind of that Grisha, what Zeke doesn't seem to understand is that he thinks Grisha was the exact same till the bitter end. But as far as we, the viewers, know, towards like season 1, when we saw him in season 1, Grisha was way too secretive. He wouldn't tell Eren anything. He just kept him in the dark the entire time. Something we already knew, but that Zeke obviously didn't. So he is like surprised by.
Zeke is slowly discovering that like Eren is the problem.
Yeah, but we'll get to that. Or actually, that kind of segues into what I wanted to talk about anyway. Where we talk about Mikasa's backstory, where we get a reevaluation of that.
Zeke like watches like Eren like what 8 years old like kill 2 adults.
He doesn't see it. He sees the aftermath where Grisha's like lecturing him for what he did, and when we were reviewing season 1, I said that this backstory was cringe, mainly because it kind of was. It was like. I don't want to like, it's not like, I can't say it's like Elfen Lied tier or anything like that. Felt a little bit more like Future Diary type of backstory dynamic of like, oh, I was gonna get trafficked, but then he saved me, and that's why I love him, and this scarf he gave to me because he saved me from getting raped. And like,
you're a real hater, for real.
Well, I had a problem with it in season 1 because she's like, it's always been like this. And it shows her dad coming home with a cooked goose or like a hunted goose or something that he killed. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, you're going to compare somebody who almost got sex trafficked to a fucking dead goose that they hunted for lunch. The implications of that are just, they're not great. And here, it's kind of the same thing, because Eren's being really fucked up in this season. He's doing a lot of fucked up shit, like genocide. Like, he literally killed a little girl. He kicked a boulder onto a little teenage girl and killed her. And killed a lot of other people, too. And, he's really using this scene where he saved Mikasa from getting trafficked as an example of how I've always been like this. I've always had a dark side to me. It's cringe. I'm sorry, it's cringe. It's cringe.
I think you're just a hater. Little cringe nene baby.
It's cringe. What do you want from me? It's not a very compelling dynamic. I am Eren's biggest hater.
Wow. Okay, well, moving on, I guess.
Shut the fuck. don't. That was awkward, me, you motherfucker.
That just happened.
Okay, look. I'll say it's interesting to look at it in retrospect with Aaron's violent nature. I don't think it's a great handling of that sort of topic. That's really my only complaint.
All right. Fair enough.
While the backstories are happening, there's like a brief moment where Grisha almost sees Zeke, but then he goes away. He's like, "What the? I'm fucking tripping." What's happening is Aaron, like we've established, his Titan can send memories to previous versions.
The previous, previous people who had the Attack Titan.
Which is almost paradoxical because he wouldn't have had the intention to had he not done it in the first place, but whatever. So what he's doing is he's sending his current vision of Zeke to his dad in that moment. And it's got to be really it's got to be really trippy for him because he's getting sent this memory, but it's not from his current point of view, it's from Aaron's point of view. So he's seeing himself and Grisha in front of him.
Yeah, he's like, because Aaron's sending him that memory, he's basically seeing himself in third person.
Yeah, it's disorienting as hell. So
they don't quite reveal that. It's just kind of like a subtle, well, not subtle.
It's kind of like speculating.
It's just like a moment where like Zeke is like, can he see me? No, he can't see me. This is a memory. You totally can't see me. That'd be crazy. You're crazy for real.
So we evaluate, we've been evaluating all this stuff from Aaron's backstory and Grisha's backstory. Still don't really know what your hang up with my Mikasa criticism is, but I'm sure we'll get into that later. Unless you wanna. This
is really got you going.
What's got you in a tizzy, sir?
There's not tizzy, I like that scene.
What if I killed you?
Aaron being a fucked up little child.
I like that aspect of it. I just, whatever. So fucking big titties. I lost my train of thought. Oh, so
I mean, at this point, like, this is where we eventually get to the conflict.
So we finally get to the moment, the day of, where he finally does the thing. He kills the royal family. This is what I think Aaron saw back when he kissed Historia's hand.
Yeah, that's basically it.
And he had that traumatized look. I think this scene right here is what he saw, which, fucking crazy ass shit. Basically, Grisha goes there. He's like, because the Titans are attacking now. The wall's been broken in. And there's this conversation between Grisha and the founding Titan, the girl that was really close with Historia. What?
Frida, that was her name.
Frida, yeah. Frito. Chili cheese Fritos basically is dumb. This is like the thing is like every founding Titan had the same belief where they chose not to save their people after finding out about what they did. And so her whole belief system is we deserve this actually because our ancestors did some fuck shit like years ago and we shouldn't exist. They're basically saying, and like Zeke's like, I'm in agreement with her. I'm with her. She's got my vote. And Grisha's like, you base department, I would like to file a claim. And so Grisha and her have this like philosophical debate about, he's like, dude, we're gonna die, like the Titans are coming in, we're all gonna fucking die. And then she's like, well, we kind of, I mean, yeah,
I thought just kind of came to me. But it's interesting, like, Grisha is, like, pointing out the obvious that, like, none of these people did anything wrong. Like, they didn't do anything to deserve all this death just because their ancestors did. But if you think about it, because of from Frida's perspective and from every person who's inherited the founding Titan, they remember what happened before. It's basically like fresh in their minds. So it's almost like they have like a different perspective on like time than Grisha does. And that kind of like it explains the guilt that they still are bound by.
It's hard to really sympathize with the founding Titan for choosing to let all these horrible things happen to their own people.
I mean, obviously they're crazy, but
via this this weird, like, it's almost like this show's equivalent to white guilt. Like, but I kind of feel like, would you be any different if you got injected with the memories of every person from that time period? Like, I feel like they just kind of get injected with, like, they get the founding Titan, they get all these memories, and they just lose their fucking minds. Because, like, holy shit, they basically just lived through this whole thing. I don't know how it is for them, personally, but
yeah,
we finally get
that's
to
my
see...
theory.
We finally get to see kind of like what happened that made them all make this collective decision soon after this. But basically, Grisha, he's like,
Can I talk about what happens from here? Like,
well,
Grisha,
let me set it up. Let me set it up.
Aw.
He's like, he knows that he's gonna kill them. He knows it's set in stone. He knows it's gonna happen, and he knows that today is the day it's gonna happen. And he gets ready to do it. Like, here he reveals the thing we were talking about, how his Titan can send memories to its previous owner.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He drops this like knowledge bomb,
which explains
like
the scene where Kruger references Mikasa and Armin. But
yeah,
you know, he gets ready to do it, but he just can't. He drops the scalpel. He falls to his knees. He's like, "I'm a doctor. I create life. I save life. I don't take life. I can't kill people. I'm not a fucking monster. You know, I might beat my child, but I draw the line at murder of human beings." He doesn't beat his child, but still. You know what I mean. And so you can kind of...
And then, like, the moment that, like, broke the internet, when it dropped, Eren, like, kneels down next to Grisha. He starts whispering in his ear, like, "What are you doing? You know what you came here for. You know what you're gonna do."
Became a meme.
What they did to sister?
Yeah, it became a fucking meme. And
Grisha's, like, tweaking out while he's, like... like, yelling at his ear.
A bit of a take here. I don't think either version is particularly well performed, but the Japanese voice for Grisha is unbearable. It's
He's like,
his like scream is so cringe. It's like, I wish they picked a different voice actor, but it doesn't take, somehow it doesn't make it, like, it still makes, like, it doesn't take away from the moment or like the impact of the moment, but just hearing his fucking scream, his like puberty scream, is like,
it's so bombastic.
It's hard to take seriously.
But it's so great. Like, in this moment, like, we realize, oh, he could hear Eren the whole time. Oh, Eren's in control of this situation. And it totally recontextualizes everything that, like, Grisha has done up until this point, and, like, what happened to Eren. Because it turns out Eren is the one who made the decision for, like, the whole Rice family to get killed, except for the one guy and Historia.
Yeah, and...
It's so crazy.
I also kind of like that you really don't see him kill them, ever. Ever. You never see him actually kill them. It's just the aftermath. You see everything that leads up to it, but they still skip over the actual, like, genocide, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'll cut that if I'm wrong, but...
And it gets back to, like, why, like, Eren in this season is, like, so much better than he's ever been before. because like I mentioned how much it feels like Eren is like a passive force in the first 3 seasons. So this reveal when we realize that he's actually been driving this whole situation with Grisha giving the founding titan to him, it's like crazy. It's creepy and circular. Like
it's kind of fascinating how for the first 3 seasons Eren is not in control. The narrative is in control of Eren. But in season 4, Eren is in control of the narrative. However, he is not fit to have control, because even though he gains composure and the ability to manipulate people and all this shit, he's too fucking insane. And we're going to learn that here in a minute. But he's not fit to control the narrative. So it's kind of this interesting thing where he's fighting for control of the narrative, and then once he gets it, he fucks it up, basically.
It's like, this is one of the craziest reveals in the series. Like, every time I see someone like on Twitter watching this and they get to that moment, they're like freaking out. Like, what?
What's Twitter? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I've never been to that website before. I as far as I know, it doesn't exist. I feel like you're just making that
Agents
up.
of Moloch.
I don't know what that is. I feel like it's kind of cringe.
Crazy for real.
No, but yeah. So I do fuck with this reveal. But it's kind of the beginning of the end for me, because stories have a hard time implementing time travel or anything to do with time in a great way. And I already kind of don't like the power of being able to send a memory to your past, because if it's already been sent to a previous person, that's set in stone. You're gonna do it in that moment anyway. And I know that adds to kind of the themes of like the strings of fate, how all of this was preordained, all of this was going to happen. There was no other way that this was gonna play out. But there's some issues that crop up really towards the very end of the story that I'll get into when we get there. For now, I don't think it's especially egregious. My only issue is just that this power is kind of dumb, because it's literally like, if someone sent you a memory, then they actually really don't have control, because they wouldn't have sent that memory had you not gotten that memory.
Yeah, I can kind of elaborate on that. Every series with time travel inevitably has like a bit of a weird circular thing going on. But like, because like here, if Eren never got the founding titan, he could never have. If Eren never got the attack titan, he could never send memories to tell Grisha to give him the attack titan. So he could never, but he did, and it's just a weird kind of circular.
It's like that thing in Zelda where you learn a song from this guy, so you go back in time and teach him the song.
Yeah, it is. It's literally like that.
It's a paradox. It's
a paradox. Yeah.
Either way,
it's also a bit of I don't think it's not entirely clear how time travel works or the mechanics of like what Eren can see in the future, and so that kind of that leads to a lot of misconceptions about like what his motivations are and like what does he know. But the way that I understand it is like a few things. Like, one, the world of Attack on Titan, the timeline is deterministic. There's no like alternate timeline that could happen. There's only what happens in the story. So the whole circular like relationship, Eren was always going to end up with the founding titan and the attack titan.
And he actually expanded on that. I feel like I brought this up in a previous one, but I'll bring it up again just to be on the safe side. He expanded on this in an actual alternate dimension of Attack on Titan. And it's something you shouldn't even consider when analyzing Attack on Titan, because it's like extra content. It's the fucking slice of life high school thing he did with the Attack on Titan characters. And the reason I'm bringing that up and why it's so important is because Eren in that one is bored out of his mind. He's bored and miserable, and then he has like a dream where there's a zombie apocalypse. He wakes up from the dream and he cries because he wanted it to be real. Yeah. So that kind of indicates to you that even in a normal setting, Eren was always going to be like this. This is just how he is. But this is the reality where he gets
conflict,
unchecked power, and what unchecked power does to somebody like Eren.
Yeah. There's also a little bit of questions that a lot of people are confused by, like, what exactly does Eren know at this point? How much of the future does he see? And I think the correct interpretation of this is, like, when Eren kisses Historia's hand, he's able to see every memory that he sent Grisha. So he doesn't see the complete future. He does not have perfect vision of the future. He can only see what he deliberately sent Grisha. And we know he didn't show Grisha everything. Grisha literally says, like, Eren, why won't you show me everything? So Eren's, like, knowledge of the future is still limited, and that kind of makes his actions make a little bit more sense later on. Kind of a common misconception, IMO.
Well, there is another hang-up I have with this whole part. After Grisha does this, you know, like you said, he has that existential moment of, Eren, why won't you show me everything? I did it like you asked. And then fucking Zeke, he sees Zeke finally, and he hugs Zeke. So I guess Eren was nice enough to give him one last reunion with grown-up Zeke. And then he tells Zeke to stop Eren. Which is like, so he does this, he has this moment, and then he says this to Zeke, and then afterwards goes and lets Eren eat him?
Yeah, it is kind of funny. Like, if he wants Eren to be stopped, he can just not give the Attack Titan to Eren.
Again, like, it's flimsy. There's probably ways to cover it up, but it just did feel like he was writing himself into a corner. It's just my opinion. I
mean, the way I kind of, like, interpret it is, I think, like Zeke is Grisha's asking Zeke to stop Eren because he doesn't have the courage to stop Eren himself. You know, he's letting himself get bullied around by Eren, basically.
I mean, I guess I just feel like it's another thing he just didn't bother to really explain or elaborate all that much, but it's whatever.
That inevitably happens with, like, time travel stories.
It's one of those things of, like,
causality is whack.
It's one of those things you point it out, and then the author just yells, because the story wouldn't have happened. There.
True, no. Because I said so.
Yeah. So from here, basically, it's kind of a slight Zeke versus Eren. They're basically, like, fighting a little bit. I think Eren, like, breaks his hand out of the shackle and fucks his hand up.
Yeah, what happens is, you know, they're back in the present, and Zeke's freaking out, but, like, he calms down. He realizes, okay, wait, I'm still in power here. I still control the Founding Titan. Clearly, Eren does not see the whole future. I'm in control here. And, you know, he just goes straight for telling Ymir to put in the euthanasia plan.
And she goes to do it. But Eren goes up, hugs her, and upon touching her, I guess, sees her past. And so then we go back to another backstory where we understand how everything started. And the funny thing is, like, when we get to this part, whenever I talk to people who haven't seen anything past Season 1, who were like me and just didn't like Season 1 very much, and just decided not to watch the rest of it, or they waited so long that they got tired of waiting, having to kind of vaguely explain some of this to them is so funny, where I'm like, the walls were named after rape babies.
Bro.
I mean, like, no amount of context can make that less unhinged. Basically, like, and this is the darkest part of the entire show. Just bar fucking none. There's a lot of parts of this show that get kind of fucked up, like the Titan furballs, or the fucking Mikasa about to get trafficked, or, you know, like the part where the Beast Titan's killing everybody with rocks. All these moments that feel like hopeless and just dark and just like so nihilistic and fucked, and just make this world seem so terrifying to live in. But this is the darkest it ever gets, I think. I don't think it ever gets worse than this. Basically,
probably,
Ymir, during like way back in like Roman times, was a slave, and she set free a boar, like a little piggy that was, she let it go because it was sad or something, and all of her village mates blamed her for letting the, and it kind of correlates with the Ymir, the lesbian Ymir that came back in season 2, when she was praised as a goddess for resembling Ymir, and then when the Marleyans rolled up, they all pointed at her. They did the same thing. They pointed at her and put the blame on her, this person that, you know, previously they were praising, now they're fuck you, you know. And it's that meme of like opinions that get you in this situation. And so she's running away as they're like chasing her with arrows. They shoot her in the arm or the back or something. She falls. There's like a flower. And the symbolism of flowers has been important all over Attack on Titan. You've had flowers show up at some of the most key moments. Like the very first episode, Aaron's sitting in a field of flowers. You know, it's white flowers too, always.
Yeah. And also like the tree.
Yeah.
Like that's a reoccurring
thing. Yeah, that's also, I didn't notice that. Yeah, Aaron was leaning up against a tree in a field of flowers. That's how Ymir's journey begins too, is near a tree with a field of flowers. They kind of call attention to the flowers at one point in season 1 where when Aaron's power first like comes out, and he's scaring all the people in the village because they think he's a traitor, you know? And Armin just randomly like looks over at these flowers and he's like, what the fuck are these flowers? And then we just ignore it. And I never understood that or why he did that until now. But it seems like flowers are kind of an important symbol. What they symbolize, I'm not really sure. I feel like maybe it's like a loss of purity, especially since her blood gets splashed on the flower. But
we'll figure it out next podcast.
Yeah, I'll do some research off camera. I feel that's my interpretation. Really, is just a loss of innocence, like how it's the beginning of the journey, and you know whatever.
I like that. I rock with that.
She falls down into the trunk of the tree, and there's a lake beneath the tree, basically, like, and it leads to an underground lake, and she's drowning. And then this fucking creature, this weird centipede thing, floats up to her. And if you're expecting them to ever explain what this fucking thing is, they don't. It kind of just exists. And actually, you think I'd have a problem with that, but I actually like that, because it makes it very eldritch. Where you're just kind of, where the fuck did this thing come from? What is it?
Eldritch vibes to it.
Yeah, it's fucking like, it's like Lovecraftian almost.
I just remember the actual real life animal is called like hallucigenia, and it's some kind of like primordial worm. But that's what the actual real life animal is. But yeah, I like how like all the Titans and stuff originate from this like weird looking worm dude.
Yeah, it goes inside of her, and then she comes out fucking this Titan, basically this beast Titan with like, it's not beast Titan, but like just this big fucking Titan. Her rib cage is like out of her body, and she's powerful and scary. And I believe it's King Fritz, the guy that was chasing after her.
I forgot to mention like subtle like symbolism, not really symbolism, but like the hallucigenia worm, like it kind of resembles like a spinal cord. And, you know, as we keep hearing over and over again, the Titan powers are they're stored in the spinal cord.
That's pretty cool. So I guess it just like slithers into her spine. She turns into this big fucking beast. And so King Fritz like is like, wow, I want to fuck it. And she stays his slave, which to some people might be puzzling, but I think I'm not fully sure what her motives are or really why, because she has the power to kill him basically and fight off against him. But for some reason, she just starts serving him in his army. She stays a slave, which I wonder if maybe it's because it's in her nature. Like,
I wonder, like, we never really get, like, Ymir's, like, any sort of, like, internal monologue, or I don't even think she has, like, any, like, actual line of dialogue.
No.
Like, it's all very, like,
I can tell that they, because like I know in due time, because she, like, the way it happens is she starts fighting for him, and her power is used to oppress everyone, because as you know, he's a fucking dictator, so he uses her power to kill people, and eventually somebody tries to assassinate him. She sacrifices herself to save him. Or, well, before we get to that, basically, like, he, as I said, he rapes her 3 times. She has 3 babies. And then someone goes to assassinate him. She sacrifices herself to save him. And then he makes those 3 kids eat their mother's corpse. Which...
yeah.
Fucking holy shit.
Like, crazy.
I was, like, super fucking uncomfortable for, like, that whole stretch.
You gotta remember, he doesn't know, like, how the Titan works. So he's just like, yeah, just eat your whole mother. Just eat every, like, piece of flesh.
Yeah, and it's so fucking... like, it's fucked up. It's, like, so fucked up. And
the art is, like, super gory in the manga. Like,
you see them eating her, and, like, the blood on their... Ugh. But, like, what I could tell that what they were going for was that, I mean, initially, like, it was non-consensual, but eventually... it was like a Stockholm situation where she saved him because she loved him. She fell in love with him or whatever the fuck. Which, obviously, people got mad about that. And I can't say I blame them, but I also can't say I fully condemn it as an idea to explore. I just feel like it's one of those instances where you could have been a little less subtle about it. Like... you could have maybe expanded on it a bit more, been a little more direct. This is one of those moments where I'm actually asking you to be more direct and not, like, skim over the details, because this is a topic. Abuse, sexual assault, and fascism are sensitive topics that, if you're not careful, people are going to get, the wrong idea. And I don't think he meant anything malicious by it, but considering how Mikasa was already kind of like a poor handling of that type of thing, now you actually have an actual sexual assault victim, and Stockholm does happen. It's not something we're comfortable talking about, but it does happen. But it doesn't seem like a good take on it. It feels like kind of a... and again, I don't think it's malicious, but it feels like just a poor take on Stockholm.
Yeah, I agree they could have done it better. There's definitely like, I think clearly that Stockholm syndrome was, like, the intended, like, effect here.
And he, it's funny I made that comparison to Mikasa, because that's also his intention, is that, in a way, she correlates with Mikasa, because Mikasa has, like, a Stockholm for Eren, and Eren's, like, awful to her.
And I think often in these kind of, like this type of, like, abusive relationship... there's like this lack of like any other family or support structure, because like Ymir doesn't really have anyone that's like like on her side.
Yeah, I want to say that if I did have
it doesn't seem to have parents, everybody seems to have turned on her, and so like for her relationship with King Fritz is like the only relationship she has, and even though like it's abusive, even though it's awful, like that's like why
that's the only like explanation that makes sense to me, is that she was so desperate for approval that she happily went along with the guy that was just hunting her like minutes prior, even though she just gained the power to like flatten him and his entire army. So I don't hate it. I think it's effectively dark. I think some of the mystery in it is, like I said, Lovecraftian and like fucking eldritch. I do think it's like in terms of like presentation and animation and all that shit, highlight of the fucking season, I swear to God. Especially the part afterwards where Eren like hugs her and says like, "You're not defined by your past. You can break the cycle. You can change everything. Join me and change everything." And so he kind of has this like callback for revenge, basically, and that's how he gets her on his side to do this rumbling. And it makes sense why she would do it, because she just sat here and took it her whole life. So now she kind of feels this need to lash out against the world. And like it's also great because like you finally see her eyes and she's crying, like the like a tear goes down her. It's such.
Time she's had like this blank expression on her face until like Eren grabs her, and then she has like this crying, scowling.
Like Mappa, you know, I really do like this whole backstory stretch. The direction, the colors is still not even the best part of the series, in my opinion, at least in terms of visual direction and just how, holy fuck, this is really like fucked. But I do like how it was handled. I like the direction. I like how it was animated, the art style. Mappa really killed it for this whole stretch. And I think that kind of wraps it up. That's the last topic I've got listed for this part of the video, but we're not done. We got 2 or possibly even 3 more of these to do, because I've still got a lot of topics written down, so. But I'm winded. We've been talking for like
an hour and a half at least.
Yeah, so we're going to pause it, take another break, and then we're going to keep going.
This was so deep. Can we get
unless there's anything else you want to add?
Nah, I feel like this is a good place to stop it, because like from here, everything gets crazy.
All right.
That's crazy.
All right, so basically from here on out is the rumbling. Is when it's the big moment. I want to say that the opening for season 4, not the first one, not My War, the other one, the rumbling, that big metal dramatic song, kind of became iconic, like almost virtually overnight. And they wouldn't actually release the full track until we got to the actual rumbling, which I thought was pretty funny.
That's whack. It's a banger, though.
Yeah,
I think it's as good as My War, because My War has, like, the vibes.
Yeah, a lot of people think it's better than My War. I kind of think they're close, but I think My War is better just because it's catchier. But it's good. It's a good opening. And the animation style is a little bit more similar to Jujutsu Kaisen for that opening. It kind of reminds me of the Jujutsu Kaisen, a little bit of the Chainsaw Man opening, where it's like got the characters looking all cool. And, you know, it's got that iconic Eren scream where he like yells out. He's like, "If I lose it all." No, I love, honestly, every single opening in this show, except for maybe the one from season 3, the softer one. But other than that, I think I love every single opening in this show, and they just progressively get more and more exciting, I would say.
Yeah.
But season 4 has the best ones.
Great. They're all great. The season 4 ones are like great in like a totally different way.
Oh yeah, no, they're like a whole other level.
Change in atmosphere. It really fits like the tonal shift of the series.
I think it like really emphasizes how high the stakes have gotten. Like,
yeah,
just this is the end game. Like now we're locked in, and this is when it's getting serious.
Coming for you.
But yeah, the rumbling itself, I thought, was honestly the craziest part of the whole show. And it really does feel like everything's been leading up to this very moment.
Yeah, from like the moment they reveal that the Titans are in the walls.
Yeah, leading all the way up to now. It's still so crazy to think about how far the show has come in all this time. Basically, Eren Yeager, now that he has kind of gotten Ymir on his side, gotten Ymir to support him and support his cause, and now she's finally changed her mind, and for the first time in history, listened to someone who wasn't of royal blood. He gets full control on all Titans, and the walls crumble down, and all the colossal Titans come out, and he makes a mental announcement to every single Eldian across the planet, like every single one, that he is going to, I don't know what the exact, like what he says exactly, but basically that he's going to trample everywhere on the planet that is not Paradis with these colossal Titans. Yeah. Which, if you've been trying to figure out Eren's motivations, this makes the most sense. I do like that they had that whole dynamic between him and Zeke, where Zeke wanted to choose the world over his people, but Eren chose his people over the world.
Yeah. And also how, like, both of their, like, answers to the problem are, like, horrifying.
Oh, they're neither answer would really change things. In the case of, like, Eren Yeager's plan, though, it also makes sense because it's, like, basically what he said at the end of Season 3, where he was like, if we kill everyone else, will we finally be free?
Yeah, exactly. And then there's kind of this like, moment where his friends, like, before he makes the announcement, his friends are like, hey, that's a little bit more Titans than he needs.
Yes, because they thought he was just going to do an attack on Marley. But
yeah. And, like, the thing is, like, they did think that, but also, like, a part of Armin, like, there was a flashback where he remembers what Eren said, and, like, a part of him knows that Eren wants to do this, but he doesn't want to believe it.
Yeah, he kind of selectively removed it from his memory. And it's very heavy because it's basically like Eren puts all of his friends in the worst possible position. Not really. It's very complex. Thinking he's kind of supporting them or that this is the best for them, he puts them in a very awkward position where it's kind of like they're basically like, yeah, I want freedom from the oppression of the world, but maybe not like that. Like, maybe that's going a little bit too far. It's such a ridiculous, like, plan. But when you look at how Eren first reacted to the Titans, it makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. And what I like is that this season kind of deals with Eren's psychological, like, his thought process, and we even get to shed some light into, like, what all, like, just where he was every step of the way to get to where he is now between Season 3 and the beginning of Season 4. But we're not going to get to that just yet.
Someone said, I like this. They said Eren is the key to the basement of Season 4.
Yeah.
Like he's kind of the central, like, mystery.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just interesting that you can kind of see clues to this all throughout Season 1 through 3, but people were still surprised that Eren turned out to be kind of not a great guy.
Yeah.
So just the rumbling itself, I think, honestly, the way they handled it was, like, the music, and this is so dramatic, and everything feels so fucked, and you're watching the walls crumble down, and honestly, visually, they knocked it out of the park. The red colossal titans, and it kind of looks like some Berserk shit, like the Eclipse, where it's like... It's very dystopian.
Like another thing that Mappa just, like, knocks out of the park.
I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is with me in anime that like have some sort of ending where everything just is so like visually striking but dystopian and depressing and like almost apocalyptic. Like obviously the eclipse was not an apocalyptic event, but like you got the eclipse, you got the end of Evangelion, and like the end of Devilman Crybaby. I don't know why I'm so drawn to that sort of thing.
The children yearn for death and violence.
True. So basically, just everything's fucked. Some of Aaron's own supporters are crushed underneath the rocks. Zeke and Aaron have both disappeared. Falco is now a Titan. I think that whole thing.
He doesn't know it. Yeah,
So like he's now one of the. Yeah, we'll get to that. But basically, just the worst part though is that all of the people who got turned into Titans did not get turned back by Aaron.
Yeah.
And they raise a question about this. It's revealed why later on, but basically it's just to kind of show that Aaron kind of justifies what he's doing here by saying it's for his people, it's for his friends, but the reality is it is for him. He's doing it simply because he wants to see he wants to see it. Pretty much. To test the limits of my abilities.
Yeah. There's this little segment where people are like getting rescued and like recovering, and like you see these different characters like debating like what's going on, because some of like you said, a lot of like Eldian people are getting like caught up in the the chaos of the walls falling down.
Yeah, getting crushed.
And, like, the Jaegerists don't care.
Yeah, they're literally just straight up like, this is no, but like it doesn't matter. It was a small price to pay. We have to do it. I don't. It's very interesting. He would incorporate like mob mentality into this, because that's a real thing. Like a person gaining power and doing terrible things, and all those terrible things are completely justified by otherwise normal people who go blind because they think that this one person can save them and help them from all of their issues.
Yeah, I mean, high key, the Jaegerists are like a really good depiction of sort of like a fascist coup. Like there's this idolization of like a single strongman in power who's going to like forcefully make everything right.
Like I compared them
from the obvious ethno-nationalism stuff.
I compared them to Zionists, and I think those comparisons hold up pretty well. It's a little too well, but this is also kind of like it's kind of cringe. They remind me of Trump supporters. Where they will just defend every single thing that Aaron will ever do.
Wokeness.
But yeah, so that was an interesting kind of take on it. I could definitely tell like Isayama was invested in politics when he made this, or at least throughout the 4th season's arc, whatever you call it.
Yeah, it's hard not to see all the like political,
like the real life parallels is just crazy. Because at first you think it's just World War II, but it's kind of all over the board. It's stuff that happens now, stuff that's happened that a lot of people don't talk about. I want to talk a bit about Armin.
Okay, Cook.
So yeah, obviously Armin's freaking the fuck out. I mean, they're all freaking out, but Armin in particular is like. There's a scene where he's talking to Mikasa, and like he comes to a realization that like the walls have come down. That means all of the hardening has been undone. That means that Annie's free, and he doesn't know where she is. Like he goes down, tries to find her, and Gabby is there, and like they can't find Annie, so he doesn't know where she is. And then Gabby, I think, realizes kind of what's going on. I don't remember the exact conversation. Do you?
I think it was because Reiner lost his armor, and they were like, "Where did his armor go?" And then that's how they kind of realized, oh, it wasn't just the walls, it was like all hardening.
Yeah.
It was undone.
But there was something Gabby was talking to Armin about that she was like begging him to forgive Reiner or something. Like she has like a moment of clarity where she realizes where all of this.
After he eats up that other guy, I don't think they talk again because he gets grabbed by Connie.
Right, yeah, you were talking about that.
This
so
sounds like the conversation we talked about last podcast.
Is it? I'm talking about the scene. No. I'm talking about this. Hold on. I'm talking about the scene where Gabby is talking to Armin, and it's after the rumbling.
Oh, she's talking to Armin. Oh.
And like, I think it's when he's trying to find Annie, and they're in that underground area, and they've realized that Annie's gone. And I think what happened is Connie took Falco with him.
Yeah.
Because Connie basically realized Falco is one of the 9, so I'm going to take him and I'm going to go feed him to my mom so my mom can come back. Because this whole time, his mom has never left that house. She's just been laying on her back with a creepy-ass smile on her face. And he has come up and taken care of her. So he's trying to take Falco because he intends to feed this kid to his mom in order to save his mom. And I think Gabby, upon realizing that Connie wants to do this, basically begs Armin to save him. And really, the reason, like, she begs, but she begs through complete guilt because she realizes that everything happening right now and, like, all the things, like, she realizes that the village that Connie lived in got attacked because of Zeke and because of her people. So she has this kind of crisis moment where she's like, I know that we fucked up. I know we did a lot of really horrible things to you guys, but please don't let Falco die.
Yeah, I remember like a line from the series, like there were no like monsters on Paradise Island. It was just other people. And that line kind of got like dunked on a little by Twitter. But I like, in the context of her like character development, I think it's a good moment.
I mean, yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, and it's like you feel for her when she practically begs Armin to go save Falco because it's like she realizes that she has no right to ask for this, but she can't stand losing Falco.
Yeah.
And so Armin kind of has like a moment of just uncertainty afterwards. He talks to Mikasa, and Mikasa's bombarding him with questions because up until now, Armin has always known what to do next. Even in moments where he was hit with so much pressure, it felt like he had nothing. He would just lock in and he would come up with a brilliant strategy and get them out home free. But for the first time in the entire series, Armin is so stumped he actually has nothing. He doesn't know how to stop Eren.
He like snaps at Mikasa too.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to stop Eren. He doesn't know what to do about Connie. He doesn't know what to do about like he doesn't know where Annie is. He's freaking out about that. He doesn't know how to stop Flock or however you say his name, and all of the Jaegerists who are he doesn't know how to stop the Jaegerists from basically rounding everybody up. And he has like a little existential crisis where he basically comes to the conclusion that, y'all should have saved Erwin. You chose wrong. And you can tell that ever since Erwin's death, he has beat himself up for it for really this entire time. He's never forgiven himself for having the right to survive, which is sad because it's like forces out of his control. But he really hates himself a lot. And you can tell he's very, very hard on himself. The survivor's guilt is too much. And he tries so hard to prove himself that he is worthy of filling those shoes, but he just can't because it's Erwin. It's fucking Erwin Smith.
He's the GOAT.
Yeah. So we have like an episode where one of the first things they do basically is, all right, we're fucked, but let's take care of the first situation, that being that this town is full of monsters. Why are you just sitting there eating pizza?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like they kind of like go about things like one step at a time. The first step is getting rid of the monsters, the Titans. And I like this part
And
because
not eating
like,
pizza.
yes, that is. Thank you.
And refusing to eat pizza because they have to go kill the monsters.
Bruh.
Anyway,
And I like the montage of
yeah.
them like
What
taking
I
on all the Titans.
what I like is that it picks a song. I'm pretty sure it was a song from the first 3 seasons, and it like to really, because the whole soundtrack in season 4 is different. But
Yeah.
they specifically choose a song from the first 3 seasons to give you that nostalgic feeling of them, and it's like a return to form where it's like come full circle, where now we're finally focusing on the Titans again, and we're fighting Titans like we used to, but
Yeah.
they're
And it's
much
all about
more.
the Survey Corps like killing all the Titans.
The saddest part of it, I think, is when they see Doc Pixis as a Titan, and they're like, ah, god damn it. Which I figured he was going to die at some point, but I didn't think he would make it this far. He lived a lot longer than I figured he would.
All he wanted was to get eaten by a female Titan.
He ended up becoming the Titan. So they kill
Like,
him.
he
They put the
cried.
rest of them out of their misery. And, your mother. Halal.
Is cool. Let's see. After that,
So
it's like there's always like, especially in this season, there's always like so much happening at like the same time. Like that's why it's been.
that's
so
what's
hard
so
to,
kind
like,
of intense
navigate.
about that's what's so intense about season 4 is this is the most successful example I can think of since like The Wire, where I've seen someone put so much emphasis on themes and symbolism and lore and world building in every single scene. So much intentionality behind every single thing and so much detail that it's like almost overwhelming. I definitely do think season 4 can be a lot, like, because it's moving so fast and it doesn't feel rushed, but there's just so many characters and there's just so much going on, and it's like you got to keep up.
Yeah, it's like really impressive how he manages to like juggle this many like moving parts, and like it still comes out like mostly pretty cohesively.
That's what's crazy too, is it's like there's points where I think to myself like, well, there's still parts of the world building that I feel like were just brushed over and didn't get enough attention. But then I think about it a little bit longer and I'm like, but how the fuck would he have done it anyway? He did a lot. Like, he covered a lot of ground.
Yeah.
In just...
Yeah. And speaking of like different like so many characters like finding their place here, Hitch teaming up with Annie, like
Right, yeah, so Hitch goes to find
I
Annie.
think while Armin and the gang are chasing down Connie, that's when we start following Hitch and Annie.
Yeah, and they were kind of freaky for that, because Annie, like, tries to capture Hitch, but Hitch is like, you're too weak. You've literally been malnourished for 4 years.
Yeah, she like
And then
pro wrestling.
she like knocks her on her ass, and for some reason they just have this detailed shot of Annie's crotch that I definitely didn't pause
Don't worry
on.
about it. Don't worry about it.
All I'm saying is she hasn't showered in 4 years, so just imagine the smell.
No, I'm gonna stop you.
I
right
know
there.
it smells crazy in there.
Why do I do these with you?
Oh my god. I bet it grips like a gorilla holding the class pet.
Bruh.
Anyway,
Okay, actual on topic. Annie's back.
Annie's back. Annie, I've picked on Mikasa this whole time for being the worst character, but I'm gonna say it. I think Annie is the worst fucking character. I think she's the most disappointing character, for sure.
Annie is alright.
Her motivation sucks. Her whole motivation for
Right,
why she is the way that she is terrible. Like, Okay, Hitch basically Hitch takes her to go get something to eat because she's obviously starving, and it's this kind of funny scene where she's eating, and then the others they just happen to find her, like Armin and all the others. I think this is after the thing with Connie, which we'll talk about in a minute. But they find it's like so funny that the moment they find Annie is just she's eating, and then I think she steals one of their snacks and just eats it like really fast. It's like
she's
that
like
scene.
eating a pie, and like they see her, and she starts like eating it faster.
It's like that scene from Monster House where he goes up, eats the thing, and runs away. But she then she hitches a ride with hitches a ride from Hitch, lol, and she's on horseback with Hitch, and she explains her whole backstory, and it really does feel like Isayama just last minute was like, oh shit, yeah, I gotta wrap up Annie's arc, so he just throws a little backstory at the end after we've already gotten the context for Reiner.
Yeah. So basically we find out that she's like she's adopted by this sort of like immigrant guy. He's Aldian, I think, but not like totally.
Yeah, and he
but
wants
he's kind of abusive. He wants her to be like a soldier because if she's a honorary Marleyan, then he becomes one too.
Yeah, and they get immunity, and they don't get their life isn't as hard. And again, it's like I think part of why it's not interesting to me is that they kind of already explored this with Aaron's dad and his dynamic with Zeke. And I feel like it was a lot more intense in that context than it was here. I hate this man.
There's like this like kind of sad irony to him. Like he spends all this time like trying to train her up to be a soldier, and then when she actually becomes one, he's like regretful because now she's gonna go die in a war.
Yeah, I did kind of like the concept of the scene where like she finally fights back and breaks his fucking legs, but he's happy because he's like, I did it, she's the goat, she's powerful. But I just don't think there's enough to him, or even really to her. Like, I think she was more interesting when she was mysterious, but then you get the answers just kind of tacked on at the end, and they feel a little bit weak.
I feel like it's kind of harmed by the fact that like she was like the villain or she was like the main antagonist of the first season, but like we don't get to know her deal, anything about her really, until like 4 seasons later.
Yeah, and it's like I think this show up until now has done really good humanizing bad people. They kind of struggle with her father figure, and I just don't care about him. Like, and they expect you to care about him, but it just doesn't really work because all you really see is how abusive he is to her. And then now he's sad that she's going to war, and there's just not enough there for me to really sympathize with him or her or understand why she would want to go back to him. Because we've only really seen how shitty he was. Like, what traits does he have beyond just how abusive he is?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. No, I think it sucks, and I think you're cringe, actually, for liking it. And I think that I'm going to send FBI agents to your house.
When I'm in a cringe competition and my opponent is you.
True, but you,
anyway,
actually.
Okay, at this point, also before they reunite with Annie, they've got to chase after Connie.
Yeah, so Connie basically is taking this kid, Falco, to his mom, but he lies to the kid, I think. It's kind of sad.
It's like escorting him to safety.
It's kind of, he's escorting him to safety, and it's kind of sad because Falco literally thanks him. He's like, I'm so glad there's good people like you in this world. And he's like, it's a little forced, but it's like, Falco's woefully childish and, like, pure. And, like...
Yeah. I guess there's kind of a little bit of an irony there. Gabby is, like, like, skeptical to the point of, like, insanity. And then Falco is like way too trusting.
Yeah, he's way too good natured is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
He's to the point of where he's almost kind of naive, because this is the second time he's just like gone along with someone and believed that they had good intentions,
And
without
they're trying to kill him.
Yeah, and so he's basically taken him, and then he brings him to his mom. But the last minute, Connie just starts to doubt that he can actually do this, because he's realizing, I'm killing a kid, but he still wants to do it. And so it's kind of a funny moment where he's like, "I'm gonna, we're gonna brush my mom's teeth."
Yeah, we're just brushing your teeth.
just get up there.
Awkward laugh.
It's like this. He's like, "Can you get in the oven and clean it?"
Yeah, it's also like really in character for Connie, because we see like over and over again he kind of has this habit of like inappropriate like laughter and jokes when like he's really freaking out.
Yeah,
And like that's what's happening here.
I don't think he knows whether or not he's gonna do it, and I don't think he knows if he's even capable of doing it. I just think he is having like a moral crisis, and it brings him so much anxiety that he's kind of just going with the flow.
But then like
or
Armin
stalling.
Show up,
Yeah, so Armin,
and he grabs the kid. He's got him at like knife point. He's like ready to toss him in, and I thought this moment was really good. Like first of all, they're trying to like dissuade him, because like he wants his mom to come back, but like they also know like, you know, what kind of life is she going to have when she comes back? Like either she becomes a soldier or they just feed her to someone else.
yeah.
And then Armin like pulls this stunt where it's so good. Like he like jumps up to the rafters above the Titan.
So we had kind of established he's like, Armin is so distraught with survivor's guilt that in this moment, basically, he climbs up to the rafters, and the only way he knows to stop Connie is to basically just make it so that both Falco can live and Connie's mom can come back, and so he decides to jump into the mouth himself so that she can come back as a colossal Titan. And Connie fucking is like, no, I don't want that.
Yeah, and he rescues him.
But it's like kind of sad, because it's like basically it's a selfless but also equally selfish action from Armin, because it's very clear he doesn't want to live. So he's like, fuck it, I'll kill two birds with one stone. And
yeah, it's like also kind of his attempt at escape.
Yeah. Because the pressure is just really, really wearing him down. Let's see. So pretty much after that, Connie basically changes his mind about the whole thing, and he's like, fuck it, you know, like I was like, he actually freaks out for a minute thinking like, I was really about to kill a fucking child. And he realizes that he was kind of tripping a little bit, like he was. And I think that's interesting. I think it's interesting that even someone as harmless and as goofy, who's kind of just been a comic relief character up until now, as Connie, can have like depth to him. Like he's been freaking out because he's tired of getting betrayed. He's tired of things not going his way. He lost Sasha, his best friend, and he's just really in a bad mental state right now. So I think that's partly why he wanted to do this, was because he's like, I want something to go my way for once. I want something in my life to go right for once. I'm tired of people walking all over me, and I'm tired of people betraying me.
Yeah.
Especially, also, he had his village getting massacred on top of that. Well, not massacred, but just his village turned into Titans on top of that. Like, Connie's had it fucking rough, bro.
That's true, dude. Okay, so what else? Oh yeah, so the the next thing that comes after this, the next guy they add on to the team is John.
So John's reaction to this whole thing, I think, is probably the most interesting out of everybody, because he was kind of like the rival of
Totally
Aaron.
agree.
Like,
so the way it like goes down is like initially, Jean is just he's kind of passively going along with the Jaegerists because he doesn't want them to turn on him. But then like there's this like moment that like Han just trying to get his attention from outside, and he knows they're gonna try to like recruit him to stand up against Aaron and the Jaegerists, but he doesn't want to hear it.
yeah. Because all he ever wanted, before any of this even started, he just wanted to live a peaceful life in the walls. He wanted to be away from all of this. And he just gets thrown right in the middle of it because of Marco. It's funny, too, because when the rumbling first starts happening, he literally says, like, I mean, we kind of benefit from this, right? Like, he's literally saying outwardly, like, yeah, what Aaron's doing is bad, and we should probably stop him, but it's like, he has that moment of, where he's trying to get them to think for a minute, where he's like, but it's like, we kind of win? Like, this is actually technically good for us, because it means that we get to live?
Yeah, and it's so there's this vision he's having of his ideal life, where like basically just by going along with the Jaegerists, he's going to be guaranteed like a good position in the new like government. He's going to be able to live a cushy life with his with a wife and a kid, just taking it easy. But part of it, he can't he can't accept that as much as he wants it.
Yeah, it's that kind of situation of, it's like, doing the right thing does not really give you a good life. Like, he would have a better life if he would just do the wrong thing, but he realizes he can't live with himself if he does
and it's like, and you know what? That's like exactly what his conflict is in the first season. He wants to just join the internal police, so he never has to fight Titans and he can live easy. But then he can't do that once the Titans finally attack. It's like this repeated tension between what's good for him, what he wants, and what he knows is the right thing.
Yeah, and I think that's honestly a very relatable dynamic, because I think that happens. Again, that's another thing that kind of happens in real life, where it's like you try to ignore what's going on in the world, but you realize that if you do, you're basically turning a blind eye to the truth and what's going on in the world.
Yeah, that's why Jean is really one of my favorite characters. This part of season 4 really solidified that for me.
So basically, there's a little roundup where Hanji rounds everybody up, gets everybody together, because Hanji or Hanj or however you say it, it's revealed that Levi's not dead. He blew up, but he's just severely injured. He's unconscious, and Hanji patches him up, and in that moment, it's I think Hanji even kind of thinks man, nothing can kill this guy. He's sitting here unconscious and on the verge of death, but no, he's here. That didn't kill him. Got blown up. But yeah, Hanji, they since everybody knows what Aaron's doing now, Hanji the first person that Hanji talks to is Theo and Piek, who have regrouped after the whole insanity from earlier, because I mean they don't like this outcome. They're Marlians. They're not too fond of this outcome. They got family back home that's gonna get killed. So Hanji and Levi team up with them basically, and it's nice where it's they've been enemies up until now, but they kind of just put all of that aside because they basically realize both of them have a common enemy. And even there's a moment where Theo is questioning why are you going against Eren? Like, you're an Eldian. Like, you benefit from this. Like, why are you so against this? But, like, it's almost kind of like Levi is sort of the proof why. Like, why would I support the Eldians after what they did to Levi? So it's like an interesting little scene where they kind of put their differences aside. And that leads to them gathering the rest of them. That's John, Connie, Armin, Mikasa, everybody. And it leads to this scene that, honestly, a lot of people... It's not just a scene, it's an episode. That a lot of people did not like. I remember... I knew when I read it in the manga that, like, if this gets adapted, people are going to hate this episode. And they did, because Attack on Titan fans are annoying. But I like it. I think it's a good episode.
Yeah, I mean, this was always going to be, like, controversial. Like, so basically, what Hanji and Armin and everyone else concludes is they've got to stop Eren. They got to go against the Jaegerists. They've got to stop the rumbling from happening. Hanji, like, slams her fist on the table and says genocide is wrong.
Yeah, I remember I posted that exact screenshot on Twitter. It's like how to piss off an Attack on Titan fan, because the way the show has kind of muddied the reasons that people do. It's obviously inspired by Watchmen, so it's very like the Ozymandias thing is very, very present all over this show of, like, good reasons to do genocide, basically. And so it's like, that's why Attack on Titan fans, I make fun of them for calling the story morally gray, when to an extent, yes, but not really, because most of the characters are bad people.
This part specifically is not morally gray. Genocide is bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's true. Genocide is bad. But say that to an Attack on Titan fan and they don't want to hear it.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I think, like, another thing I wanted to mention, like, a criticism that I don't really agree with at this point. Like, when people, I think at this point it becomes, like, really clear that Isayama is, like, taking the side, like, against the fascism.
Well, like, not just against the fascism, against utilitarianism. Like, the whole utilitarian philosophy in general.
Yeah.
Like, he's taking a harsh stance on, like, there is no reason to do any of the things that these people have been doing.
Yeah. I definitely understand how, like, people could get the wrong impression about Attack on Titan's politics, like, really early on in season 4. But I feel like it's, like, at this point, like, they're making it clear that, like, genocide is wrong. I feel like that's...
I mean, honestly, a lot of the people that discount Attack on Titan have never read or watched it. They just kind of smugly, confidently act like they know what Attack on Titan is about because they watched a Wisecrack video. Which, I know that comment's gonna upset some people who genuinely, like, have issues with the anti-Semitic vibes of Attack on Titan. I agree that it's, like, messy, and I think that it's risky, and I think that some of it's a little bit in poor taste, but it's literally staring you in the face. It's not fascist propaganda.
Yeah.
Is it problematic? Yes. But, like, Jesus Christ, the way I've seen people just smugly dismiss this show is just frustrating.
Yeah. Also, like, proof that it's not taking the side of fascism. Clearly, the fascists hate this part. Like, there's a lot of people who are like on Twitter, like, grr, they shouldn't be trying to stop Eren. No, they should.
Eren didn't do nothing wrong.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. So kind of like, it's just like everybody's sitting in a little circle. And there's parts of it. The thing is, I think the anime adaptation, I don't like this episode, but I like the chapter that it's based on. And the reason is because I'm pretty sure it's like one chapter that was adapted across like a whole episode. Like, I can tell they really tried to pad it out. So that's what leads to things like the corny shot of like overhead of them all in a circle, like a perfect circle, and shit like that. But overall, I mean, it's just kind of an examination of every character here, where they try to give you a kind of an analysis of every character and where they're at and how we all were led here. And it kind of calls back to Marco's death in the reveal of his death in, I think, season 3, and where he says he says outwardly, like, you guys are just gonna kill me? Like, we didn't even get to just talk about this. Like, why did you, like, leave me to die here? Like, we didn't even get to sort it out. And so in this moment with Reiner and Annie and everybody here, it's funny because you got like Reiner and Annie, and then you got like Armin and all the Survey Corps and all them, and then you also got Yelena, who's like kind of in disagreement with both of them and Eren. It's interesting how many different
so chaos in the group at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how there's just so many different perspectives, but
and I think
and you even got the Marlians too, like.
Yeah, and I think this part is really important because like when you first see like all these people like teaming up, you're kind of thinking like, why are these people like, you know, teaming up? Like, you know, these guys aren't friends. What a weird pair up. And then like in this episode, like they really demonstrate that like this alliance they have is like really tenuous.
So I guess we could probably take it one at a time. We kind of already went into John and his whole complex. There is like that moment where Reiner basically says, he basically says like, I killed your friend, and he apologizes. And he just keeps apologizing because it's clear that Reiner's guilt never really went away. And so John gets up and beats the shit out of him.
Yeah. And it's really sad because like you get this impression like that's what what Reiner wants John to do to him. Like that's why he's like he's going on and on. Like he feels like he needs to be like punished.
Yeah. It's almost like a self-harm thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And then there's issues I have with this episode. Like, I thought the part where Yelena's kind of just mocking everybody, and I honestly think she's being kind of fucking annoying this episode. Because there's like, at one point she brings up Sasha's death, and she's like, Sasha was such a kind girl. I can't believe she died. Like, can you believe that she died? Like, she's dead, bro. Like, that's crazy to me. But I also understand that it's partly because Yelena is fucking bitter. Because...
she's just a little freak, you know?
Well, she wanted Zeke's plan to happen. She thought it was the best of both worlds. She thought everybody could be happy after that. And that's why she did all the fucked up things that she did. Because she wanted Zeke to be on top, and then Eren fucks Zeke over, and then the Jaegerists step up and fuck her over. And then, you know, you got Onyan Capone, and he's kind of not too happy about this either because his homeland is going to get trampled. Even though the whole reason he did this was to save his homeland from Marley. Yeah. That's why he sided with Paradis.
He's been through the ringer, man. Like,
Onyan Capone is like, I think, the closest thing to an actually decent person that this show has.
He's up there.
It's so funny.
Maybe also like Falco, but he's like a baby, so
Falco, yeah, he's still a child. So I mean, he's the only one who didn't really do anything bad either. But his only issue is just
a soldier. So
his issue is that he's just naive and stupid. But yeah, it's like this in-depth examination, and there's not a lot really I can say about it that the show doesn't kind of already overtly make clear. Just the only thing that I can really take away from it is Theo is an asshole. I like Theo's arc. I think the way it's handled is a bit messy, but like during this conversation, basically, he's just full racist. He's like, Eren is proof that you guys are savages. and you guys are freaks, and you deserve this, and fuck you, and you guys suck. And he's just being like a big hater the whole conversation. And then virtually overnight, he's just like, you know what, I got a little heated back there. I want to apologize. You know, actually, Eldians are not that bad. Let's do this.
Yeah, he had a gamer moment.
Kinda, yeah. And I definitely think that I can see why people would get kind of fatigued by this point. Even though I think that this is kind of a calm before the storm, setting up for the explosive finale, I can see that some people would see this episode as a bit like, because the themes have been clear as day all throughout this show. I would say this show is about as subtle as a brick with what it's trying to say. And then this episode just has them kind of verbatim, outwardly hashing it out. And I get the purpose of it, but I do get why people thought it was like, yeah, I fucking get it already by this point, because it is kind of, there's not much that it says that hasn't already been preached by the series itself, like for 4 seasons now.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't really have much else to say about this episode, honestly. It doesn't even play the opening because it's like the opening's too intense and high octane, so they just skip it because it's too. Nothing really happens. It's kind of like a low key, like again, Eye of the Hurricane type thing, where it's like it's just chills out for a little bit, which I do think we need for sure.
Yeah, I feel like it's a good episode. Like I like that. You know, it's like taking this time to like see how these characters like actually interact with each other and like how they feel about their alliance.
And I do like the message. I like the message that, you know, if we just had the maturity to sit down and just hash out our problems like fucking adults and like just talk.
Just sit down and talk.
Like, and I do kind of agree with that. I remember there was this video that I saw where it was like this person was like, I don't think we should have, like, I don't think violence should ever be the answer. And then she's like, but how would we go to war? And she's like, I don't think we should have wars. Like, I think if you go to war over something small, I think you're immature. And I kind of agree with that.
That's deep.
I have no enemies. I'm him, for real.
So true. Attack on Titan if it was awesome.
Gabathy when he sees an anti-war series.
War is bad.
I mean, yeah. Like, but yeah, that's my favorite aspect of it, is just that if we would just sit and talk, we really wouldn't have half of the fucking problems that we do.
Yeah.
And it delves into like Yelena's disappointment, Theo's bigotry, Reiner, Gabby, Annie, and Falco are all kind of, even though Falco deserves it the least, are all kind of torn up from guilt by what Marley has done. Because we got to keep in mind, even though Marley feels like they're justified against Paradis, it's not just Paradis. They are evil to other countries. Like, they have fucked over so many other countries, not just Paradis.
And after this episode, this is where they have their big showdown with the Jaegerists.
Yeah, prior to this, I think Mikasa, I don't remember when it happened. I don't know if it was before this big conversation they had or if it was after. I think it was before. Whatever. If you remember the part in season 1 when Mikasa helps this little girl, because there's this guy trying to get his fucking cargo through a tunnel and then a Titan's coming and everybody can't get in because this guy refuses to move. That little girl grows up to become a Jaegerist, and she, I think, almost dies during all of the insanity in town during the rumbling, and she's like on her deathbed, and Mikasa visits her, and nobody else, hilariously, even though Mikasa disagrees with her. And it's like this kind of interesting dynamic of, she's like, you loved Eren more than everybody. Why are you going against him? Why are you betraying the Jaegerists? Like, you should be Jaegerist's top dog. And she's like, well, that's because you guys are retarded. No. I think it's an interesting conversation. I do think it's a little, because it's like, really, you're going to use the little girl from season 1. I can see that he rather than like trying to come up with a new character, he just likes to take characters you kind of forgot about from forever ago and put them back in the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting, right? You know, like she gets saved by Mikasa, and she decides she wants to be just like her, and then this ends up actually putting them in conflict with each other.
Yeah. Which I do think that, like, the way she kind of idolizes Mikasa to the point where she fucking takes her scarf is interesting for sure. And it's almost kind of tragic in a way where her idolization, her attempt to emulate Mikasa's idolization of Eren gets her killed by her own people, no less. Like, by the other Jaegerists. Because as we said, they're irresponsible. They don't care about who gets caught up in the crossfire. It is kind of sad to an extent. And I think that it's interesting to me because it basically, the only way that they could make Mikasa finally be an interesting character is to make Eren too evil for her to like anymore. Because up until, the whole problem has just been that it felt like her whole character has been, and it still does feel like that, but there's just more depth to it. It felt like her whole character has been subservient to Eren's, and the whole thing about her is just that she puts Eren on a pedestal and she loves him. And now he's a man.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Actually, I did want to mention in sort of Mikasa's defense, there are a lot of people like who really like Mikasa, and I understand why, mostly on account of the fact that like there's so few like shonen like female leads that are actually like stronger and more badass than the males.
yeah,
Like when you think about like, you know, all the Sakuras and like Ochakas.
Oh my god.
Stuff, like I get why people attach to her.
It's like I'm thinking about those characters you mentioned, and I do agree because it's like you mentioned Sakura, and Sakura was an attempt at trying to be a female main lead that was stronger than the male main leads. But you know what happened? The male main leads got too strong, and then they didn't know what to do with Sakura anymore. Like, she kind of just falls to the back burner for a while, and then she can't catch up with them to the point where she almost becomes irrelevant. And I noticed that happens with a lot of women. At least in the case of Mikasa, like, she kind of locks in. Even in Season 4, she's still a fucking badass. We're about to talk about that. I just think there are parts of Mikasa I think aren't fleshed out enough, like her heritage, for example. Or that birthmark that she has. Like, I remember there's a part where Eren mentions her birthmark, and I'm like, where the fuck did that come from? And she shows it, and it never comes up again.
Actually, I remember that. You know what, like, happened there was, like, in the manga, in, like, one of the first few chapters, they show her, her getting that tattoo from, like, her mother, and she, like, tells her it's really important to her family. But in the anime, they replaced the tattoo with, like, an embroidery, because I guess there's a bit like a bit of a taboo with like tattoos in Japan. So like they actually changed that in the manga. And, like,
is that why the Yakuza get tattooed? Cause
I guess maybe that's got something to do with it.
Shows that they're against the system or whatever the fuck. Like,
yeah,
fuck
like
your laws. I'm gonna get myself tattooed and I'm gonna be a badass.
Yeah, like the anime like kind of accidentally like made a break in continuity. Still, it was like one moment in like the first few chapters.
I just don't like. I just wish it were referenced more, personally. But,
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I would say Mikasa is not the worst character for the simple fact that Annie exists. So,
You're on. I am the defender of women here.
Well, you gotta at least admit, I think Annie is like worst girl. Like, because I think in terms of all the women,
she's not my favorite.
Yeah, but the worst character is probably like fucking Eren.
I was gonna say Flock.
No, he's like, I love Flock as a character though. Is the thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, let's get back
It's
on.
fun to hate him. It's fun to hate him. And speaking of Flock,
Speaking of
he's the
Flock,
one,
he
like,
fucking
running things here.
his power trip is fucking cartoonishly evil. Like, he has gone more insane than Aaron, I feel. Because at least Aaron's, like, knows why he's doing this. Flock lost his goddamn fucking mind.
He was racist for the love of the game, dude.
He's like, just he almost kind of reminds me of Miguel O'Hara from Across the Spider-Verse with how fucking unhinged he acts. Like, that's the personality I feel. But he's even worse because there's like a part where I remember he fucking shoots this guy that resists him. And he's like, this is what's gonna happen to the rest of you guys. And then
Yeah.
he's like, by the way, you know, like, he makes a passive comment about the wine. They're like, you knew about the wine? He kind of does like a little smile. He's like,
He has a little face he does with like his finger.
like, he's just pure fucking evil.
He's so smug. It's actually pretty funny.
It's interesting to think about, though, because it's like the reason he became this way is because he was there for the Erwin death charge, and he's one of the only people that survived. And I can't imagine what that must do to someone to, like, literally be riding towards a hail of rocks, and everyone around you gets fucking hit, and your horse gets hit, but you just topple over on the ground. You're laying on the ground, and you're okay. Like, you're alive, but everyone around you is dead. And this is all because Erwin basically talked you into it. Like, he is like, we all have to die so that we can win. But we don't get to be a part of it. Like, we don't get to be there for the victory. We're fucking pawns that get killed, and the rest of them get to live. And that is like a moment of clarity for Flock, where he basically realizes, in order to defeat these Titans, or at least that's what he realized in the moment, because now it's not the Titans, it's the Marlians, but in order to win, you've got to be a devil. And that's why he gained so much respect for Erwin, is that it's like he hated Erwin, but he, like, understood Erwin after that.
Yeah. Actually, I think one thing that I think is interesting about Floke is like kind of contrasting him with Aaron, because they're both, like, you know, essentially their goals are aligned, but their attitudes are, like, so very different, and it makes sense why. Because, like,
Well, that's because
Floke is, like, totally relishing in all this. You know, he's totally happy about the idea of everyone outside of Parody getting killed. He's, like, super racist about it. And you get why, because he's never, like, interacted with these people. You know, he's never met someone from Yakapon's country. He's never lived with them. He's just like, you know, like the Eldians and Marley thinking about the devils on Paradise Island. But then Aaron, by contrast, you know, he has the memories of someone living outside the walls. He's met them. He's, like, you know, fought alongside them literally.
Yeah, he lived over in the he pretended to be a wounded soldier so that he could live in the, I think it was a mental hospital.
Yeah.
And see what life is like there.
Yeah.
And
it calls back to his, like, conversation with Reiner.
Yeah, where he kind of has the same complex that Reiner does, where it's like he realizes that he wants to destroy everyone else in order to guarantee a better life for his friends, or so that's the justification he uses. In the same fashion that Reiner wanted to become a hero so that he could be recognized by Marley and overcome his Eldianness, his devil bloodness. But the truth is that neither of them actually wanted what they think they wanted, but they still went through with it anyway because they felt like they were obligated to. That's the similarity there, is that Reiner could have stopped at any point, but he didn't because he felt that he needed to do this, that there was no other way out, because really, what did he have to go back home to? Fucking nothing.
Yeah.
And in the case of Aaron, it's...
Like,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and then, like, by contrast, you know, Floke is, like, essentially, like, ignorant, you know?
Yeah.
So I just thought that was kind of an interesting...
Well, I was going to say,
contrast
Aaron, as like a foil to Reiner, Aaron does it because really just because he wants to see it. Like, he wants to see what the world would look like after he does it, I feel. So getting back to Floke, though, like, Floke puts Eren on a pedestal. He initially hated Eren because he blamed Eren for Erwin dying, but it's like he kind of changed how he looked at that once he realized that Eren is a lot similar to Erwin, at least in the you need a devil to get on top. And when he realizes that Eren is actually intending to destroy everyone else so that they can have their own utopia, he's like, fuck yeah. And he kind of goes on a power trip. That's basically Floke. You could tell he relishes this power trip. Like, because he's turning on his own people, too.
Yeah.
Anyone who doesn't agree with him gets the boot. They get shot in the head.
Yeah. But anyway, you also see him, like, he also starts to get, like, kind of progressively more paranoid. And that results in this clash between him and our gang.
Yeah, and so
like,
the crew all get together after that night of arguing, and they're like, we need to get the boat. And we got multiple Titans on our side, so
they need to get the plane too. They need a plane to be able to go after Eren.
Yeah, so they fight against Floke on the harbor, and it's pretty fucking crazy. Like, I don't have much to say about this. There's a part where Connie and Armin basically run into some old comrades who try to talk them out of what they're doing, and they end up having to kill them. And it's not easy to watch, especially since Armin gets fucking decimated. Like, his jaw gets shot open, and he's fucking bleeding on the ground. Like, he's just a fucking red paste on the ground, but he's still alive because he's a Titan. So Connie ends up having to kill them.
Yeah, like, it's really awful.
And then the rest of them are fighting against everybody else. They're fighting against Floke and his
goons.
I stopped myself because you have a fucking reputation. His henchmen. And it's oh my god, it's sick. It's so cool. Like, just watching Mikasa, like, it's like a Guts versus 100 Man moment where she's just slicing through them, and, like, I think at one point she she cuts one of them and knocks them down and, like, detonates their fucking, what is it, the explosive.
And they explode, and then blood, like, rains down on her.
Yeah, like,
they were cracked out.
It's goated. It's Mappa's animation.
Even Connie has, like, this kind of, like, some, like, badass moments in this sequence.
And you got the two Titans, Reiner and Annie. They're fucking killing it. They're, like, smashing motherfuckers left and right. It's kind of funny to think about that we have been rooting for their downfall in the past, only to then be like you see them killing humans, you're like, no, and then now you're like, you see them killing humans, you're like, yeah, get them. And I think there's, like, a little conversation that Yelena has with Levi, or was it Hanji? I don't remember. Where it's like a pretty tacky, like, humans will always be at conflict with one another because they're thinking about how we're trying to save the world, and in order to save the world, we have to kill our own people to do it, and how that feels kind of wrong. And, like, Levi has, like, that cynical statement about, well, humans are just always going to be in conflict. Like, it's inevitable. It's going to happen. Which I don't know if I fully agree with that sentiment. Because I think to some extent it kind of contradicts the episode where they were just talking. And they were saying that if we would just hash our things out like adults, we wouldn't have half the problems that we have. Well, I think that's also the philosophy, because that's why people think it's Nazi propaganda, is because I think that's something fascists say, is that conflict is inevitable. But I don't think Levi meant it that way. Well,
actually, I don't totally remember that conversation happening, so I can't give much of an informed take.
Well, I think it's like, the way I kind of interpret it is I think that this series tries to challenge that idea, where it does acknowledge that, yes, human beings are kind of fucked up creatures, and conflict is kind of hard to prevent, but it doesn't have to be that way. Even though, like, they have to take a few lives right now to do the right thing. In the long run, it's possible to reduce these things. I don't know how else really to look at it, but it's still a cool ass fight though, because it's like Flock gets fucked up. I think he ends up getting knocked down into the wall. I think he gets shot down by Gabby. Maybe.
Yeah. It's actually like a really like sick animation sequence where like all of his like comrades are kind of dying, like they're getting cooked, and he sees like the ship, and he has an opportunity to take it. And like there's all these like different Titans like chasing after him, and like the other Survey Corps, and he's like dodging and weaving through all of them until he like finally gets like a clear shot on the boat. And he's like, the one who will save Eldia will be me.
And then Gabby of all fucking characters shoots him down.
Yeah. But it was like a really sick animation. I remember that. It was like eye candy.
So they get away and they're on the boat, and then there's like a scene where Annie is like freaking out because they're basically coming to the realization that Aaron's probably made a lot of progress by now, because it's been a full night, and he's probably already reaching Marley, like right now. And she's like
this horrifying realization.
She's like wondering, like, can we actually do this? Can we stop him? Is it possible?
Yeah, or even if we did,
like, what would be the point? He already did so much damage. Like, what would be the point? Like, it's kind of like a oh shit moment.
Yeah, but like for Annie in particular, because her like basically her only motivation is getting back to her dad, and so if she doesn't have that, then like she's got nothing.
Yeah. And so this leads into the final episode of part 2. It's a flashback, essentially, that gives you some insight into Aaron's motivation and whatnot. But, again, that's another thing that I'm going to save a little bit for the next video, because I have a ton of notes written down for that. For now, I kind of just want to talk about the parts before that, where it shows just the moment where Aaron and the others arrive in Marley. And this is like when Yelena and Onion Capone and all the others help them out, and then they end up on Marley, and it's just a little bit of slice of life. Like, there's a part where Levi, like a clown comes up to Levi. It felt like a scene out of like Hunter x Hunter or some shit, where like a clown just goes up to Levi. It's a creepy ass clown. He thinks Levi's a little kid. He's trying to entertain the kid, and it's very creepy and unsettling, and Levi's very uncomfortable. And they're all wearing like fucking like suits, like old timey suits and outfits.
Yeah, very Germany coded.
Yeah. And pretty much again, the focus is Aaron, because he's not really surprised by all this. He's kind of dazed and looking looking away and just kind of zoning out, because he's already seen all this stuff. He already knew that all this was going to happen. But basically, it goes into... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say it is kind of sad. Like, they're looking at this, like, because they're experiencing it all for the first time. But for him, it's all, like, mundane to him. So he just has to, like, so he has no, like, escape.
Yeah. And so there's, like, a part where there's this kid that's about to be killed for stealing. And he's very obviously inspired by like some sort of Middle Eastern heritage, because we established that Marley is in conflict with, I don't know what the country's called in lore, but it's basically the Middle East, right?
Yeah.
And one of the kids that is under that heritage, he's a thief. He lives in Marley, and he goes around stealing stuff because he's poor and starving and trying to provide for his family. And they're about to cut off his hand, I think, or something like that, or kill him. And Aaron steps in and saves the kid. But he's like questioning himself. He's like, why the fuck am I saving this kid? He's gonna die. Like, he's gonna die like everybody else. I'm gonna crush him underneath my feet with the rumbling. So why am I saving this kid? And there's that kind of dissonance of, he saw the future, he knows what he's gonna do, he knows he can't stop himself, but he's having like a moral crisis of like, why am I doing this? Like
yeah. Or I think that happens a little bit later. He saves that same kid in like some other situation.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get to that. Basically, they all are, now that they're laying low in Marley, I think they talk to, what's the Asian woman that was kind of greedy?
Yeah, the one character from Not Japan.
Yeah, totally not Japan, even though like every country in this story is based off of a real country. Which is funny that America never came up. But
it's funny how Isayama's depiction of Japan is that they're a bunch of greedy.
They're a capitalist fucking shithole. Yeah. Well, it's kind of hard to think of any country that is more capitalist than Japan.
Yeah, I guess it is kind of true.
But which, I mean, it's probably just because of the fucking exploitation problems they got there. But she like basically tells them like, yeah, you know, obviously Marlians don't really like you guys, and actually they do blood tests now, so like you guys might want to figure out a plan for that or something. And they're like, fucking blood tests? Like they care that much? Like, goddamn.
It's not that serious.
Yeah. Well, they're also kind of unsettled at how just fucking normal everything is. Like they're amazed at all the technology they got, and they're like having a great time. They're like, look at this food, it's delicious, and Sasha's alive, so they can have some goofy antics. And they're kind of just seeing how normal life is over there. Amazed by the big city, amazed at all the possibilities and all the shit going on, and it's very cute. It's almost kind of sad, because like they've lived in like a medieval type beat up until now. And then they see like the big city and telephones and cars and
yeah. It's funny. It's like I think like Connie and someone else are like freaking out at like the sight of a car.
Yeah, that'd be Sasha, like I said. Connie and Sasha back on their antics. And it's also nice to get to see more Connie and Sasha being dorks and sibling coded. And then eventually it's like not only do they get to see kind of the middle class of Marley, but they get to see what it's like for the more poor people when they go over to a series of tents.
The refugee camps.
Yeah, for the people that the Middle Eastern inspired characters who are living in tents and who are homeless and life is rough for them. And again, it's like, did Isayama know? Does he know? Does he know? Because the fucking Palestine correlations are like concerning.
Crazy. And then Aaron's like looking out at them like they're just like me.
They're just like me. Yeah. And they spend some time with these people. They're invited into one of the tents. They give them alcohol. They all get fucking drunk. And again, it's very sweet. It's like a nice little sweet moment to kind of end things on, sort of. It gets not so sweet later, but
like the one moment in like this entire season where we see Aaron smile.
Yeah, because it's like they're just spending all time with these people that they barely know, who I don't even think speak the same language as them all that well.
Yeah, they don't.
They're just sitting down, drinking, being stupid, and having fun. But Aaron is kind of distracted because he sees that kid, and he like puts his hands on his shoulders, and he's like through tears apologizing to him. And that kind of leads to, it's like they juxtapose that to the rumbling and the various colossal titans approaching Marley, and how that kid is in Marley, and he's gonna end up caught in the crossfire here.
Yeah.
And it's again, it's just like, even though this is the most wholesome part of the whole show, like, it's still really dark because it's like, you know
what's coming.
You know where this is going.
Yeah.
So that's all the notes I have written for this part, and we got one more after this, but it's going to be kind of a lengthy one. So.
Yeah, probably will be. We got like 2 movies.
Yeah.
I thought they had like a theatrical release in Japan, I think, but we're not getting it, I think.
I think it was funny when they announced that, and then people were like, huh, the story's still going, lol. Because, let's be real, this final season was kind of stretched out to an uncomfortable degree.
The final.
I do wonder if maybe the reason is to have it end 10 years after it had first come out. Because it came out in 2013, and then it ended in 2023.
That'd be an oddly specific thing to do, but sure, why not?
I mean, you know, fuck you.
That's crazy.
I'm going to go ahead and cut the recording here.
Lucy from Elfenlied. So true.
Okay. So, picking up right where we left off, I'm recording now, by the way. Picking up right where we left off, Eren Yeager is basically, he's doing the fumbling, and we get kind of a backstory for how he got here, kind of his day-to-day experience when he was residing in Marley. And it's actually very, very well performed, very well executed. It's almost akin to like the Griffith crash out at the end of the Golden Age arc, in terms of just how, just the atmosphere and how unhinged it is. Like, it's cutting back and forth between the present and the past, where Eren is like apologizing to some kid from whatever the equivalent to Palestine was in this universe. I don't remember. And he's like,
yeah, low-key.
He's got his hands on his shoulders, he's like crying, and he's like, I'm so sorry, and the kid doesn't know why he's apologizing. And it's juxtaposing that kid here to the present, watching the rumbling and getting crushed under one of the titans. And it's really fucking dark. It's
kinda... to their credit, Mappa really like nailed the rumbling.
Yeah,
like it's so horrifying. It is
one of the most like I don't know why I'm so drawn to that type of like visually striking apocalyptic stuff in anime. The Eclipse, the end of Devilman Crybaby, the end of Evangelion.
And there's kind of like a weird like catharsis to it.
Yeah, where it's like it's basically the apocalypse, and it's just like so visually striking, seeing Eren's weird mangled body above all the colossal titans. And it reminds me a lot of the Eclipse, hilariously, in terms of just its style and how just crazy it is. But either way, like, it's just, like, it'll show you kind of all the various points of his mission. Like, the one part that made me cringe but was, like, pretty raw was it shows Eren cutting off his own leg and then, like, shoving a bullet into his eye. It's just so, like, visceral, and it shows you kind of all the steps to, like, how Eren got here and what went through his head as he was doing all of this. Because he, basically, what he saw when he touched Historia's hand was the moment where he basically talked his dad into killing the family, the royal family or whatever the fuck. And then I think he also got a premonition of the rumbling. And so
yeah,
it's kind of weird because it's like he's like, I'm capable of doing this, and then everything unfolds exactly the way that he saw it. So he slowly starts to like kind of question his own morality, but then fully embrace it. and it's just very
Yeah,
interesting.
like he like knows like the consequences of his decision, and he knows that he's gonna do it anyway,
Yeah, and that almost
which
kind of
it sort of
horrifies
like
him.
messes with like his perception of like his own free will.
Yeah,
That's definitely something we
he's
will probably get into.
he's a slave to himself, if anything. It's so interesting too,
Big
because for
thing.
the first 3 seasons, he has no control over the narrative. Everybody keeps capturing him, trying to steal him away from the scouts. Now that he finally gets control over the narrative, he still doesn't have control because he becomes a slave to himself. And it's just a very interesting direction to take his character. Which, it's so funny because it's like everybody that was complaining about how annoying Eren was in the first 3 seasons has now watched him turn into the villain of his own story.
Yeah, it's such a interesting twist. And the other like part that I like is like what he says to the kid is kind of like a little bit horrifying because he says when I learned there were people outside the wall, I was so disappointed.
Yeah, it kind of gives you insight into. Initially, it was just the Titans were like a crutch for all of his problems, but when he realized that the Titans didn't do anything, they were just mindless monsters. It was the people that turned them into Titans. It kind of made him realize that not only is the world more complex, but his simple worldview of that, like, him feeding off of conflict, which is inherent to his character, was still there. It's almost kind of like when in Breaking Bad when Walter White punches his reflection, where it's like I don't like what I'm turning into, but I know it's gonna happen. Sort of like that.
Yeah, it's sort of like throughout the season, characters are like speculating, and so is the audience, kind of speculating like what happened to Aaron. You know,
Squid
why
Games.
is he like this now, bruh?
Squid Games.
And but what they eventually kind of conclude is that this is always who Aaron has been. They just didn't see it before. Maybe they didn't want to see it
Yeah.
before, but the signs were kind of there.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, a lot of Aaron's downfall is kind of his like inability to change.
So I wanted to talk about Lucy from Elfen Lied. Very wonderful topic for us to talk about, because she's like if Eren was a shitty character. She has that same sort of issue of being a part of an oppressed race that the world is against, and trying to prove that her existence matters. She also, just like Eren, crashes out towards the end of the manga and nearly ends the planet. There's like a manga panel of her vectors reaching out into space. And in similar fashion to Eren, doing so is what ultimately leads to her death because she kind of wears herself thin. But Elfen Lied sucks.
I lied. This isn't an Attack on Titan podcast. Time to talk about Elfen Lied.
So, I consider Eren to be kind of a better version of Lucy for a variety of reasons, but I think it kind of shows that with Attack on Titan, it's like it is a dark series, and it is a very depressing series in similar fashion to Elfen Lied, but I think the distinct difference between Eren and Lucy is that Lucy is a very shallow character that there's not much thought put into her beyond just surface level ideas, whereas Eren kind of has the opposite problem where he becomes almost too complex and crushes under his own weight.
Yeah, I actually kind of do agree to an extent. I mean, he's complex in the sense that like there are multiple things that like are motivating him, and like sometimes they conflict with each other, and so it kind of ends up in like it kind of makes some of his behavior seem a little contradictory.
Well, towards the end, it's like I feel like Isayama tries really, really hard to summarize Aaron's character and try to wrap it up in a neat little bow, but then he ends up making him a little bit more confusing, and it seems like he's also having trouble trying to even explain what Aaron's damage is. There's a lot of different reasons why he's doing this. He chose his own people over the rest of the world, but he never once used his power to change the Titans back. A lot of his own people got crushed by rocks when he started the rumbling. So, to a lesser extent, it might be about his own people, but it's really about himself.
Yeah, I think it's easy to confuse Aaron for being like a selfless character up until like the final chapter, but he's actually more of like a selfish character.
He's more of a juxtaposition to Reiner. Reiner wanted recognition. He wanted to prove that his life meant something. He wanted approval from his parents that he never had. And so he just insists on this mission that they do it. Even when the mission is hopeless and when they're fucked and it just gets worse and worse and worse. But he keeps pushing because he wants to prove that he can do it. And to a lesser extent, I feel like Aaron's motivation is similar to that. That's why he said, "You're just like me." For real. But it's also like, if Aaron's friends stop him, then they kind of unwittingly become the heroes of what's left of the world. Because they're the ones that stopped Aaron for good. But it's also kind of like he's almost doing it to prove he can do it. To see it. I like to headcanon that Aaron has OCD. And that all of this is like a big compulsion. Where it's like he feels like he has to do it. And that'll be the only way they'll ever be free. Because he basically realized that the scope of what he was trying to achieve, initially it was extermination of the Titans. Now it's everyone that is not from his homeland. And he thinks that if he eliminates all of them, they'll finally be free, almost like a compulsion. And so for that brief moment when he's doing the rumbling, he is quote-unquote free, but once that's over, the compulsion will latch onto something else.
Yeah, I think an important like contrast is between him and Armin. Like especially during the first few seasons, they're aligned with each other, but you start to realize that they're kind of in it for different reasons. Because like Armin wants to see the world, he's like very curious about the outside world. Aaron's motivation is almost like on principle. He hates the idea of being caged, of like, having his freedom restricted, and that's what motivates him.
Yeah, and he tries to take the most drastic possible measure to guarantee freedom, even though he knows it's absurd, he knows it's ridiculous, he still feels like he has to because he feels like it's the only way to truly guarantee freedom, which again, like I said, it reads to me like an OCD obsession. Like, and I hate saying that, but that's kind of what it feels like to me. Where he's just so obsessed with freedom, he's willing to take the most extreme, drastic measure possible to absolutely guarantee it. And obviously it didn't really pan out well. But I also think that Aaron relies on conflict. He's like, I need the conflict to thrive. So if there is no conflict, I will become the conflict.
Yeah, I think like also Aaron's kind of idea of freedom is sort of like an empty like frontier, like very like, American frontier ideology. And so when like the world is like populated by other people, that's why he says he's like disappointed. And then he like tries to make the world into that empty frontier that he wants to believe in.
There's another character that I want to kind of compare him to, but it's from an anime I know you haven't seen. Have you ever heard of Technolize?
No.
So it's one of those like big brain anime thing that where it's like it's a little hard to follow. I might show you that at some point though. But there's a character in it named Yo Yoshinari, and he is a lot like Eren in that he is just constantly perpetuating conflict, because in his mind you are most alive when you are at conflict. Because he comes from a place where everybody's grown complacent, and so they're all just it's kind of like a dream world where everybody is just practically a ghost. They have no reason to fight, they have no reason to do anything. And I think that kind of correlates with Attack on Titan's constant themes of fight to get what you want. Eren kind of takes that to the extreme, so he needs to fight to have any sort of purpose. And that's something I found pretty interesting in Attack on Titan.
Yeah. Yeah, like back to what I said before about how like Eren doesn't change, but the context around him changes, and what makes him kind of become the villain. It's kind of like his inability to like change and to like update his like moral compass in a sense. Like that's why he's like so often like at this ending, he's like repeatedly depicted as a child, like in his like child state, and like that's why, because it's kind of this like reversion that he's undergoing.
So unfortunately, going back to the Elfen Lied comparison, I wanted to also go into the Diclonius and how that sort of compares to the Eldians, because the Eldians are seen by the world as being inherently evil, even though they're not. They're really not. Like they only become monsters if they're changed into monsters, and that's just a curse that befell them from the whole situation that we talked about in the previous video with Ymir and all that. Which is a bit different from the Diclonius, because the Diclonius, we find out, are naturally have an inclination to kill people, but we learn that it's possible to teach them not to. Basically, where I think Elfen Lied kind of falls flat and Attack on Titan sort of succeeds is, I do think part of it is that it repeatedly tries to make the point that the Diclonius, even the most peaceful one, still has violent tendencies. So it's almost like this kind of weird Frieren issue where it's like you're kind of questioning, like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's just it's okay to be racist against these things because it seems like they're inherently evil. Even the one that learned how to be good still had an evil side to her. And I always have an issue when series do this. It's the same issue I had with Goblin Slayer. Slight issue with Frieren and the demons from that, but I do like Frieren. Attack on Titan does it very differently, where it's a race of people, and they can turn into monsters, but that's only if they have that spinal fluid injected into them by a royal family member, and I guess the royal family member, like, screams, which is really weird, very arbitrary set of rules. But it makes the point pretty well. Arguably a little rough about how it does it. That's what caused the whole controversy, but I think it stands out among a lot of those others because of the fact that they are just normal people. It's just that they have that capability to turn into a monster against their will, and they don't want to. It's just a curse that was put on them. And I think that's more endearing and more interesting than like what Elfen Lied tries to do with its Diclonius.
Yeah. I think I mentioned this in the last part, but you also like get the impression that like, you know, the way that the story that Marley tells about Eldians is clearly, you know, kind of self-serving.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's part of the propaganda.
Yeah, and it's like it's an interesting ethical dilemma where it's like, obviously the Titans are scary and they hammer that home for most of the series, but I like that we only see them being a threat to the Eldians before we even know that the Eldians are capable of turning into Titans. So we never see it from, like, we only ever see it from Marley's point of view after we've already seen how cruel and terrible Marley is. And I kind of appreciate that.
Yeah, I think people were like very hostile to this, like to the metaphor he had going on here at first. But I think at this point, most people have realized, okay, he's going somewhere with this.
Yeah,
Let him cook.
And it's also weird that some people's attitudes towards Attack on Titan have softened since certain events have taken place. Not saying anything, but I think if it is a metaphor, overall, I don't think he put a lot of thought into the context of World War II when he made. I think he just likes World War II aesthetics and wanted to make a story about war and how war bad.
True.
Racism bad. I think it's so funny that I literally made jokes when Attack on Titan was still coming out about, like, what's really in the basement is racism. And it turned out that's what it was. A thriller story about, like, that's basically like The Walking Dead about just surviving, turned into a story about racism. That's crazy to me. So back to Elephant. No, I'm just playing. I want to talk a bit about Annie and Armin.
Go ahead, King.
Yeah, they suck. Or more specifically,
they're all right.
Annie is not a good character. I am of that opinion. She was okay in season 1, but it seems like she's been gone from the narrative for so long that I practically forgot she existed. And then when she comes back into the narrative, I just don't like the way he handles that. I think.
Yeah, I don't like.
Go ahead.
I don't totally buy her and Armin, but you know what? Let my king get some. You know, like.
Although a lot of the romance in the series has never really been that interesting. You know, I'm not out here saying that Mikasa and Eren are a good relationship. But Annie is just a very weak character. I don't buy her motivations. I think the weird dynamic with her abusive stepfather, and now all of a sudden we're supposed to care about him after we just established that he's abusive, just didn't feel like there was enough there to humanize him. Because you can humanize abusers in your stories. It's possible. Gambino, just as an example. But it's a little hard to do. You have to really, like, go in depth and go into the little subtleties. And I just don't think Attack on Titan does it very well. It's basically like he abused her, and then he was proud of her when the abuse paid off, and then now we're supposed to be sad that he might die at the rumbling.
Yeah.
That sends kind of a bad message to me about abuse. And also, I think Eren's a dick, because he literally announced to all of the Eldians across the planet that he's going to kill everyone that's not on Paradis, meaning that all the ones in Marley are just shit out of luck, and they just got an announcement saying, hey, I'm gonna kill you.
Would you rather be warned about the rumbling, or like just see it like on the horizon?
I'd rather be
Like,
asleep while it happens, and I wake up, hear loud noises, I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I get crushed.
You're not a real snoozer. I'd sleep through the whole thing.
Imagine sleeping through the whole thing, and you're the one guy that didn't get stepped on. You're just like in a small little divot, like your bed is in a small little area that is just completely untouched by any of the colossal titans or Eren, and you just wake up and everything around you is crushed, and you're just like, what the damn, some dream.
So true.
No, but yeah, I don't have anything else to say about Annie. She sucks. Probably worst girl. She makes me want to apologize to Mikasa.
I am indifferent towards Annie.
That's why I think she's a shit
I
character.
I respect women. That's the
I don't
thing.
respect women. I kind of hope all of them die.
Ayo.
Anyway, the rumbling reaches Marley, and it kind of parallels with the Colossal Titan in the first episode, where you got the people looking up at Eren and the rumbling, and how that sort of parallels with Bertolt looking over the wall, which was an interesting little callback.
They play the same like music, like too.
I will say one little minor kind of, it's not even a big deal, it doesn't really matter, but I feel like it would have been more interesting if Reiner was the Colossal Titan and Bertolt was the Armored Titan, because then Reiner, if he's still alive, would it would be more of a direct parallel, because then it'd be like Eren looking up at Reiner.
Oh yeah, that'd be very overt.
That would be a little bit more interesting
hundreds
to me.
of Reiners.
But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I just think Reiner had more significance than Bertolt, so it's weird that they're doing the parallel to Bertolt. But this is just it's very terrifying. Like I compared it to the Eclipse. I don't think it's as terrifying as the Eclipse, but it's very visually striking. The red colossal titans and how just fucking dark the sky is, and all the screaming and all the everyone's just getting
sheer
crushed.
Helplessness.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big parallel to the Eclipse. It's just the sheer helplessness, the powerlessness.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do. And there's like this very interesting part where a bunch of people have a baby and they're passing the baby along, trying to get it as
like
far
the
away
mother
from the
falls from the cliff, but then someone like grabs the baby and they're like moving it away.
Yeah, to get it away from the Titans, which is honestly beautiful. I'm gonna be real, because it's like what it symbolizes is it's kind of like a small sliver of hope for humanity, where all of them are sacrificing themselves to save this pure innocent baby. And I really like that. I really like what that says.
Yeah, to me it almost feels like kind of a, I get the impression it's kind of like a plea, like for mercy, like they're showing this baby, like just a desperate cry for like some humanity.
Yeah. And just how meaningful it is that all of them are doing it. They don't even know this baby. And they're all just passing the baby along, almost like a self-sacrifice of like the constant theme that has been repeated multiple times about how children are the future. They've said that multiple times. And that reinforces that really well, I think.
Yeah.
And also it adds to the constant theme of generational trauma and how the young ones are affected by the things we do. So Theo and Shadis.
Dude, those were good deaths, man.
Theo's arc was weird. It was a good arc. Although he did develop virtually overnight, which was fucking funny to me.
Yeah.
Theo was just being racist. I mean, all of his talking points were basically like anti-Semitic talking points. But then they take the liberty of juxtaposing him to Shadis. Shadis is a character I did not like for a while, just because of the casual misogyny from forever ago. I don't remember if we even talked about that. The episode where we learned that Shadis was deeply insecure and he was jealous of Eren's dad, jealous that Eren's dad just keeps winning. He gets himself a good wife and has a happy family, and he's just like, that man's so spectacular. I wish I could be as spectacular as him. Which is a tragic way to look at it, because Eren's dad was anything but. He was actually a very pathetic man. And the way he ropes up his children into his own personal conflicts is just, he's not a good person. But I like that from there, Shadis basically grows into a more self-reliant character. I mean, he gets his ass beat by the Eldians, but he stands up for something. And this is kind of his chance to show that he is special. Because he and Theo, they basically meet each other. He meets this Marleyan they're from completely different backgrounds, but they're actually very alike in that they have trained those soldiers to get to where they are. They're responsible for this conflict almost. Not really, but they teach soldiers how to kill.
The guys who led the child soldiers.
Yeah. So they both have a lot of regrets. They both have a lot of sins to bear.
Yeah,
And
like Theo at the end, it takes him a while to realize, man, I've been sending these children to the front lines.
so they
I just want
decide
them to like be happy, man. What have I been doing?
they basically decide to sacrifice themselves to help the heroes, give their lives for a greater cause, which in my opinion is not the best atonement that you can give, but it's a good way
Well,
to
I
end
think
their character arcs because they should be enemies and yet they die together as comrades.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's also, I think part of the significance to me is I'm pretty sure at this point they established that like Marley is done for. Like it's already too late to save Marley. So everything that they're doing is to like save people that they don't know and have never met. And I feel like this is really important because like for so much of this like series, everyone's been very factional. They're fighting for their country or their people or their race and that. And and then this moment of like pure self-sacrifice for people you will never know. I feel like that's significant.
Yeah, which is kind of like that scene in Elfin Lied where no, I'm playing.
Yeah, I feel like it kind of gets at like what the point of this all is that we have to get over these borders that we draw between each other,
Yeah.
and to be able to say that people dying is wrong. They
Yeah.
are.
Well, I like how the definition of the term "save humanity" has changed now.
Oh yeah.
I find that development very interesting.
Yeah.
So I mean, basically the plot is that they have to get to Aaron. They have to. They get on like an airship, and they had to fight their way to the airship, and make their way across. And it turns out Floke is still alive. He latched onto their thing, followed them all the way over. Floke is like Roberto from Monster in that this motherfucker needs to die.
That's such a banger.
He needs to die. Like, you seal up all your cracks, he just keeps coming back. Like,
Got shot in the shoulder. Like
he is
in the
as
same
valuable
spot.
as a summer ant.
Roberto better.
Roberto is better, but Floke, I don't know how he survived. He got dragged across the sea and still is still alive. But he shoots the engine of I think the plane they're gonna go on or whatever.
Yeah.
And they gotta get it fixed stat, but the rumbling is like right there.
Yeah. I think the one thing I wanted to mention about Floke's death real quick is his kind of like facade kind of breaks down here. Like before, he's all cocky, he's like totally like full of himself. And then in kind of his last moments, he's like desperate and afraid because he's like, what happens if you guys, if you stop him, the world's just gonna turn against us. And it's like this very like pathetic,
It's like because of what Aaron's doing, the rest of them will be blamed for it. But it's like it's so funny I even brought up Roberto because it's like kind of similar to his death where he's like, I want to see it, and it's like too late to see it now. But yeah, his death is very. You almost feel bad for him, especially seeing how he got here because of what he had to go through under Erwin, and how obsessed he gets with this vision of his people inhabiting the world completely alone.
Big thing.
Either way, after he dies, they're panicking and they have to get the plane fixed, the engine fixed. So they're trying to lock in, and Hanji basically gets their moment of glory. And this part I saw coming. I had already read this part in the manga before it got adapted. And it just sucks, man. I loved Hanji.
Hanji.
I loved Hanji so much.
Are they Queen King?
Queen King. Hanji. Honestly, it's the best possible death you could give this character, though, because throughout this whole series, Hanji has been obsessed with Titans. Just fascinated by them. While everyone else is terrified of them and disgusted by them, Hanji loves Titans. And that's because I think Hanji has, like, just was wanted to understand them, wanted to understand why they do what they do. And then when they got that understanding, it became more of an issue of, like, extending empathy to the rest of the world. Hanji's one of the few people that actually doesn't want Eren to do this, and literally outright says, like, genocide is wrong. Even when John is trying to justify it, he's like, hey, I mean, we benefit from this, right? Like, we don't have to stop it. And Hanji's like, no. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and let the death of everyone else, like, bear on my shoulders. Like, I'm not gonna let it happen. Genocide is wrong. But
she's kind of an Armin kind of parallel in the sense that, it's like pure, like, curiosity.
It's pure curiosity, but Hanji has always been one of the most empathetic characters in the series. And, like, their empathy even extended to the Titans, which was crazy to me. But it's good that that's utilized even further when they find out that the Titans are just our people. They don't want the rest of the world to suffer, even though they've been put in such a difficult position. I really like Hanji's outside of the box thinking, to be honest.
She's like, she's dead, and like she sees everyone in the gang, and he's like, you can tell us all about it.
I got feelings. That got one tear.
That got me good.
That got a single tear from me.
We're giving it 3 tears out of 10.
But yes, so it's fitting that Hanji would die just absolutely surrounded by some of the biggest Titans, and just burning up. But it's just a very sad moment. Now let's talk about the coolest fucking thing this series has done, like, ever.
Oh, the Attack Titan. The big old founding Attack Titan.
Well, all of the Titans.
Yeah, and all the other ones too.
They fight all of the previous Titans, I guess, like, recreated spirits of them. All the ones that died. They fight all of them on the back of Eren.
Yeah.
Like, literally, they're standing on Eren, and they fight them inside his ribcage.
Yeah, and they're, like, diving from, like, these planes, and, like, the music is going crazy.
It is fucking...
The soundtrack for this series was, like, phenomenal in season 4. Like, holy...
Yeah, but this particular fight is just so fucking crazy. It's like, it's almost kind of unfair, because it's like you got all these big ass Titans fighting just this small little group. But I liked it a lot. I thought it was really fucking badass. Visually, it's such a big spectacle. This is like really the definition of going out with a bang. And it's the best possible way you could have ended this, to be honest.
Yeah, they really gave it their all for this, and I'm here for it.
So we get a few things here. Armin basically gets captured and stuck inside of, I guess, the stomach of one of the Titans, and so he's kind of unconscious, and he's out of commission, which it makes sense. He's the strongest one here. He could literally just blow up all of Eren's body and fucking win. So
yeah, like that's their plan, is to detonate him on Eren's body.
Just they want Armin to explode all over Eren's back.
Bruh.
This part was really sad because he's literally sitting here, he's out of commission, and he is just beating the shit out of himself for being a failure, because it's still clear that he hates himself. He was never really that confident in himself, but now that he has to become the next Erwin, fill in for such a legend, that just is tearing him apart, because, like, the pressure and the tension from all of that, and he doesn't think he can do it, and he's constantly asking himself, what the fuck would Erwin do? Like, what? Like, why am I here? I shouldn't be here. I should be dead. And it's really, really sad.
Yeah.
But then he ends up speaking with Zeke, and I will be honest. This little conversation, he ends up in like the sandy world that ties all of the subjects of Ymir together. The paths. He ends up there. We first saw it when the lesbian Ymir ended up there. But he sees Zeke, and I guess Zeke is being put back together. And Zeke has...
Well, no, he's just like building a sandcastle.
Yeah. But he's thinking about... Like, Zeke is kind of at peace now. He's thinking about his life and just how everything he tried to fight for has been crumbled before him. You know...
Yeah, more like he's kind of like given up.
Yeah. And so Armin and Zeke talk briefly. I thought it was interesting, too. He was like... He was like, I've been here for like 1,000,000 years or whatever. He hasn't, but like that's what it feels like. It's just that I guess time works differently in this dimension or whatever this fucking world is. But Armin and Zeke talk, and as they're talking, Armin picks up a leaf that he finds on the ground. But when Zeke looks at it, it's not a leaf, it's a baseball. And so this scene's really great, but it's also kind of, in my opinion, the exact moment Attack on Titan dies. Because it perfectly sums up everything the series has been about thus far. Where Armin's talking about the tree that he and Mikasa and Arid would play under, and those little moments that made life worth living despite their tough situation. And it's the same for Zeke, that he was bonding with that man, and they were throwing that baseball back and forth, and back and forth. And how those little moments are precisely what you fight for, what all of this is about. And also how those little moments are what kind of tie us, like bring us together. It's what brought that one guy, I forgot his name, the blonde Marleyan that was in love with Sasha. It's kind of a similar sentiment to that.
Chef Boy.
Shut the fuck up. It's kind of a similar sentiment to that, where it's like, those little things that make life worth living is precisely why he fell in love with someone he should hate.
Yeah. Like, Zeke gives, like, he starts out with this, like, monologue about, like, you know, why are we alive? And, you know, like, what makes living things distinct from, like, rocks or water is living things, you know, try to multiply. They try to expand and co-create. And, like, so he's like, is that really all we're here for? And like that's like where his like despair comes from, and it's why he feels like euthanasia is a form of mercy. And then Armin, you know, comes in, like, you know, it's those little moments.
Armin shows him the wonders of a foot job under the table at Applebee's.
Why am I here?
Zeke has his moment of I want to live. No, but it is a very good scene. However, pretty much from this point forward, I do not like the rest of it. I feel like that perfectly
what if I told you
summarized everything Attack on Titan was about, and I think everything after is kind of like, some of it's necessary because we gotta tie it all up, but some of it's like just too much, or just like it's making it
actually kind of do. I kind of do agree that was kind of, I think, kind of the peak.
Yeah,
of, like,
because
the ending.
Basically, like, Armin breaks free, they lock in, they defeat all of them, and they win, and then there's like some issue with like the parasite thing that we really don't get any context for. Like, we've only seen it crawl into Ymir, and now it's like crawling out of Eren, but they kill it before it can get back into Eren, and then the curse is over. And briefly, before Eren dies, it's so dumb. Mikasa kisses his fucking severed head.
It wasn't that bad.
It's so cringe. And then like I guess she in the manga they insinuated she like walked all the way back to the tree to bury him at the tree, and all I could think is like is his head like not like decaying and like full of maggots by the time they get back to the tree? Weird continuity error, but that's what happens in the physical world. We get like a conversation between Armin and Eren. And in the manga, it was the dumbest fucking thing ever. The anime tries its best to make it less dumb. The manga, literally, he just casually says, like, I killed 80% of humanity. And then they just don't even address it. They just brush it off. In the anime, when he says that, there's at least more impact. It's like, Armin's like, what the fuck, 80%? Oh my god, dude! But I still think this whole thing is kind of dumb, and I don't even think we really needed it. I kind of wish they just left Eren's actions to speak for themselves instead of trying to give you like a final summary of his character. Because Eren just straight up says, oh, I'm dumb. That's why I did all this. And then there's like this weird thing they add in for no reason, and I don't understand why, where Eren's like, oh, by the way, I was the one that saved Bertolt and killed my mom.
Yeah, this part was a little bit...
I don't understand what that even adds to the narrative, or why that's important, or why we need to have that. Other than...
Yeah, I feel like the twist with Eren and like his dad, like that was really good with him and his dad killing the, you know, the rice fan, I don't remember their names. But this feels like kind of like it doesn't explain anything that like needed explaining.
Yeah, it's just there. And I to me it really feels like Isayama is trying so hard to summarize Eren's character, but he just can't figure out what to say. And so this weird, it's like it's pretty much, we busted a nut already. You don't have to keep sucking. Like,
yeah, it is. I feel like what he's trying to do there is to kind of like totally establish that like this isn't like Eren's like, you know, like revenge, you know, this isn't like him, you know, like fighting back at the world for killing his mom. No, he's like fully like responsible for what he's doing.
And then he
but
like,
it's just a weird.
And then
they don't even bother to like explain. Like it's really weird is they don't really explain like why Bertolt needs to live other than like some kind of like butterfly effect situation where he doesn't get the founding.
Yeah, and it gets worse because Eren, like Armin's like, do you really hate Mikasa? And he's like, no, I love Mikasa. No, I don't want her to end up with somebody else. He starts crying like a bitch.
Okay, but that part I will kind of defend because like, you know, it's like him being like vulnerable, like the one like person he can.
True, but like I just don't like their relationship. Because what it
The
does,
romance can be better.
what it does is the series has never been the best at handling its depiction of abuse. And there's a lot of abuse because generational trauma is a big theme. But like the weird Stockholm thing with Annie where we're supposed to care about her abuser is weird. And I more understand the Ymir loving Fritz thing, but with all of this together, it makes me question it a little bit. Especially since they literally say Mikasa and her love for Eren correlates with Ymir and her love for Fritz.
Yeah, it's a bit of a few degrees of separation there.
I don't even know where to begin on why that's a weird comparison and why, I don't know, it's a weird conclusion for...
Yeah, I'm not really convinced on like why Ymir would be like fixated on Mikasa. But don't worry about it.
You're literally working with the guy you're comparing to Fritz. And I don't
I mean,
know.
I guess like the whole like the thing that Ymir kind of like sees in Mikasa is like the ability to like let go, like to an extent.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't know. I never really found Eren or Mikasa that interesting until season 4, when Eren becomes the bad guy, and Mikasa becomes interesting because she starts to doubt Eren. But I'm always going to be of the opinion, because I've literally seen people say she's like a better Casca. I don't see it. I really don't see it.
well, I'll always be of the position of respecting women. So
Well,
it's out of that.
I respect the right
The
women.
woman defender. That
I respect the correct women, which is
crazy
the ones that
quote.
know their play. No, I'm just playing.
Bruh.
But that's basically the end of Attack on Titan. It ends with,
Yeah.
I know
Well,
he's trying to
there's
do
one
like a full
other
circle
thing.
thing. Hold on. I know he's trying to do like a full circle thing where they bury Eren under the tree, and I do like that symbolically. The journey ending where it begins, I think that's interesting, to say the least. And it does make the rewatch more interesting too, especially the very first scene where Eren sees a bunch of shit and wakes up. He's like, "What the fuck?" And he's like crying.
The other like kind of iffy part of this ending is another thing in his conversation with Armin, where Armin's like, were you just when you were being mean to us, was that all an act?" And it's kind of like, so it's a bit weird the way this all plays out, because it sort of really implies that Aaron like tells him like like they're gonna become the heroes by killing him, and
Like
like that it's part of what he wants
like a
in a way.
like a Lelouch thing.
It is very much a Lelouch kind of dealio that he's talking
I
about,
liked when that
which
was
a lot of people kind of concluded from that like all of this is just Aaron just playing the bad guy, all of this stuff that he's doing. And I don't think that's true. And the other part of that is he does, like leave them with like the tools to like stop him because he doesn't take their Titan powers.
I think what it is that either Eren gains freedom for his people by killing everyone on the planet, or his friends stop him and they're seen as the heroes. And I think it's either way,
Yeah, they're like,
he gets what he wants.
I think that is a kind of it, is that he it's kind of a weird win-win for him.
Yeah.
A lot of like my like perspective of like Aaron has kind of been shaped by that one YouTube video, Aaron free.
Say that
I
again.
think it's like Shaders. Aaron is not free.
I
is
saw
like the
that
title.
video. That's a good. I'll link that in the description.
Yeah. Like, so part of like because it's really like complicated, because there's some questions about like how much of the future does Aaron actually know? Like, does he know he's going to be stopped when he initiates the rumbling? And Cheater Z seems to argue that he doesn't. That sort of this idea of like him being stopped and making his friends the hero is like something that comes after he initiates the rumbling, or at least unlocks the founding powers. I'm not like totally convinced by it, but like one thing I do kind of believe is like, why does Aaron like leave them to stop him? Like Reiner at some point says that like if he were Aaron, he couldn't like bear what he's about to do unless he left like a way to stop him.
Yeah.
Unless he like kept the possibility open.
Yeah. So I think it's a mix of everything. I don't think I think part of the point is you can't really summarize Eren in one particular interpretation. I think he's a very multifaceted villain. In sort of similar fashion to other really good villains like Griffith, like Bondrewd from Made in Abyss. I think him being a mystery is part of the point, and that's why I kind of don't like that he tries to do this little conclusion scene, giving Eren's perspective on all of it. And I think we could just do without it. But in my head canon, it didn't happen, so.
Yeah, I do agree, and I probably could have, just gone without it.
Snipped that out a little bit. The rest of it's
I
fine.
think
I think they imply that John ended up with Mikasa, or they did
I
in the
guess they kind
manga.
of did.
They definitely did in the
I think
manga.
you like just barely see his hair. He's got good hair, it's easy to recognize.
Yeah. But do we want to wrap this
Actually,
up?
there's one more thing I
Oh yeah,
like
go ahead.
about the ending is like so after this is all over, there's sort of this sort of like kind of like time skip that we're watching, like from the view from the tree, and you like see like LDL like developing. They're becoming like this super hyper technology, militarized society, and you see them get like bombed, just bombed all the way to nothingness. And then it ends with like this kind of like post-apocalyptic greenery, and this little kid is exploring and he finds the tree. I don't know, I kind of something about it I kind of like. It feels like the message is, in spite of like everything, life goes on.
Yeah, as long as there is at least one person. Um,
Yeah.
I also liked seeing kind of the lives that our heroes got to live after all this. Levi is fucked up. He's like, his eyes fucking, like he's blind in one eye. I think he's walking on crutches. And he's pretty much just tired now. He's like resting. All of his friends are dead, so he's the last one left of the scouts. All of the others have died. Which I thought they were going to kill Levi off at some point, but they never do. So that was
I was
unexpected.
expecting it too, yeah.
I'm like, that is a character you kill off, and he never died. I was honestly convinced when the bomb blew up that that was gonna be it. That was his death, because I was like,
I
they're
thought
gonna
it was
kill
like
him.
when he was like saluting his like friends, like it was showing like their, ghost. I
Yeah,
thought that was him, just passing away.
but neither times did he die, and he ended up being the only one left from the scouts, which is so sad. He has watched all of his friends die.
Damn.
But yeah, overall, Attack on Titan, very weird series for me because I did not like it when it first came out. But over time, it has developed into one of my favorites. And it's messy. It's got its problems. You can definitely tell this is his first story, but what it achieves is super impressive.
Yeah.
It
I think it's
does.
an insanely like well planned like like series.
It's just interesting to me how it went from your typical like anime, like a very generic anime almost in the first season, with some cool stuff here and there, but just a very generic type of shonen. But then it just slowly gets more complex until it almost gets like crushes under its own weight. By the end, it's become too complex, I feel.
He got a little lost in the sauce.
But it's just an interesting ride how it just rolls and rolls and rolls, and it just like this train won't stop, and then when it does, it just crashes.
Yeah, I totally feel like the same way. I was kind of like, it's all right for like the first like 2 seasons. I really liked season 3, and then like season 4 just like blew me away with like how much more
And
like all the twists,
what's
how much more
cool
like yeah.
what's cool is just how those last 2 seasons make you appreciate those first 2 seasons more on rewatch.
Yeah,
Just
like
because of how
it's all coherent. Like there's like a clear it all like makes sense as a whole. Even
it's
with like this massive like expansion, tonal shift. It makes sense. It's crazy.
it's crazy how dense this series is, and it's definitely up there like in terms of thematic, like just how fucking in depth it is, and how it just you come away from it with so much to say. Even in these podcasts we did not cover everything because there's so much to it, that just unravels as it runs along. And I really
Yeah,
like
you
anime
can't
like
say it's
that.
not interesting.
I really feel like this is gonna remain like an eternal classic. People are gonna continue to look back on it fondly the way they do Full Metal Alchemist and Evangelion.
Yeah, I think it was kind of like one of the first anime to like really popularize anime like in the West, or at least in America especially, because it was definitely a hit for the first season. I feel like it just kept getting better. Like, this series is gonna have a legacy, I think.
Yeah, and I'm probably gonna keep rewatching it because I like it's just insane to me that season 2 was what cemented me as a fan, but I was just a regular fan, the same way I'm a fan of like My Hero Academia, or I'm a fan of like fucking what's another good one, like how I'm a fan of Mob Psycho, where it's good but I'm not like obsessed with it.
Yeah.
And then it just slowly like starts to appeal to me in so many different ways because I love these types of stories. I love war stories. I love like morally gray writing, and I did not expect it to go that direction at all. So that's definitely one of the craziest things that I've witnessed. For
Yeah, I
sure.
don't know how like anybody could like predict the course of this series. Like, genuinely crazy.
Well, that is
I do
Attack on.
the
Go ahead.
message My last thought is I think the ending is kind of messy. I am a little bit like defensive of it just because I think people like treated this like 9/11 too.
Well, I am on the opposite team in that I read it when it came out and it was worse in the manga. And I found it really fucking annoying when the final episode dropped. And everybody was talking about how peak it was, and they're like, what are you talking about? Like, it wasn't bad. It's like, well, that's because it's different. That's
But
because
I
they
definitely don't think
changed
it
it.
like ruins anything.
I don't think it ruins anything. It's the way I think of it is because people always, whenever I try to get people on Attack on Titan, and then they say like, "Oh, I heard the ending was bad." The ending was not great, but it's not the type of ending that ruins the whole thing, like you get from the show Oz. That show had a horrible ending that almost ruined the entire show for me. It's more akin to like, I don't really have an example. I guess it's more akin to like my issue with Dragon Ball Z, where it keeps going, and I feel like it already made the point.
But have you considered that I have a bomb strapped to my chest?
Nani? Well, that's Attack on Titan. This video was a bitch to edit. It's gonna be a massive fucking video, so stay tuned for that, I guess.
Peak fiction.
True.